VCT Pacific 2026.
Oh yeah, let's go.
Earn everything.
There's never been a better time to try to hit the finish line. Beast mode, baby, get it done. Everything before dinner time. Yeah, you could do it like this. 1, 2, 3, then cross it off the list. Hit the clock ticking and I ain't about to miss. Chop, chop, listen to this. Right now was a gift, yeah. Try that, can't get your time back. Go do it right now. Don't wait. Like that, you still got time, yeah. So do it right now. Gotta be on your way. Hey, I got the will, I got the right, I'm on it. I got the drive, I got the fight, I've done it. Get up, get loud, right here, right now. Show you the way, show you the ropes, you got it. Making your way, making it known you done it. Get up, get loud, right here, right now. Right now. Picture perfect when you get it right. Do it once so you don't say it twice. Feel amazing when you live it right. At the end of the day, I'ma do it my way. Mama always had the good advice. Listen closely cause she's so wise. I broke it down, now let me simplify. Get it right here, right now. Try that, can't get your time back. Don't do it right now. Don't wait. Like that, you still got time, yeah. So do it right now. Gotta be on your way. Right, I'm on it. I got the drive, I got the fight, I've done it. Get up, get loud, right here, right now. Show you the way, show you the ropes, you got it. Making your way, making it known you done it. Get up, get loud, right here, right now. Rip it up, go nuts. Everything we do, we have fun. Give it up, so what? Made it to the top and I need no crutch. This is the moment, ready and glowing. Won't waste no time. We already on it. I got the will, I got the right, I'm on it. I got the drive, I got the fight, I've done it. Get up, get loud, right here, right now. Show you the way, show you the ropes, you got it. Making your way, making it known you done it. Get up, get loud, right here, right now. Try that, can't get your time back. Don't do it right now. Don't wait. Like that, you still got time, yeah. So do it right now. Gotta be on your way. Right now.
Turn it up tonight, let's turn it up tonight. We be hyped tonight, yeah, we be hyped tonight. Turn it up tonight, let's turn it up tonight. We be hyped tonight, yeah, we be hyped tonight. Hi, nice to meet you. Are you ready for the bad girl sequel? When the beat's this tough, I turn a little rough. This is not a test, it's a read-through. So, turn it up some. Bassline kicking with the beating of the drum. Bad girl rhythm, yeah, with the disco string run. Ooh, yo, we about to have too much fun, like. Turn it up tonight, let's turn it up tonight. We be hyped tonight, yeah, we be hyped tonight. Turn it up tonight, let's turn it up tonight. We be hyped tonight, yeah, we be hyped tonight. Like, hi, nice to see you. When the song comes up, yeah, I feel you. We've been dancing all night, dropping that vibe. TikTok into the sequel. So, turn it up some. Bassline kicking with the beating of the drum. Bad girl rhythm, yeah, with the disco string run. Ooh, yo, we about to have too much fun. Let's bust vibes on a level. Yo, me and my team, we incredible. Let's bust vibes on a level. Yo, me and my team, yo, we special. So let's go, let's start the show. Tonight's the night, tonight's the night, yeah. Turn it up. Who's bad, we bad. Who's mad, you mad. Who's bad? Turn it up. Who's bad, we bad. Who's mad, you mad. You mad. Turn it up tonight, let's turn it up tonight. We be hyped tonight, yeah, we be hyped hype tonight. Turn it up tonight. Let's turn it up tonight. We be hype tonight. Yeah, we be hype tonight. Turn it up tonight. Let's turn it up tonight. We be hype tonight. Yeah, we be hype tonight. Who's bad? We bad. Who's mad? You mad. Who's bad? We bad. Who's mad? You mad.
VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything.
We've got two esports endemic brands coming together to create a series of products for esports for the biggest stages.
퍼포먼스랑 컴페티션이 주요 키워드다 보니까 레이싱이라는 테마를 잡고 거기서 이제 영감받은 그래픽 요소들이나 다이내믹하고 날렵한 그런 실루엣 같은 것들을 저희 FS1 마우스에 적용을 해봤고요.
我们希望可以协助 POSA 成为电竞圈的顶尖品牌，而 VOXY 是其中一个助力。
Red Bull gives you wings.
Push, push, push.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Also having the extra bodies there, working a treat. Back towards C this time though. Texture trying to do a little bit too much outside of garage window, and now allows for T1 to sneak on in. Karan, however, trying to find the taps. He managed to kick down 3, a 4th! Just Meteor left, and he might as well be pinned down inside of this corner. Karan moves on up. Meteor deals with him, but there.
나랑 조용히 해, 좋았나?
Just waiting to strike while the iron is hot. Down goes a couple players from DFM, but Kaide and Mei able to answer back.
Don't give Mei an opportunity for the 1 versus 3. He's going to try and do it with the time that he's got in his hands. There's the first, there's the second. This is why I say you have to play 3 versus 1s. Not planted for Mei, but it's an angle that he can swing out and spot.
Gonna go for it. Crystal's onto it. Oh, and just it goes so perfect. Yeah!
Arigato. That haunt, our Nongshim. So I'm curious about when. Oh my god, that's scary. Get the hell out of there.
Just around the corner, a 2v3. Op still in hand for Brimmy. It's a reposition from RB. The TP, does he believe in it? Yes, he absolutely does. He's found Brimmy, but now RB needs to find them all. 4K to clutch. The judge in the hands of Ty. Here's the weapon swap. Knows that he's at elbow, spots it. Needs to take him down, and he does. RB.
What happens? Buzz at the very least does have Showstopper, but he's way too low to use it. So, flash from Mako, lined up, and now going in with Blast Pack. Showstopper ripped anyway, just to try to... Izu trying to sneak forward, but he hears the tap. The pressure is on. Does get 1 tap off of his opponents, but the spike still getting stuck. He actually manages to take them 1 by 1.
He likes that spot.
Nongshim have been doing their homework. Camera spotting out plenty, but Jit Boys do anything against it? Yes, he can. He's able to find 1. He'll let down be a clean tap. Take out Francis. Now X-Ross falling to the wayside as well. Him shot does not connect onto RB as Ivy finds another 2 kills here in mid, and RB gets 1 before getting taken down. Jit Boys, it would be an ace clutch, and he has it done. Predator ace for Jit Boys.
외치라고? 외치라고? 외쳐. 외쳐. 뭐라고? 뭐 한다고? 외치라고. 소리 질러. 예. DRX 클래식을 끼고 있네. 동아 진짜. 동아 진짜. 스프레이도 DRX 스프레이. 미치겠다 미치겠어. 같이 이제自分を出していこうぜ. 야, 멋져라. 코러스다. 코러스. 야, 그냥 라운드 하나 딸 때마다 그냥 다 같이 일어나? 어때? 나쁘지 않은데? 아니야, 안 될 것 같아. 안 될 것 같아. 나 힘들어. 나 운동 많이 될 것 같아. 운동 많이 된다. 나 엑스로스한테 심리전 걸게 지금. 대답하지 마. 이런 스트레스긴 해. 심리전 개해봤네. 걸어 이겨내. 심리전 이겨내. 말렸다. 개 말렸다. 근데 약간 그 광역 피해였어. 지금 나도 말렸어. 저 필요한 스트레스야.
Guys, they touch mid and then they went straight to a main.
Someone save for up. Harvey, can you save?
I can save. Give me B main trap this round. Okay, I hold B.
Guys, if we can make them use the ults, it's so good.
BT 핀데?
Oh. One more picking.
Enemy spotted.
One more.
요, right away.
나 베이스로 이간다 이러면.
나 그냥 바닥으로 팔게 형. 램프 샷건 조심.
Nothing ARM guys, nothing ARM.
You two guys, I go right away.
One aim in.
Could be outside, yeah?
I don't think they'd out of Sava.
Okay.
A는 크리긴 해 이러면 아마. 사이트 있어봤자 스크린.
Sound, outside. Sound.
One side, one heaven looks like guys. Heaven.
Could be heaven.
사이트.
까고 왔나 보다.
Spike down.
Both elbow together, guys. Elbow, only elbow.
He's elbow, back here. Screen, can you swing together?
Nice, boys. Vamos! Check me gun, check me gun.
You wanna outlaw, huh? You wanna outlaw, huh?
Nice.
ミッドスミスでもいいし、
ミッドスミスいいよ。ミッドスミスで。ミッドスミスってスタップッシュだよね。
푸시だけど、まあいいか。
얘들아, 상대 궁 많잖아. 이번에 B 인앤 아웃 할 거야. B 인앤 아웃 할 생각하자.
하긴, 하긴.
퍼스트 타임에 B 인앤 아웃 하자.
A は来てない。
아 미드랑 미드랑. 우리도 가요? 왜래 궁? 미드 왔어 미드 왔어 배트 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 배트.
나이스. 믿어 믿으면. 아스라 깜나.
스파이크를 확보했다.
스파이크 먹어놨거든? A 쪽으로 뛰어볼래 그러면?
스펙 떴다.
A라 떨어놓도 이제 그.
그러면 리콘데 첵스로 아웃.
30초 남았습니다.
까지 먹을게 이거.
시야 왜곡. 10초 남았습니다.
얘네 무조건 같이 다닐 거거든? 돌돌씩 잡아라.
설치 완료.
アスラプラントね、見てわからん。
あ待ってこれ手前からすらこれ。
あ、やつかるとでいこう。スカルトで。우리 아스트라 쪽이다 지금.
나이스 2대2
메인 하나 뺐어.
적군이
메인 라스트 1대1
one enemy remaining.
어린이와 비밀의 연애 어린이와 비밀의 연애
พาวเลอร์ A โอเคพาวเลอร์ A หลอกกล้องแล้วเราโฮกลางกันดีกว่า
โอเคงั้นกูฝากสไปร์ไว้ที่พวกมึงนะ
เดี๋ยวกูโฮบีให้
เดี๋ยวกูไปได้เองคนเดียวเอง
เดี๋ยวโฮบีโดไอคิวได้ A อะโอเค
เดี๋ยวกูวาร์ปกลับได้
오퍼 봐야 되고. 여기 나오냐?
내가 나와
한 명이 사준대.
이길 각 나오면 공도 팍팍 써버려.
나공 키고 그냥 미드 나와 있을게 내가
그래
ไอ้นั้นปกติที่กลาง
ใจเย็นคิวใจเย็นชิว
รอเดี๋ยวไปบียองกันเล่นง่ายๆพอเพื่อน
강 벌린다.
그냥 미드 연막 가능? 어디? 내 앞에 장막 있는데
어 기다려봐
안 오지?
하나.
그래파이트 억 하나 싸움 아래
ๆไปใกล้เกียร์ระวังเจ็ดเล่น
ไอ้กล้องเข้าควันขวางกัน
เอาหนึ่งเราแบบ
วางกันนะกูวางกันนะ
กูเล่นเอาหรอ
สวยเลย
조심해.
하나 더 디디 벌렸다 디디
ระวังตุ๋ย
ถ้าอึดอัดเล่นเลย
어디 올라야
คิวล็อกนั้นไว้ไอ้บอลได้ทีอยู่ได้ครบแล้วแต่เล่น1-1อยู่นะ
One enemy
สว
remaining.
ย
ตัวเกียร์มึง30ตัวเลยไง
แต่ละสี่เลยเหรอเพื่อน
Bro is confirm hookah somewhere bro Josh
Let's do turret then I will molly here I smoke triple
Okay I'll go for ulti
I will short left
Okay.
They wall up you watch left
two B long guys 2 B long at least 2
Epic left
B long close ready they're gonna set
3 team B
Guys, we need to take something.
you can take elbow and pick
Take elbow and go up.
One more shot on me
so get the city line boys so we can fight
Elbow your elbow
oh your elbow okay let's go get up dog
Take one more elbow Brim
Take like this.
shoot I'll break chill
CT and Cubby CT Brim
can you swing elbow
That one. Help.
One more 1v1
Last
One.
off
GG.
nice let's go boys
야 A 行くしかない
가야 돼, 그거.
何段階もやって A 行こ
3점이네. 시간 손나나.
간 거예요.
Phoenix guys it's A guys
까미케이. Running.
I can follow along go right side
Go back.
빨라
時間ないからね
그 시간 아니에요.
아 도망 때려
Second. Up.
hold on
The money go.
I got the left side default
Side to pipe. Side to 3. What's it? Pick.
ten seconds left.
Default. 2
7秒プラントナイス
세스를 밑에 가운 밑에. 그렇지.
Give the planter 나이스
란
Go! Pit! Expero! This is Expero, baby! 나 A를 꼭 바로 깼어. A 있는 거 같아 진짜. 바로 잡았어. A 하나 더 있었어.
하긴 너 혼자 해, 너 혼자. 에이스. 몸 대줄게, 몸이다.
우리 에이스 먹어. 개막전 에이스 먹어야 돼. 아 개막전 에이스 진짜로. 혁현 빨라.
됐다.
기다려. 자 빨리 쳐.
바로 첫 판만에 에이스 걸즈. 나이스. 위다.
맛있다 혁현.
맛있어?
나이스.
I help you, though. Nice kill, though. I help you.
스티커. Yuri. One more viper. Nice.
Let's go, ace. Ace.
Get up, bro. Vamos.
Good morning, greet the sun. I float above the city. Never ever felt better. Let go and take my hand. I wanna share this feeling, 'cause we can double it together. Join me on cloud nine. There's no better time than now. Yeah, you can taste the freedom, but feeling is believing. So come fly away with me. We can live twice if we live it up. Sip from golden cups, double every moment, 1, 2, pop, we own it. Live twice if we love to the max. Live with no regrets, double every moment, 1, 2, pop, we own it. Yeah, left, right, where you want to go. Life can be so easy once you live it like a winner. Yeah, break free, the choice is yours. You can keep this feeling, but sometimes you gotta be a quitter. Yeah, so join me on cloud nine. There's no better time than now. Yeah, we can taste the freedom, but feeling is believing. So what you waiting for? 'Cause we can live twice if we live it up. Let's sip from golden cups. Every moment, 1, 2, pop, we own it. Live twice if we love to the max, but live with no regrets. Every moment, 1, 2, pop, we own it. Hey, yeah.
I've been through. I climb for years, I deserve this. Got the motivation, got the fire burning, you and knock me out for my purpose. Every scar has a story, got fire running through my veins. Every single obstacle is a testament to my reign. Can't knock me down, can't knock me out. One-on-one, I'm paving this route. Desire, hustle, pain the grind. I'm a rise above the clouds. I don't fear anything anymore. Pushing forward, I don't show no doubt. I don't been through it all before. Part of a lie, no counting it out. The legacy I leave behind will transcend all the time. I'm a legend in the making, a phoenix soaring through skies. Constantly chasing greatness makes me feel much more alive. All I know is I'm a king, forever a king. Heavy is the head that wins the crown, yeah, I got the crown. Heavy is the head that wins the crown, can't take me down. Heavy is the head that wins the crown, yeah, I got the crown. Heavy is the head that wins the crown. I got the crown, I'm way up. Got the crown, I'm way up. Got the crown, I'm way up. Got the crown, I'm way. Better get up out my way, way. Get up out my way, get up out my way. You ain't been what I've been through. This is start of my claim. These challenges were temporary and it's all a part of the game. I came up from the bottom. You know I've been locked in. Ain't nobody can stop me. I'm built for this. I'll win. The passion pouring out. You know the time is now. I've been down and out. Now I'm soaring through the clouds. I'm a legend in the making. You cannot hold me down no more. I've been broken out.
Welcome everyone to VCT Pacific. We are back in the lower bracket today, and that means 2 more teams will be eliminated from kickoff. I'm Mika Fabs. With me on the desk is Big Time and Ewok. What's up, gentlemen? How are you guys doing?
Feeling good, feeling good. 2 more elimination games. 2 more teams will be saying goodbye to. So a lot of high pressure stakes today. Always good.
Yeah, the lower bracket's scary, man. Yesterday had such banger games. The last 2 games, the last 2 days have been insane with a lot of games. A lot of 2-1s. We saw some OTs. We saw long games. So I'm hoping for some more excitement today, to be honest.
You want another long day because it has been.
I want some excitement today.
You do. I think like yesterday, for example, we had some really close matches, and between DFM and Full Sense, it got really close, and I think a lot of us were backing Full Sense here, but DFM are really showing that they're one of the powerhouses here in Kickoff.
Yeah, not me. I picked DFM. I saw the future. I knew what was going to happen. Cess got active. That's what happened. He lit up the server. This whole DFM team came to play. They stayed alive in that middle bracket and ultimately got a big upset against the star-studded Full Sense roster.
Yeah, Full Sense, we always talking about how much firepower they have, but mental resilience was maybe not there for them yesterday. They looked really good on the first map, and then after that it went a little bit downhill, and then kind of similar in terms of talking about going downhill. PepperX won the first map, and then downhill for them as well. Against T1, I think T1 is starting to become a lot more comfortable since they've made the change with Munchkin taking over IGL. They've been looking really good. PepperX tried to come in with some new things, some new composition there.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, it didn't really work out for them. But I do like that they tried some new things. PepperX, for some reason, they're getting so much hate. And to be fair, yeah, you could not like the comp, but for them, they know what's been happening. Yeah, they changed their bind, and it's been their bind. It's been the bread and butter for such a long time. But I think for them, if they felt like they had a better chance to win with that comp, and they tried to come up with something new and try to catch T1 off guard, then why not try it?
Especially when you're up against Munchkin, who's known PaperX for so long. You kind of want to surprise him. I respect them actually trying to, throw them off of their trail or of their scent, right? Because PaperX has also been a little bit stagnant, a little bit plateauing with regards to the comps, but we've known them for having really strange comps. So I actually liked it.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things. If it works, you look like a genius. If it doesn't work, you look like an idiot. And it's hard to please. You can't please everyone, right? But, I appreciate that they're trying it. I'm curious to see what we're going to see from them now. They're in that lower bracket. Now they have no more lives left. Do they simplify things? Do they keep getting experimental?
Spoken like 2 coaches who have been at the receiving end of comments like those. Good looking.
I played solo Viper on Bind.
Yeah, sometimes there's an overcook. But it is 100%. It's like that, right? It's you get it right 100% and everyone thinks you're a god, or everyone's trying to cook you in the comments, trying to say what are you doing? You're trolling and whatever.
Everybody has an opinion, of course. That is their right, but. Here we have our triple elimination bracket, and this has really been so revealing for so many teams. We unfortunately had to say goodbye to Team Secret and to Varel, but today we have 2 more matches for you guys. And as I was saying, this triple elimination format has really been testing so many teams, and I like how we've been getting different iterations of the teams in the upper bracket, and then in the middle bracket, and then eventually to the lower bracket.
Yeah, it's really nice because normally if it's just a double elimination, after you lose one game, it's very easy to kind of tense up and you don't get to show your true selves. This format gives you those extra lives to play with. You have a little bit longer in the tournament, even if you do have to lose out. So you have more time to figure things out, get into the groove, and we can start to see it, especially with teams like GenG that we'll be seeing later today. Started off very weak, but now it looks like they're heating up. So now you're in this lower bracket. It's a long run here when you're at the bottom, but it's still very doable.
I definitely think it's one of the best formats. I'm jealous that I didn't get to play with this format. This format is really nice, and especially when you're coming in at the start of the year, right? You tried, like a lot of people made a lot of changes, so now you want some time. And you want to potentially have some losses under the belt and learn from those, right? You would love to just win and learn from your wins, but a lot of times it's a lot easier to learn from your losses, right? And that's what you need to do if you're a good team. And now you get 3 chances. So this format, I think, is the best Valorant you guys cooked.
And it is a real thing, right? Sometimes you do need that initial game, that initial match to just shake everything off.
And maybe 2 sometimes.
Yeah, to get everything together. So triple elimination is perfect for so many of our teams, especially with so many different iterations in the rosters here in Pacific. Speaking of iterations in the roster, I'm really curious to see what everybody's roster looks like today for Build Diff. You guys know the drill at this point. There are 4 teams stepping onto that stage, and we have to pick 1 player from each of those teams with 1 bonus player and form some kind of well-balanced roster. These guys have whiteboards. I have lost mine, but let's see what they prepared.
Look, I've been getting cooked in this game so far. There's no 2 ways around it. It's not been my best, but I'm showing up ready to play today. Got Hyunmin. Big game from Hyunmin. Look out for that. XTL fried last time. He was absolutely the top player on Zeta in my mind, so I had to pick him up. Patman, we've seen how monstrous he's becoming on this GE roster. Caron, very solid all-round sentinel. He's the top guy on GenG right now. Then for my flex, I put in Yudatan. I think now he's against a Korean team. He's going to go crazy today. He wants to prove something to GenG because they didn't pick him up this offseason. Now he's on GE. He's going to come swinging.
Ooh, you got to love those revenge matches. They really do bring the best out of the players, right, when they want something to prove.
Oh, we saw Batman also on his revenge match, right?
Exactly.
So we saw what it means for the players sometimes and have it going in that revenge match. I did go a little bit similar. We both do have Hyunmin and Caron. I did go for Mako instead on my flex. I feel like he's been so good. And I think like today could be a good day for DRX. So a good day for DRX could mean a good day for Hyunmin. It could be a good day for Mako as well. Then I went for Shiota. I think he's played really well. Their previous series against Team Secret, he looked really good on Abyss. And I feel like there's been so much talent. There's just so much potential from him, but I don't think he's really harnessed it that much. But I think today, maybe if there were to cause an upset, I think it might have to come from him. So that's why I got him in there today. And Crystal, underrated pick today. I'm going with Crystal. I know it's hard. It's hard to choose. The info initiators, they're not always the heaviest fraggers across all of the leagues, right? But I wanted this guy. I wanted this guy. So Crystal's in there.
Are those magnets? Are those magnets, by the way?
I have no
Are they
idea.
magnets?
There's
Wow. Okay.
Production is cooking.
Looking at everybody else's roster over here, I had to go with Texture. The problem with today's matches is that there are so many different iterations that you could pick, and because of the rules that we're presented with, because of the the kind of limitations that we have with each roster where we have to pick 1 for each role, it was so difficult. I sent in like 3 different rosters to production.
I've just realized I have the same roster today as Paper Thin, so I'm feeling very good now. Paper Thin has been the go to this game so far.
He's
kind of
like
the guy.
had a third eye for this
Okay,
thing.
his predictions have been on point, and his build diff rosters have been.
It has.
I'm telling you, there's something in the wall.
It's almost like he knows things.
You guys had a convo. You guys kind of met up. This is supposed to be a secret thing, everyone by themselves.
I called cheating. I called cheating.
You said you just did it right before. I don't know about that. Oh, I forgot to do it.
Production, we have a cheater here. We have a cheater here.
Can we get a guy on this guy with after production day?
We need to take a closer look at this, but first we're going to take a closer look at our matches. We have Zeta taking on DRX, and we have GenG taking on GE. This is really difficult to predict. You know how much these teams want this, and because they're in the lower bracket, they're looking like they're in such a different form from when we saw them play last time.
Yeah, I mean, I think this lower bracket is so tense now, especially for DRX and GenG. You know, last year at Kickoff, they came first and third, so now to go out early in the lower bracket will be a really big deal for them.
Yeah, I wish we knew what was going to happen, but I hear that somebody probably does know what's going to happen and can read the future. So let's toss it over to Jen Lee, who's going to give us a reading.
Welcome to Pacific. Do you want to know the future? The trophy has spoken. Pick a gem that resonates with you. Think of a team that you're rooting for today. We're gonna start with the blue gem. Blue is DRX. We have the Devil, the Sun, and the Ace of Wands. You see the two devils, Yoru and Waylay. They need to pop off. We see the baby playing Yoru. Well, he needs to do well with the operator, or they might lose. Pink one is Zeta Division. Zeta, we have the Chariot, 10 of Cups, the Death. Zeta needs to fight today, demonstrate firepower. And for 10 of Cups, a player with the X in his name might do well. But most importantly, don't die. If you die too many times, you might lose. That's for the two teams. Now, let's see what's going to happen to us today. We have 6 of Pentacles, 6 games, every series going the distance. It's gonna be a long, long day. Maybe a possible tech pause. Hopefully not. What's going to happen to the teams today? One of the two teams today will never make it to Santiago. This is terrible news. But thank you for visiting Jen Lee, the fortune teller. And goodbye. Enjoy the match.
Can I propose something? I propose that we fire our analysts, and that's how we should do the analyst desk from this moment on.
I agree.
I think that's how we should do it. That last card, by the way, the 6, you know, and they were all like this. I feel like that's the 6 of us talents after a really long day, and we're all like this. that is us.
It will be a long. I like when she said, "Hopefully not this pause." That was the scariest part of the whole thing.
We're not EMEA. Come on, we're not EMEA. There's Pansy's not here. Hypox's not here. It's okay. We're fine. We're fine. But of course, going over to our teams, we have Zeta Division here, and as our Oracle Jen Lee mentioned, the player with the X in the name has to perform well. This guy, he's been popping off lately, and I understand why a lot of people went for him in their Build Diff roster. But yeah, it's a question of whether he can do that against DRX.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're slowly finding their form. They did get that win over Team Secret to keep their hopes alive. I think it wasn't as convincing as a lot of us would have liked. But ultimately, they got that win on the board, and sometimes that's all you need to get that ball rolling. We need to see these individuals frying, and as Jen just foretold in the fortunes, don't die too much.
Yeah, that's a good start.
That's good. Always good advice.
She did also say they need to shoot today. They need to fight, and they need to have firepower.
Yes.
And I think that's going to be a continuing trend for us with Zeta today. That we need to see the firepower come out from them today. We see strategic depth, but we need to see more. We need to see more firepower. And XDLL, is he going to be that guy with the X in his name that's going to put up the numbers today? You burnt me 2 games ago. I had you in my build tip before. I hope today's not the day for you to make me regret it.
Well,
but it definitely might be.
Maybe. It's still 50-50 for me for Zeta Division, but I think the win versus Team Secret gave them a lot of confidence. And as Iko said in the post-match interview, that was very important because the team needed to feel what it was like to win. And that's I say that with all seriousness. It's because they didn't know what it felt like for them to hit the right stride, the right synergy, the right flow state in that way of winning, because they haven't yet. So now that they know what it feels like, is that going to be a factor in them versus DRX?
I mean, I think a big thing for me is after we spoke to them after their win, they were all so confident that they were going to run this.
We're going to demolish them. That's what XQQ said.
They were feeling so good. They were already talking about Santiago like they made it. So crazy confidence coming out from this team, but I kind of love to see it.
And it feels really good if you do lose the first map, which we see in so many series recently. If you lose the first map, we're quite a specialist in that one, and then you go and win map 2 and 3. It also shows that you could bounce back after losing the first map, and it does bring a lot of confidence. So then it does make sense of Zeta's afterwards feeling like, okay, well, even on a day where we felt like everything maybe wasn't going our way, we did start off poorly, then we could band together and then we could talk about it and we fix things inside the match, right? We're talking about fixing things or learning from your mistakes. It's really nice if you can learn from map 1 and then implement it fast enough for map 2 and map 3 to still win this series, right?
Yeah, there were a lot of things that were working for Zeta Division. I think Ewok, you wanted to point out a few rounds as well with regards to this, because it looks like there were some things in their strategy that were working really well for them.
Yeah, for sure. We'll take a look at the Telestrator here. Zeta, for me, has been a team that we spoke about on the macro side. There's actually pretty good understanding. They did quite a lot of aggro rounds on their defense, where they go here and they do go get their pickoffs. This is especially when we've seen a lot of success with teams that they bring out the operator on bind defense. But when you don't have the operator yet, there's a lot of other ways where you can turn the defense side into an advantage for you with pushes like this. And when they weren't pushing, then when there was a lot of ultimates, so they were doing the pushes a lot of times when there were ultimates to try and like even the field when they're going into the round where they feel like they don't have the advantage or where they're at disadvantage. The other thing is that they would just sometimes go the 3-1-1, similar to the Talon pistol or a Q pistol as well. Then they would just go rotate really fast towards the side that got initial pressure. So there were a lot of signs that they were beforehand. They were talking about, okay, these are the ultimates that they have. This is the situation. What should we do? And then unfortunately, sometimes they're in the right position, but then they're just not really hitting their shots or not closing out the round, unfortunately. And that's where the firepower is going to have to come in, because the thought process and the macro, a lot of time, it is there for Zeta, but we need to see them hit their shots and close out the round. So we'll take a look at some of those rounds.
Yeah, I think that, they take a while to heat up here, but as we can see, they can.
So they go for the aggro play and they're going to get their pickoffs. This one was really nice with the Sky Flash that's going through. You need to be going for these aggro plays with the Sky Flash and the Waylay. And then they're going to go again. They're going to be going for another aggro a little bit later in the next round as well. And then also, after you have all of these aggro plays, and in this one, they're just going to be moving towards the side where there's pressure first. And if you do get it wrong of the side, which is pressure first, then you just push out through as well, going onto the flank. This one, they get through onto the side, and they get the kills. All of a sudden, there's 4 of them on the side.
Yeah. I mean, I think when this kind of setup works, where you're sitting back in spawn, it feels so horrible to play against, because wherever you go, there's 4 people.
Yeah, so there's going to be a clip after this one as well, where if you do go to the wrong side first, then you can just push through and go onto the flank, and then it turns into a retake instead. So the plans are there. And then also, if you've done all of these aggro plays, then you bring out the operator. Here you can say Eco's on the operator. Now, Team Secret's sitting further back because they're waiting for aggro, but now you're just giving so much space for the operator to get into a good position to try and pick you off in your default.
Yeah, so this is the one where they're going to start flanking behind,
Yes.
right? Because they go to the wrong side. So I think it's so important that you can mid-round from these kind of setups, because that's the interaction of the coach and the IGL, right?
Yeah.
The coach can't change what's happening in that mid-round. They just have that overarching structure. So I think it does show good synergy. But like you say, it's all about how can they hit their shots. Because all the structure in the world doesn't mean anything if you're not clicking the heads.
Yeah, absolutely. Firepower is going to be a big question for Zeta here, and that's exactly why we're hoping all of these players pop off. I think they need a little bit of time. They usually start really heating up later on.
Yeah.
But I just hope that it's not too late at that point, especially since they're up against a team, DRX, that absolutely needs no time at all to heat up. This team, of course, has been, one of the most winningest teams in Pacific history. And of course, as defending Kickoff champions, they want to make sure the trophy begins with them.
Yeah, I mean, they are undoubtedly the favorites heading into today. We've seen so much from this group of players. Third place at Champs last year is no small feat. I mean, Hyunmin in the past has really taken over games, but this is a team that's had that little bit of a slow start. They found themselves down here in the lower bracket, really not where they want to be. They've had to have a little bit of a rough offseason making last-minute changes, and now Bane is the one in that IGL role.
I kind of wonder if Bane and Hyunmin have a different idea of the DRX symbol. I just can't help but look, there two of these are not like the others.
We gotta rehearse before photo day, boys. Everybody knows this.
That is part of the branding, and then freeing kind of doing a little bit in the middle and be like, I'll be just slightly off center to kind of offset this. But yeah,
close enough.
Close enough. We got it. They won't notice, but yes, we do. But no, it's a valid point, and especially because Bane is now the IGL, it's a different flavor to DRX. We know that this team, has gone through many rosters in the past, but of course Mako has seen through all of them. But having Bane as the IGL is also something that the team has to get used to.
Yeah, I think it's going to take some figuring out. One thing I'm liking about Bane is he's really doing his best to step up individually in that IGL role. We can see here he's at his 20th clutch in Pacific. No small feat that, because players here are really sharp. They don't let you get away with much. So I think that really speaks to his own individual level. And I think especially even since moving to IGL, he's had massive maps. I do think he is able to manage this burden very well. It's just about syncing up with the team.
Yeah, I think we spoke about they just need a little bit more time, right? Termi was open and saying that there was such a quick turnaround for them for Hermes to come in. So for them, it does make sense that this triple elimination, they need that, right?
Yeah.
They need a little bit more time. So I kind of understand why they're here. It's quite a tall mountain for them to climb coming into Kickoff. It's not easy for the team and the coaching staff. But I think especially DRX after that first series, Hyunmin had a quieter one, and then since then they've been looking a little bit more like DRX of old, right? We're seeing maybe sometimes them lacking a little bit of firepower as well, to be honest, if they're not all fragging. But if Bane is adding with the firepower there, then I think they're a lot more of a scary team, actually.
Yeah, firepower, the hype man, and now the IGL. He's basically the guy who can do it all for DRX. And we're taking a look at some of Zeta's strategies earlier, but of course DRX, they have a massive playbook by now.
So one thing I really want to talk about is their split, because they've kind of come into this tournament with two different ideas. So when we first saw their split, they were running this double duelist. Now this is very in line with the meta. So I want to talk about the ideas of what teams try to do when they run this double duelist, and how it can be successful and how it can kind of fall flat. So I think your defense is a little bit harder. Oftentimes you're really looking to secure these kind of deep lines with your operator, and you're looking to be able to rotate fast with that Yoru, with that Neon, and you have a lot of ability to kind of fight, but you don't have a lot of information, so you need to shut the map down with these kind of lines, otherwise you're often put on the back foot. And then when we look across to that attacking half, double duelist is that little bit nicer, but we see a lot of sort of maybe 1-0-4 setups, or you can invert this. In general, you want to stay kind of grouped as a big pack, because you don't have a lot of util to be able to fight. So if you want to go into A, for example, you want to kind of control all of this space, and then you're looking to burst in from there. If you have to use too much util for this kind of scribbled out area here, you find it hard to be able to break through those barriers. And I think for some teams that can be very effective, other teams they can end up stalling out. So if we roll the clip here now, and I'll show you how this kind of didn't work out too well for DRX, you can see everybody massively grouped up outside A here. So this is a trade-off of map control for power. Basically, they want the maximum amount of utility and power that they're able to get, and they sacrifice map control for that. So they control all of A ramp, they control all of A lobby, but just watch how Full Sense managed to rotate in. They get people across to this side so fast because there's no pressure anywhere else across the map. The Viper is here, there's like 4 people on that side, so you just get stalled out, you're not able to kind of go back and forth. So then what we see next from DRX, if we're able to pull up the telestrator again, is they swap. They change compositions, they move across to a double initiator comp with Sky Tail. A very, very different look because it's all about information and it's all about utility. So on attack, you're able, instead of being that kind of, 1-4 approach, you might go 1-3-1, you can swap that round, and then you're looking to use util to control the map. So you're looking to smoke, you control heaven, and then you can kind of rotate back and forth based on what you need. Or even, you might even swap this. You can go like 1-1-3, you take all of this space with utility like they were trying to do before that execute, but then you have the options to come back because you're still able to control these other parts of the map. And then when we think about defense, it's a lot less about controlling those deep lines in a way. It's much more about being able to rotate fast, and you're able to use other util to kind of find that information. So a more typical setup, it might be something like this, where you're a lot more spread out across the map. You're ready to rotate, and your initiators generally play in these kind of key areas towards the middle of the map to get information in these deep mains and deep mid to inform those rotates. So if we roll that clip, I'll show you exactly how this works for DRX, and I think I liked this style a lot more from them. So look at this, very split out across the map. We see Teo drone into A main to clear it, control that space. At the same time, Sky dogs into B main and tries to pressure that chamber. Then the Seekers come out. You have a wealth of information now. DRX know where they are. You know that they're not up in A main, they're not up in B main. You know the group of that is in mid, and they're able to rotate there to take the fight to their opponents there. So I think Bane works better as an IGL when he has all of that information. They didn't get the win again when they played this composition though, so I'm curious, do they double down on it? Do they back themselves, or are they going to kind of panic and move back to that double duelist? I think there are a lot of questions for DRX, but I think they understand their styles quite well, and I want to give credit to Bane because I think he is calling very well despite all these different changes that he's been put through.
And if you think about it, he was that player that played agents that require a lot of information or that give a lot of information. So it's almost like he's spreading this out to the rest of his team. So it is also like how we're seeing DRX evolve because of the change in IGL and because of the change in the rosters, and it's really nice to see. It also gives me a lot of confidence because this means DRX evolving. That's actually pretty scary.
Yeah.
I would take that.
For me, it's a little bit more of a counterpoint to that. I'm a little bit more worried because those two comps are two very different comps. The first one, the Double Duelist is playing, where the bodies are the ones that are giving you information, and so you need to have forward control so that your Neon and your Rook can rotate fast, right? Both have a fast rotate tool to get to the right side. And then you swap over to a double drone, so now you don't play in front, you can play further back. But even in the clip that we saw, they used both drones at the same time, right? That is, for us, we used to have a protocol where it's complete no-no if you play, for example, a Teo and a Sova using both drones at the same time, because you're finding info on both sides, and if you're finding info on both sides and both get broken, you're still back in the same position where you don't really know where to rotate.
Nothing happens.
Right? So now I'm a little bit worried is, because they changed to a comp that plays completely different to the original one, have they had enough time with it? Yes, they beat Varel, but after that, then they lost again.
Yeah.
Right? So now you're asking the good question, right? Are they going to double down on it? Or are they going to go back to the original? But going back to the original also kind of sucks, right? It feels really weird. If you already felt like that's not working, why did you move away from it in the first place?
Yeah,
right?
I'd rather them stay with what they had. I think they had them. I think they had a lot of rounds that were right with that double initiator, and I think that with some refining, I think they can make that work more easily than double duelist. You know, I think maybe when Flashback was in the team, that double duelist had a lot of punch, but I don't think Hermes is familiar enough kind of with that style. Him and Hyunmin as a combination isn't quite as smooth yet, so I'm very curious if we see Split today and what kind of compositions they bring.
Yeah, and we talked a lot about Zeta's firepower or lack of thereof. So I think that going into this, of course, Bane is going to have a tough task to be able to outplay outplay and, you know, basically outfrag everybody on Zeta.
Yeah, I mean, I think this head-to-head is really, really key for today. We know Bane is in that IGL role. His kind of counterpart on those initiators is XDL. We've seen big maps from both of these, but also pretty poor maps from both of these. I think the individual needs to step up here, and I think it's about understanding their role as well. I think this head-to-head is so crucial for today to enable to support their more aggressive players.
Yeah, definitely having an info initiator that frags heavy makes such a big difference. But you see RQ right now, they're flying and Cushy's at the top of the stats.
Yes.
Right? And same for DRX, when they won Kickoff, then it was Freeing that was on top of the stats with the Teo. If you do have the info initiator that's fragging, that's giving you so much fragging power, together with your smoker and then your main duelist, it just changes the whole game for your team. So if these two guys can have big maps today, I think for each of them, they can really be the reason why their team wins today.
Yeah, of course, the maps are going to be very important. But for now, like based on what you've shared, Morgan, and what you've shared as well, Ewok, what do you think? I mean, we're looking for a lot of firepower from Zeta, and we're looking at a DRX that is slowly shifting and evolving. But how does that, what kind of DRX do you think we're seeing up against Zeta?
I mean, I think for me, it's all about the individuals on DRX. I need to know who is going to step up. And on the same side for Zeta, I think when you're the underdogs like this, I want to see them disrupt. I want to see them be aggressive, really not let DRX settle into the game. We do have the map video coming out. Zeta Division picking Haven. Now, for DRX, this is a map we've not seen from them yet. So how do you feel about this for Zeta?
Zeta is going to go into the unknown here, so I think that's going to be interesting. We'll have to just wait and see on that one. And then for the bind, it's good that we just spoke about the bind, and then we see the split as well for the third. So that's everything that we just talked about. We'll hopefully see some of that, where DRX definitely felt that there was some weakness from Zeta. From my POV, I'm looking at it, they had some good macro, but they were not winning rounds, right? So they're looking at that and thinking there's something to exploit, and then split being the decider. Both teams feel like they're kind of comfortable to go on to split. It makes sense for Zeta, that one. For DRX, I'm curious what they're going to do for split.
Yeah, I mean, I think this retake can be very good for DRX. It's just that Haven is that little bit more of an unknown. And again, you know, we've seen teams try different styles there, so big question mark for me. But I think the guy I want to see get fire in is Hermes. I mean, I think he's had big games, so I think if he gets himself into the game, DRX will be feeling good.
He seems to be at a bit of an access point for DRX also, because coming in as the new guy, of course, you have Bane as the new IGL, but as a new guy, you get to add that new flavor into this team, all right? But hey, I'm all for lots of flavors here today. I mean, you have Zeta taking on DRX in our first match of the day. So let's send it to the stage to kick off today's matches. More elimination matches to come. Let's find out who is going home and who's staying.
VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything. Zeta Division.
Our lower bracket journey continues here in VCT Pacific. First up, we've got Zeta Division taking on DRX. Zeta looked pretty convincing against Team Secret, and I'm sure that gave them renewed confidence. But today, it's DRX. Zeta hasn't taken a win off of DRX in a really long while. And with a lot of new faces up against the core of DRX, can Zeta even make it out of this?
There's some smiles for Zeta on this one. They're definitely coming in with renewed confidence. They got their win against Team Secret, and now they're coming in to DRX that is also going through some changes. So we'll definitely see a game where Zeta have a very good chance today to take down the giant of Korean Valorant in DRX.
That's exactly what XQQ shared as well. He feels like DRX, if there's a good time to strike, it's probably
100%,
now.
yeah.
But of course, this is the kickoff stage, and this is DRX. They've taken this before. I'm pretty sure Mako's like, we've done this before. We can do this again. This DRX has gone through many iterations before, but something that's never changed is that they're always one of the top teams of Pacific.
Yeah, DRX coming into today as the favorites. They have no doubt about that. Hyunmin's wearing the wingman hat. He's about to activate. He's channeling that champ's form. He's going to try and bring that back. This has been a DRX that haven't quite found their footing. There's no two ways about it. They've had last-minute changes, lots of shifts, and they're trying to stabilize. So I think they need to get that ball rolling now they're in the lower bracket, or it's going to be a very early exit for this squad.
I have to say, it's a little unusual seeing DRX in a purple-ish shade.
Special edition jersey.
Yeah.
If I have it right?
Yeah. I think it is. It's like
it though.
you always have that iconic blue, and then it comes out purple. It's like, wait, Paper X? No, DRX. You kind of just associate it. But of course, as you mentioned, you have high energy from both of these teams, and I see like all smiles as well from Mako. I read, by the way, that Mako is like trying to be a little bit more reactive. Have a little bit more stage presence these days. So I think that's something he's trying to improve. And
we get to see the gentle giant stand up and BM. That's what I hope.
Oh, that is going to be a milestone in Pacific if we actually see Mako standing up and actually, like, you know, saying something to the other team. Can you just imagine?
Oh, I'd love that. I would love that so much. Yeah, we just saw our map veto once again. We will be starting off on Haven. For DRX, this is an entirely unknown, yet to play it here in Kickoff. We just spoke about the variety of styles this team has showed. So it is a really big question. You know, Termi has always been a fantastic coach, held in very high regard. And in my mind, they won Kickoff last year because they figured out Teo before anyone else. He has good reads on the meta, so I really am curious what way they shift this.
Yeah, there's been a couple of times where they cooked, sometimes a little bit overcooked, and sometimes the perfect amount of cook. But at the moment, the one thing I do have a little bit of a feeling for DRX, that this game has a little bit more pressure for them. I do feel like there's a little bit more expectation going into this game for them, where they're expected to go much deeper in this tournament, where Zeta can have a little bit more of a free feeling in terms of just go out there and give it to DRX. Go give your best performance here, and then just take that confidence from Team Secret right now.
No, you're absolutely right, because DRX, as we mentioned, they're the defending Kickoff champions.
Yeah.
They want to make sure that they step onto that stage and they're at least, you know, making it to Santiago or lifting that trophy. But DRX with the breach, Teho.
Okay,
Zeta's just playing RQ comp, so let's talk about DRX.
Yeah, I mean, so they're bringing out double initiator. Breach Teo. Breach is not an agent we really see anymore here in Pacific. In my mind, certainly one of the weakest with this solo duelist Waylay. Now, Ewok,
Breach maybe for some A control, I think. The Breach for the A control. And the first thing that I thought it looks kind of similar to the Abyss comp that Fnatic used to play at Champs.
Yes,
where it was the Astro for them instead.
It is. I'm very curious what they've got cooked up for this, because it's a very, very old school approach with that Breach. It will be all about setting up Hyunmin with this kind of powerful util tool set, really, but we don't see this anymore. I'm very curious if Zeta have, you know, practiced against a Breach recently, to be honest.
Well, and maybe they do remember if there was this comp was a little bit meta, where it was the neon for the Waylay instead at the end of last year when Teo was still really good. I think it was XLG that was running it with a lot of success. I remember scrimming against it. But I do think the A control is really nice for DRX. They have the Cypher to make question marks with the cages, and then they can also take it. Same for the defense, they can really lock it down.
Also, very, very powerful ult rounds there. Massive kind of AoE effect. So when they get onto that second half, they'll be kind of looking to retake quite strongly. They'll be very well set up for that. So
I'm just a little bit worried about the Waylay. How's the Waylay? Where is he dashing to? How is he going to dash to safety? They're going to have to maybe give him some smokes, or have to clear all of the site with a lot of util from the two initiators.
Well, you won't need to wait too long. We're going to send it to the stage right now to get started on Haven. Over to Paper Thin and Achilles.
We are back once again as we continue to crush dreams and send teams home. DRX versus Zeta to start things off here today. And yeah, DRX changing things up, surprising us once again. But is it for the better or for the worse?
a good question. I kind of like it, to be honest. When I started, you know, we were talking about it when we saw the comps come through. I'm like, you know what? Actually, the breach might suit the waylay entries really well. The stuns, the flashes, like if they have the timing and all that put together, then those dashes could be pretty potent, pretty powerful. And if there's anybody who kind of knows how to work breach on Haven, it's Termi and company. Like,
Sure.
I mean, think back to the way Stax used to play it all the time on this map. So I think this should, as long as it's well rehearsed, well drilled, look pretty good for DRX.
And that is usually what we do come to expect from DRX. But it's, you know, been a little bit of a wobblier start than we may have anticipated. Obviously just one kind of changing piece for them, but Flashback ends up being a pretty critical one for them. Hermes still finding his footing and has been playing flex a lot more for this squad than we might have anticipated coming into the season. So how well rehearsed this is going to be, we're about to find out. When you hear that music, that means it's time to go ahead and get the game underway. High pressure, I agree with what the desk was saying. DRX very much have the onus on them. They have the expectations on them to be the one to come out on top of this one. And with that alleviated pressure off of Zeta's shoulders, perhaps they can surprise us and pull off one monster of an upset. And what an upset it would be. All time, only taking 3 map wins over DRX, just a 1 series victory all the way back at Masters Reykjavik in 2022. So to win here on this stage, pursue deeper into this kickoff gauntlet and eliminate DRX from kickoff in the process. What a statement that would be for this Japanese org as we are pulling out all the stops here down on stage this Saturday evening as we jump into the action on Haven.
Yeah, this is, wow, it's been a long time since they've even played. It's 2024, I guess, and it is going to be quite interesting. I mean, we've started to see improvements from Zeta, you know, obviously getting that big win against Team Secret, against Global Esports as well, looking pretty good on this map. It was 13-11. You know, in particular, Sugar Zero and Absol were having a really strong performance there. So you're looking to continue that. I need to see some step-ups from Sota and Eco. I think if Zeta is going to get their map pick to go here, both teams going to be running that Cypher, using that corner cam. Try to keep track of sewers, but this should be a wide open site. So now the real question is what is the follow-up here for Zeta? This had to be planned in the pistol by just leaving A to only the Cypher util, and there will be Cypher util in the back to check for these long Zeta lurks. But are they going to be ready for the 4-man stack they're trying to send?
Camera's still up on site, waiting to toggle that one here is Shota. Trying to get an idea of what exactly is going on in the post plant, but they know that there hasn't been a deep pursuit out because that trip is still set up at the connector entrance. Push getting ready to come through. Saturate going to be thrown, but the stun does connect. The slide forward. Eco able to find one. Mako dazed up. Trades it back a 1-for-1. Swings back in. Finds himself a second, but Sugar Zero, XCL start getting up into the mix here of the fight. This Freeing going to be under some pressure, but jumping out from the heaven window. Hermes now arriving up on top of the box. Guns down the other two, and DRX will find the opening pistol.
Yeah, this is a tough one here for Zeta. They try something a little bit tricky in terms of giving up space that, you know, you're not normally just going to leave a site wide open like that other than the util from the Cypher, but they're not able to really break through enough. They're not able to clear out one side or another because you've got Freeing and Mako still left. Or excuse me, Hermes. Freeing and Hermes still left. That's a crossfire that's nasty to deal with. You have to try to get it to half because it took so long to get there. You know, good recognition there by DRX. The plan's just not quite coming to fruition on that pistol for Zeta. And this time, I'm going to overstack this A long angle. Don't want to give that up easily. This time it's going to be the C site. It's left open here for DRX to once again slip in relatively undetected here. Should be able to get pretty easy plant going, I would think, unless Eco and Sota want to get rather aggressive. Should just be a wait. The real question is how aggressive does DRX want to get? Do they want to try to take some guns away? Zeta's going to push the issue.
Yemen just struck down. Sugar Zero able to find one. They very quickly try to pile their way back in towards this side. Mako out and long, looking to try to hold the line, but it's going to be Freeing up close and personal to be able to find two. Smoke now blooming. Mako's going to have to scale forward. Hermes going on the pinch here from Garage will once again be the finisher. 2 kills onto the Cypher. Weapons to be carried over. The Bulldog's going to be retained as well as the Marshal.
Okay. don't mind it, I suppose, from Zeta. You know, a lot of teams would probably just try to wait and sit back, but they're trying to get ahead of the curve a bit. You get slowed up by the util. I mean, that's something that is going to be rolling around in the back of my mind as this half starts to wear on, is with all those stuns available, you know, the saturate, the concusses, the special delivery, like all these things are there for DRX to really make the chokes rather difficult to get to. So timings like that going to be probably pretty important here for Zeta Division if they're going to play retake to get ahead of the curve. This time they're just leaving XDL on an island, man, and they're doing a push out through the front of B a bit, but they're just tucking in under window, and DRX has met 0 resistance, so
They'll go now for the check. Sending out the fault line, trying to get the catch there. Unable to do so, but Gunman finding the time on an Absol on the exit from the smoke. Kirby swinging will suffer his first death as XDL continues to fight back. Eco joining in alongside him. 3K now for the Sova, but Mako, as he slipped the net, spots out one, has to steady the spray. Swaps over the weaponry. Takes a while. Trying to get that smoke situated. And XDL once again coming to the rescue here for Zeta Division. Continuing on with that performance that we were seeing from just 2 days ago versus Secret.
And that's such a tough spot to be in there as XDL. I mean, as the site hit is coming through, you're just starting to get a little bit of help into place, and they even shut down Absol as he's trying to get through there.
It's a pre-fire.
Jeez. XDL is really on point. Last couple of times we've seen him. We saw it at the end of last year as well, where he really started to pick up the fragging pace, and that was very needed because I think, again, DRX has a pretty good feel for how these sites are going to be left open. Back to this mid push this time. It's much faster.
Oh, and it's very aggressive. Hunter's Fury out from XDL. There's something here as the clone going to be popped, and Hermes eventually just going to be flushed out as Sugar Zero comes up and over the top of the box at a main site. In the meantime, taken here by DRX. A plant at C, but 4v5 for the post plant. With Freeing now having the Armageddon online. Begin Mako dead. Sugar Zero. Snappy on that shot. Bane now the one that tried to take point. Is here comes Eco leading the way, and Bane still does well to find two. Gentlemen, second layer pushing forward to cover the area. Finds the kill, but Freeing is now very invested forward here on the site. So Armageddon, maybe a bit of an afterthought unless they just don't check him. Can hold on to the ultimate there. DRX will maintain a lead of 3-1.
Yeah, I think here as Zeta, there's either some miscommunication or just not understanding of the timings that are going to be necessary. You know, as the 3-man push is making its way into C main, that's when I need to see the 2-man push from the other side starting to create some pressure, starting to make this a little bit unbalanced, because otherwise they can just set up into those post-plan angles. You don't even check the box either. I mean, that's the real backbreaker, but
I mean, honestly, it might have just even been the thought he's got Armageddon, he's going to be playing off-site.
Right, that could
ends
be.
up baiting them a little bit. Hard to say. Either way, hero rifle purchased. Eco with the Vandal. Just allowing for Absol to kind of bait them forward if possible, but backing off as Hermes checks in for that walk down mid. Being revealed, getting ready to come through, Freeing. It's a Vandal on the floor, quickly grabbed by Absol there, and Gunman, yep, no reason to swing the box. Just go ahead and spam him through it. Kills quickly going to be coming through as DRX look to try to make this one flawless, and they shall. Having Absol completely and utterly corralled in sewers.
Yeah, some beautiful util usage there. With the saturate, with the salvos, making sure that you don't give anything extra up over to Zeta there. Now you've got some huge ults to work with too. Nice opener for Hermes. Trying to get that hero rifle go, just can't quite get there with the firepower. Gunman knows he's got him dead to rights.
포켓몬 들어왔고요, 소바님.
Pokemon?
I think maybe he was saying that he captured the Sova, like he threw out the saturate. It was a Pokeball.
That could be. That could be. That would make a lot of sense.
I mean, that's just my speculation.
Yeah, Absol here, looking for an angle, but
the spot out. Hyunmin quickly tears them apart on C site. Time to go for a save.
Portal closed.
As the operator brought into the round for the first time.
Spike planted.
Might not even get to sing its tune.
Yeah, Hermes might have something to say about this. He's got that camera right around the corner from Absol. Waited out the drone timing. Just gets out of there. Heard the footsteps, tried to check the cam, but Absol was already passed. just nothing you can do here. Tried to add a little bit more resistance onto the site, but you're not being aggressive at the chokes. I mean, this is so scary for Zeta because of this comp, the way that this util can come flying at you, and you know, you're afraid of getting dashed on and saturated. You're afraid of getting stun lined up in one way or another. The salvos are going to push you off angles. If Hyunmin gets the info, it's a lot that you have to consider here as Zeta. I think you might want to rip a timeout right now.
Yeah. Looks like that's going to have to be the timing here, and yeah, timer is going to be stopped. Now, one of the things that we kind of talked about it in the past, but we haven't actually really gotten to see that could come through.
Yeah.
Is a convergent paths with the rolling thunder. Oh, slow everybody, knock them into the air, and they're just absolutely screwed.
Yeah, you could combine
Haven't seen the combo yet, and it could come through.
You could combine it with the Armageddon and just wipe the whole team out. Could happen.
Absolutely. A lot of things for Zeta to consider with this timeout call, because it is very stacked on the other side when it comes down to the ults available.
Yeah, this is pretty concerning. I mean, you've left side open, and every time DRX has figured out which one it is pretty quickly. They got the early game sense read, and we're just punishing that time after time. So I think you got to talk about maybe spreading out the Cypher util, putting it a little bit earlier. You need an early alert system if you want to go for these early flanks. And you need a little bit better coordination on the retakes. But in general, I think, you know, you've seen some of their ideas where they want to fight for space, they want to get aggressive early, but they've chosen wrong, and DRX has just sidestepped it every time. So you got to find ways to make them respect the extremities of the map here. Because otherwise, DRX is just going to push long C or push long A, whichever one they don't meet resistance at, they're just going to go that way. You could set up a trap in regards to that too, like thinking about, okay, we're going to fake that we're giving up this space, but then you're gambling. You're probably giving up one side or the other.
Right there.
Some of that early contention of top A, but B confidently being looked at. Should be somewhat open, maybe. Eco's here, though.
3 players. Able to pivot, get themselves over in towards the site, but Mako shuts down 2 immediately. Sugar Zero shot to both, going to fall to the wayside as Mako will be able to find another. Settled here at backside. Absol able to find one with the operator. 2v4. You meant to make a go of this.
Can't.
Aftershock 2 delay, and just have to save once again. Decisive hits coming through from DRX. If there was any question about just having this composition drilled, knowing where util was going to be going and when it should get there, it's been answered pretty quickly.
Yeah.
It's looking damn clean.
Yeah, as soon as I saw this comp, I felt really good about it for DRX. It just looks so annoying to play against, especially on the defender side. You know, you don't have a lot of ability to do anything about it. And that's why you want to get ahead of it. That's why, okay, you get one here as Absol, but you're going to lose another rifle.
Oh! Would be curious to see what the health was at the end of that one, but at least breathe that minor sigh of relief, that small silver lining that the operator does get retained. Take a look at Mako's POV here.
Woof.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That's Mako. He's definitely feeling it.
Yeah. Desk was mentioning it. You get to see him stand up.
Yeah. I would like to see that. I mean, just once in my life, you know. I might not have long left.
Even
you know
if he's
what I mean?
No, we all know that you don't, but no scope shots. Clears out the stealth drone. Hyunmin dash at the ready. Rolling Thunder going to lead the charge. Spot out onto the op. Paranoia, Flash, all going to be sent his way. Absol getting caught by that, but still just gets taken down. It's Bane. It's one hell of a shot. Now you've got the Armageddon just consistently stopping anybody being able to push their way through this connector access. So ults do get stacked up. Not too much avail here, but it's buying time and space. As peek in, XDL now spotted. Smoke will be cycled onto Heaven, and now DRX widely just need to watch the extremities as the approach comes through. Mako with a quick shot, swaps back over to the Vandal as Eco and XDL. They've been trying to make a go of this one, but Bane with some covering fire keeps Mako alive in that smoke, and Mako on the peek out will get the trade back. 7-1, DRX continuing.
Yeah, it just looks like a pretty big comp difference right now. And DRX is so much more comfortable. You just don't have a lot of tools to really do much about this as Zeta Division on top of some really sharp shooting.
Looked like the retake entry was going to be going well, but not for that quick peek from Mako. Maybe it goes a different way.
Yeah. But Mako's, he's feeling it. He looks really snappy. Yeah, I mean, even though you dodged both ults there, but you saw that combo that you were talking about was very much in play.
It was an attention draw from Sugar Zero as Eco got slotted into Cubby. I don't think they have any idea about this one whatsoever.
Get a freebie.
Won't take much to try to flush him out. You've got plenty of util for it. It's more about if it is a consideration, but it looks like they're not even going to try to push into this site, maybe suspecting that there's going to be a stack around the IGL of Zeta.
Yeah, the fact that there's that little bit of movement there from Sugar Zero felt like a bait. It's great reads again here today. Bane looking really sharp in the IGL department. Absol, Marshall got to hit some headies.
Chest shot. Gunman. Also, chest shot, but slightly bigger gun.
Just a bit. Just a little bit. Drone's not going to see anything, so just kind of play this out. Get into your post plants. Kind of starting to get the read. You're going to see it too from the camera.
30 seconds left. Going to try to go for potentially this 4-player wraparound through main. No pressure coming out from the other sides of the map, and still are going to be noted by this trip. Now cleared out. Hermes taking point here. 8-2-1 on the Cypher. Here's the footsteps. The TP forward into the smoke. Opens up, but it's a good distract from Eco. Hyunmin quickly exiting back into the site, using that double dash. Zeta able to recover a weapon, but it's immediately put down on the floor as Hyunmin finds the shot. He's on for an ace, but freeing. We'll just go ahead and quickly clean things up and bring the round to a close.
Yeah, I mean, DRX, even though they lose a couple players to this, they're so aware of these flanks, and Hyunmin places brilliantly. Just doesn't overstay his welcome, uses those dashes to put his sniper into a more favorable position where he's got that long angle he can take advantage of it with. Yeah, Absol got to work on that crosshair placement there with the Marshall. Isn't an op. With an op, that's a fine crosshair placement, but Marshall, it's got to be a little higher. And Hyunmin, crazy good stuff. Crazy good stuff in general from DRX.
Fake TP into the Cubby, gets a warning ping out of Zeta. It's a very hefty push down A main. Plays from that angle, but this is just going to lead to DRX going on a quick assault now forward into the B side. No, the TP out. Absol, he placed himself still right there next to Shota. Stacked up and dead together. Sugar Zero able to find one. Eco now going to be spotted. Stuns exchange on both sides, but the peek back into the window and freeing deals with XDL. Little fade away. Double fade away from Eco. Trying to make a go of this. Mako's just hopping on the box here on site. It all now falls to Bane. Zeta, best chance to try to find themselves a second round win after Shotgun to be popped. The overdrive is out. Held to half, and Bane trying to get the transfer, but won't be able to confirm either kill. Zeta will go ahead and get themselves a second round win.
Yeah, this is an Eco round, and I mean that in terms of the player, not the economy. He really turns this one around. It's a couple great shots with the fadeaway. This is a beautiful entry, but not great TP placement there for Absol. On top of missing the opening op shot. Had a chance. Should probably make that shot, you would think, the majority of the time, but Mako's like, oh, my feet, they're hot.
Jumping on Coles.
Yeah.
Nice!
Okay. Need a couple more here, though.
Yes.
You need to run these next two almost to really feel like you have a chance.
And 9-3, not going to be feeling too great. 10-2, especially not. As looking for a crunch play. Push forward, Eco eventually able to find the kill. Pretty labored there, but Bane and Hyunmin both going to be taken down. Sugar Zero now finding freeing, and it looks like the aggressive attack out. Ends up working a treat as Mako canceling there on the ult ping revealed. All spotted, just going for the plan here into the open. Still has a paranoia. Maybe even TP up into heaven. It looks like he's just going to play this one out from hell while Hermes watches down towards sewers, but 2v4 with a lot of damage dealt to Eco and Sugar Zero. It's doable, but unlikely.
Gotta throw this drone here. XDL needs to get the info, figure out where these players went. They're just being so cautious.
Now forward, the push out. Mako up to his own devices, and XDL on the flank will be able to find the timing. Takes him down, a third round win now for Zeta. First consecutive wins. And make sure that they recover everything that they can with the defuse.
Yeah, this is the first round where they've gone for these aggressive pushes and it's finally worked, where they're able to get a player into position to do damage into the back lines of DRX. You can see the setup there from XDL with the util, really, really nice. Hunter's Fury comboed in there too. Just everything in the kitchen sink at A lobby. They connect with a lot of it. They're able to capitalize. Nice stuff from Sugar Zero. As far as things go, he's looked really nice.
11 HP to be able to come away with that kill. And that's something to cheer about.
Zeta guy is fired up.
Still potential as we go into round 12 for that combo. Version Paths rolling under the 2 ultimates that DRX have ready to go. Dimensional Drift for Absol. Comes down to a retake scenario.
Now I can understand wanting to play off-site a bit more because of these ults that are there. Just nothing you can do there as XDL.
There's the convergent paths, there's the ping. Here comes the Rolling Thunder, pushes him up. Able to float down to the ground, but Mako getting himself into heaven, able to find the opening kill, finds the second. Eco now struck down. Aftershock cleans up Sugar Zero, and it is a flawless finish to the half. DRX make it a 9-3.
Yeah, that's just so nasty. They even try to use the fast lane to bail out XDL there as he's getting hit by everything in the kitchen sink from DRX. I mean, they hit him with the Rolling Thunder. I think maybe something from, the stun from Freeing as well gets in there. And then it's just a massacre behind the box. I mean, you think about all that util you can throw back there with the salvos, with the aftershock.
Halftime.
Multiple different versions of stuns. I mean, that's why you're trying to get ahead of that as Zeta, but it just takes so long because of both those ults. You have to wait it out.
9-3, a daunting task here for Zeta Division to try to run this back. Reminder that Haven is their map pick. Bind coming up as the second. Woo! Yep, Hyunmin looking pretty good. Might not be wearing the wingman hat on stage, but he walked out with it, and he's showing that shocking, strong form that we got to witness from him at last year's kickoff, where he helped lead this team to a trophy.
Yeah, when he's online and in the server, I mean online in terms of playing well, it really gives DRX a lot of confidence, makes life a lot easier. Those players behind him to keep that pressure on, keep following up with that good util. Yeah, a lot of DRX fans out there, a lot of Zeta fans here today. Both well represented. Please win, yes. Yeah, I mean, it's looking pretty good. Oof.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the statistics 600-something days since the last time they had played versus each other. Well beyond twice as long since that win all the way back in 2022.
Ah, memories.
Going to be spotted. Rain going to be taken out. Swing coming through, though, off the blind. Hyunmin has the refract at the safety. Collects a kill onto Shota. DRX now just going to be giving up some of this space.
Yeah, it's
more back in towards the sights as Mako sets up a smoke in front of B.
Yeah, that's got to be frustrating as Zeta, one of the few pieces of utility that isn't a flash to slow things down, and Hyunmin can just absorb it and TP back. So Eco 10 HP, just gonna try to get in here, do a little reconnaissance, not met with any resistance. Mako.
Find the timing. Mako is setting up a smoke, I believe. There's the pop flash, and yeah, it's gonna be Sugar Zero to collect the kill. Nice little 3-player crunch back into Garage. Clearing out those angles, then more control of the extremities of this C site. Meanwhile, though, Sugar Zero going to be taken down on Absol. It's a trade. Hermes gone. Bane finding one. The swing around the back from Eco is Hyunmin under pressure. Will just get double-faced and taken out of the equation. Zeta find themselves a pistol win.
Yeah, that's huge. Eco doing a nice job in this round. Putting a lot of pressure forward. Able to get the refract early out of Hyunmin. Even though he loses the relay bolt to do that, he's willing to give his life for the cause. 10 HP and is the leader of the charge. Then goes for the flank. Saw with Kaide yesterday for DFM. These duelists go for these unexpected flanks in the pistol round, and it guarantees them the win. Bane, oh, those are nice. But just that extra layer that Zeta has cooked up. Let's see if they've still got more in the tank.
Quad stack. And yeah, doesn't even get the shot to connect.
They just used their own strategy against him.
Brutal. I mean, it's only the Marshall to be collected. Mako scoops that one up. The rest of DRX now got to start working their way across towards this C site. We'll see if they can find some more damage, because so far, that's an allowable kill here for Zeta Division, as long as they can hold on to the 2 Guardians and the Phantom. They're still going to be feeling pretty all right about the round. And Eco taking point, quickly finds one, slides in, ends up being surrounded. It's eliminated there by Bane. Phantom now handed over to Hyunmin. This is where things start becoming a little bit more sus.
Yeah.
Reveal onto XDL, has to backpedal, now gets caught. Hyunmin finding the one, Sugar Zero putting him down. Recovery on the weapons, however, becoming less and less likely. You gotta drop the, yeah.
Go, go, go.
Okay.
You got plenty of time. That thing ain't exploding.
I don't think he got it, no. So Phantom is lost. They hold on to the 2 Guardians.
Okay, so loved what Eco did on the pistol round. Do not love this. This is whatever. I mean, that happens. Zeta loves to run that 4 stack on Ecos, but throwing yourself into that mix with a Phantom, I mean, I don't even care how many players you think there are. 2 at the least. Even if you're expecting a big flank, you're giving DRX opportunities that they don't need. They're already way ahead.
It's very much possible to be feeling it too much. Hermes, though, be feeling a world of pain here as he gets flashed up and back sight. Sugar Zero through Garage, just flanking, and Mako has no idea. What a response, though, from Zeta. Looking concise and just completely catching DRX off guard with this pace. Swing in, timing, however, going to be found. Spring takes out 2. Drone at the ready from Cubby. Shota through Garage. Salvo sent to try to force the drone off, but Shota finds the shot, as does XDL. And what a round win from Zeta Division. Converting the bonus and now just shrinking that gap down to 3 rounds.
Yeah, and this time it's a much quicker lurk, a much quicker flank. Sugar Zero to 14, 13, and 11. A really nice map there. Great flash from Absol. Catches Hermes. He just can't do anything about that. Woo! Okay. Sure, why not? Yeah, that fast lane just actually tees up freeing. Gives him a clear line of fire. Man, oh man, a bonus for Zeta. Well, maybe this attack side is just insane. I think you gotta start playing a little bit more cautious here as DRX. You gotta watch for those lurks.
Quiet across the board now. And a rolling thunder for Bane, but take quite a bit. Feel remotely comfortable investing that into the round. Granted, you do have 4 bandits and a sheriff, so there's potential for damage here.
Yeah, I like the bandits in this scenario. Can eke out a little bit of extra money.
Mako can be spotted to slide in, and Mako finds 2! Shrugged off the pressure from Eco, killed Absol behind him, then turns his sights back to the Neon. Rolling Thunder sent through, cuts across, intercepting Shota. And Sugar Zero being able to push into the site, and now the spike is stranded.
Man, that's brutal. Still have the money to fight it out.
I mean, you absolutely need to. 3 weapons upgraded, though.
30 seconds left.
Smokes through, Sugar Zero on the push, gonna be good for 1. Shota hits the transfer.
Okay.
6 bullets. Bandit on the other side of that smoke. The swing out and freeing. Has the headshot. It's a thrifty for DRX to break the momentum and hit double digits.
Well, when it seems like there might be danger, Mako just steps up to the plate with the sheriff. The only one that DRX had in the round.
Like, he just, like, Eco pulls back and he's like, oh, well, I'll just kill that guy. And now I'll kill you.
So good.
I mean, Mako is just John Wick.
See what to try, but position was red. He was there.
Timeout.
You can't just go at Mako one at a time. You gotta
right.
Stop. You know, don't do the action movie tropes.
Right.
Throw everything you have at this man.
I mean, and that again might be kind of, I think, some of these struggles of Eco in his decision making there. I think if he just beelines it out there, and then you have the other two players, you have Absol and XDL following up behind that, where he doesn't hesitate like that, it's probably a very different scenario. You might lose Eco, you know, to Hermes, who's behind Mako or something, but that's okay because you should be able to get those trades. And that's what you're looking for on that attack side. You need to get those trades at the very least. I do like the jerseys, though, not going to lie.
Yeah,
I do like the DRX jerseys.
Yeah, it's a little change up. Like a little... I'm trying to get like a drink that matches that color scheme, but I can't actually think of one.
Me neither.
It's like if you mix the red and blue slushies in a 7-Eleven.
Yeah, that is actually
that blend going on.
That's the way to play. I mean, you got to mix all the colors. That's the real knowers. Just put a little bit of everything in there. Oh, it doesn't hit.
I used to do that at McDonald's with all those, just the fountain sodas.
Just put a little bit of everything.
It.
I think we call it a suicide. Where
maybe we had a different name in Jersey. I think it was something. It was way more stupid. It's like Glorp.
Glorp.
Yeah. Well,
I like that better.
Mako under some pressure here. Ducks back. Eco pushing out, able to find one. Mako gets full blinded, but sprays and prays, finds one, but he's not ready for Sugar Zero to go TPing right in on top of him. And Bane will be there for the trade back as Hyunmin gets the fadeaway of all fadeaways. And that'll just be Bane for the final spray down. So 11-6, DRX looking to take this up to map point.
Yeah, they're just so ready for this. You know, you could see that there was some hope there for Zeta that the C site might be a little bit more free, a little bit more open, but DRX is already here. A nice little cheeky TP from Sugar Zero, but Bane outdoes it. Bane been really good today. A lot of different regards. He gets a 3K in that round to boot. Okay. Guard is on site.
Ring reveal on the 2, the push coming through. Frame trying to peel back some of that pressure, sending out the stun. Eco eating some damage, but still sliding forward. It's able to find Frame with the Bucky, but Bane on high, out from heaven, denies access to 3. Can he find the 4K to finish it? XDL has been instrumental. He's been a monster for Zeta in their last several series. Even then, had a solid start to this one for the squad, but feels like a bridge too far as Hyunmin will just go piling forward, diving in on top. Shorty will gun him down. DRX up to map point.
Yeah, so 3 in a row for each on this half, and it's looking pretty dire. This time they do throw Eco in there with a shotgun. TP up on the box by Sugar Zero, quickly dealt with, and then just the chokes are melted.
They're trying to break the line of sight from heaven. They end up stacked in front of each other. And now you've got 4 ultimates for Zeta, needing to see the investment here.
But that super early deep recon just makes you think so quickly that it's going to be a fast hit, and Bane gets right up to heaven. So smart.
Wrap around if he needs to. Slide across, though. A nice opening shot from Eco, but Hyunmin fast on the trade back. Virgin Paths repositions back over to the side. Sugar Zero, once again with a bit of a cheeky play. He's into the corner and is able to find a kill, so keeps it into a 3v3. Still the dimensional drift. Showtime, if you can find a corpse, could go ahead and use that neural theft.
Who's next?
Instead, it's going to have to be the dimensional drift to guide the way over into the C site.
Everyone hiding.
Neural theft from Hermes. We'll go ahead and tell all. So now, how does Zeta opt to play this one out?
Backside plant.
Shota on the lurk. Gets the ult invested. Double stack set up, and XDL be the one to stand tall. Zeta fighting back. Not going out with a whimper. still, though, need 5 rounds to take this into an overtime.
Yeah, I mean, they're still turning up the tempo, turning up the pace. This time a little bit of a different look to it. Recon Dart goes into long A, and then you just throw Eco and Sugar Zero in there. It's all kind of a prepared fake. If the execute doesn't go well, you know, Absol absorbs the saturate, TP's back into spawn, and they're able to open up the rest of the map for themselves. A really unorthodox plant there on C. I was a bit worried for a minute. I'm like, I don't know. But they all win some of those big battles. Sota wins his, XDL with the double.
Fake teleport.
Give yourself another lifeline, but you need 5 in a row now. As Zeta, Hyunmin's got an operator. Rolling Thunder from Bane. Both the Omens on their alts. Eco could pop an overdrive if the opportunity arises, but crisscrossing.
With the stealth drone saying nothing, DRX make the call to try to shift some more bodies over towards C, but Zeta themselves going on a pivot. Man, it could just end up being a garage split to C.
Oh, they just don't have any info here.
This is going to be the case here. Shots start ringing back, trying to find collat damage. Camera cleared out. Mako continuing to hold close at C long.
Trying to poke and prod for responses. Get a little bit of one there. Forces a TP back.
Fast lane to B, trying to see what kind of rise they can get out of DRX here perhaps. As overdrive's going to be popped, Eco starting to make his way over towards the site. Mako blinded up for the moment, swings into long. Eco dead at the same time as Mako on the peek back finds XDL.
Down, C.
Spike now on the floor, and Absol and Shota have to make it happen in a 2v5 if they want the map to keep going, but Hermes says absolutely not. Finds the dink through the wall for Mako to clean it up. Flawless final round, DRX. Strike concisely here on our opener of Haven, Zeta's map pick.
Yeah, it looked a little shaky. Maybe this wasn't what, you know, XQQ and company thought they were going to be facing from DRX in terms of the agent composition, but you know, this is DRX and they are so well thought out, and this was pretty clean from them for the most part. A few really nice rounds here and there from Zeta, but overall, you know, players like Mako and Hyunmin, Bane as well had a phenomenal map, really just taking over the server at times, just hitting some great multi-kill rounds, great util, the way they control the space on A in particular here. So frustrating on that defender side for Zeta.
Yeah, I mean, clearly DRX, getting caught off guard at times by some of the pace changes from Zeta Division, but once they started finding that footing, once Bane was getting a read for how Zeta wanted to approach these attack side rounds, it just kind of bled the energy right out of them. So Bane the bouncer with that breach, very much able to stop them from getting access into the sites at most of the twists and turns, but Mako is as Mako does. He's just an absolute Goliath on the stage.
Never really feels like it's in doubt with Mako. He's always seemingly there to put up some big numbers for DRX no matter the occasion. And Sugar Zero had some good stuff. I mean, seeing some of those kind of classic Sugar Zero aggressive TPs that are timed to catch the opponents when they're trying to retake space or clear space during an execute or during a retake, and he gets a kill out of it, but DRX reacted really nice to it.
Well, they very much did. Well, Haven done and out of the way. Bind now, the last vestige of hope for Zeta. We'll see if they can run it back when we come back after the break. For now, send it over to the AD.
Well, we may have raised our eyebrows at the breach Teho, but DRX have shown that no matter what, these players can still perform. We had amazing performances, and it looks like DRX is on form today.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you want to go off meta, this is what you need to do. This is a well-drilled composition. They really understood how to play it, and Zeta Division could not figure out how to react to it. I think this is something that's very, very important at the top level of Valorant, is if you've kind of never played against something before, or it's been a very long time, it's incredibly hard to adapt in the game to solve all those problems, and that's very much what it looked like to me. Zeta could not find the answers against this style that they've probably not seen in like a year.
Yeah, it's been definitely been a while. The breach coming out. I definitely think going off meta here and coming in with a good game plan definitely gets you a map win at least at kickoff.
Yes.
When you come in with something a little bit fresh, a little bit, it's maybe a blast to the past with a little bit of a sprinkle of new things here. I quite like DRX. They kind of kept it a little bit more simple. You're playing the Breach. I do think if they play this comp a lot, then it's going to get a little bit more difficult to play. The Breach does become a little bit more predictable, but Haven's always been a good place for the Breach to shine. So I quite like how they played it, and especially I think the attack side had good ideas in terms of how they're just taking the A. They go take the A with the Breach and the Teo. It's really easy for them to take, and then their execs, of course, when they have ultimates, so much util with the Omen Flash. With the Paranoia coming in as well, and then on anti-ecos they just go and get some orbs, right? As long as you have these ultimates, and if you can string these rounds together, keep the anti-ecos clean, you're always going to have ultimates for gun rounds, and then it's such a hard game for Zeta to play. They're going to have to contest them more than what they did, and not sit on site as what they did. So I think Zeta's adaptations weren't good enough either, though. Yeah,
once you have that rotation going, it's going to be pretty hard to stop DRX, and I think that Zeta. Yeah, they were absolutely caught off guard, and we were talking about how Zeta, they needed that firepower, they needed to perform, and as we were saying earlier, it takes them a little bit of time to get to warm up, and I feel like they did heat up, but a little too late in those last rounds. It was just unfortunate, I think, for Zeta, because I think they could have gotten a few more rounds against DRX, but as we saw DRX, they came really, really prepared.
Yeah, I mean, it's this first half where they really ran away with it. We want to talk a bit more about this kind of combination. So I think this is an incredibly well-disciplined and thought-out composition. We can see how they're taking a long there with the Breach Stun, the Teo missiles, able to kind of lock that area down very, very easily. And I think that's obviously so important on Haven, right?
Yeah, it is something that if you do play the Breach and the Teo, you can, if there is a part of the map that you really want to take, you can pretty much take it without anything the defenders can do if you really want to go, and then you can set up your waylay nicely to be able to go in. The one thing that's going to be always scary for the waylay is to be able to go in and have a spot that's safe for him to go, so you need to make sure that you're throwing all this util, and for him, because he doesn't want to refract back after you throw all of the util and no one else is going in. That's where Mako also comes in, and if you get like this and the timing's really nice, the cage also goes up and helps him a little bit, and then you can just see assist nation coming through for them. Again, it's going to be him going in, and then Mako is really important that he's deeping into the side.
Yeah, and then we see, we spoke a little bit before about the powerful ultimate, the Waylay ultimate in combination with the Teo ultimate, really just hard denies that area, and then they swap it over to B. They start rushing into B. They have those set execs here, and you can just see how very deliberate the game plan is to be chaining these ult combinations together, and it just becomes nearly impossible to stay on these sides, which I think Zeta did for a little bit too long. I think you have to try and find ways to bait out that utility, because
so hard.
If you stand where you're going to get hit by all this util, you just don't have a chance to fight.
Yeah, I think DRX just really kept the ball rolling, and it just made Zeta hesitate so much. They suddenly didn't know what to do. They were second-guessing themselves also. You saw that it took so long for them to get onto the side, and maybe like we just wait a little bit too long. So I hope that Zeta can, bounce back from that as we head into our second map, but I think it's going to be quite difficult knowing that DRX is in this kind of form, and I feel like they weren't even really pushed to the brink in that map. It was like no sweat for DRX.
But it is very hard for Zeta, to be fair, if you can't get the operator out because you're getting snowballed, and the snowball is also meaning DRX is just chaining ults together, and we said before the map even started, they have some really good ults to get into site. So now because they have ults, they're winning rounds. And because you don't have the OP, you can't pick them off before they can use it, and now you're on eco the whole time, so someone needs to save for the operator, and if someone's not saving for the operator, or the operator's not getting value, then you just end up saving the operator if he's not on the right side or something, right? So for Zeta, it's pretty tough, to be honest, this one. I think there's definitely some things where they could have played the macro a little bit better, gone aggro a little bit more, or maybe go second timing, let DRX take first with their stun, and then the salvos, and then second timing they go with the flash and the neon maybe going in. You always stand the chance of getting hindered by the waylay, right? But you need to do something, and you can't just sit on the side. They did try to go onto the flank, right, for the flank retake, but if they're using all of the ults and they still have the paranoia or aftershock and all of that left, then it's quite hard to retake as well.
Yeah, it's so tough. I mean, we saw Zeta try different things, but if you've not had good practice against a composition like this, it's very difficult to find those answers in the moment, because you just can't see everything that's going on. You don't have perfect information across the map, and that means that right now they are down 0-1 in this series, one map away from going home from this kickoff, and now we move across to their opponent's map pick of Bind.
Yeah. Going into Bind now, a little bit more familiar, I guess, for both teams. but again, a DRX, they've been feeling a little cheeky lately with these changes in comps. It makes me wonder if we're going to see the same thing that they brought out, you know, the usual Raze Yoru that they like to run over here, or if maybe they're gonna try something else, because suddenly I'm not quite sure with DRX.
Yeah, so we've seen that same composition from them twice on this map, but they did lose their last bind game to T1. So I wouldn't be against the swap. I mean, I think if they do want to change, we know that Bane can play Sky. Sky is a very natural fit on bind. I think that would be a different approach that they could take if they want to standardize across to this double initiator style. But part of me feels like because they've picked this map and they did beat Viral on it before, I think they might just stick with what they know a little bit and just start to run more basic kind of standard setups and just let their players shine.
You think that maybe like the change in the split comp and everything, and then now into Haven it might be a bit too much.
Yeah, like I mean, to change a competition, it takes a lot of work.
Yeah.
Right? So you don't normally see teams change multiple maps week to week, and especially in a tight format like this. You know, maybe if you have a bye week or something, then you can get away with it. But in these fast tournaments, you don't see too many changes because then it's hard for all these changes to be very well drilled and very effective. So you know. I did think that their Haven looked very good, very smart, so if they have the players that are able to adapt fast, change style very quickly, who knows, maybe they'll go for it. Maybe we'll see double initiator.
It's a lower bracket match as well.
Yeah.
This is a high pressure matchup that we're seeing right now. I mean, this could be Zeta's last map here on the kickoff stage, so it is still a very, very high stakes matchup. And I think that DRX, they might want to play it safe this time around, but I don't know. Going into this one, I think DRX feeling pretty confident.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. This is their map pick now. They know all they have to do is close this out. Wow, okay. Very different composition here from DRX. They have made a change. They're bringing out the KO. We saw this from PaperX yesterday.
Yeah, we saw the first KO yesterday, right? Now we're going to see the second one in Pacific.
Yeah, pairing that up with a Teo as well on the map. Solo duelist Waylay once again for Hyunmin. This is a radically different approach to the map from what we've seen from them before.
It's the same again for Zeta Division, running that Waylay and the Raze, but again with DRX and these changes, I really wasn't expecting that we would see yet another different composition.
I wonder how long they've been sat on this. Are they just bringing these out now they're in the lower bracket? I really have no idea.
I can't imagine.
This is lots of changes week on week for them, but we did see how well they piloted that double initiator last time, so look for more of those really slick util combos.
No, but I'm loving this. I want to see how this pans out. Let's see if Zeta Division can make a comeback, or if this new DRX comp once again will take them off guard. We're going to pass it over to our casters, Paperthin and Achilles.
Might be the last leg here for Zeta Division, needing to win on their opponent's map pick as we jump into Bind. DRX, as the desk was highlighting, once again changing things up in a pretty big way, leaning into this solo duelist once more.
Yeah, I think I like this look for DRX. I think I like this double initiator into the Waylay. The util combos are there for days. The ability to just suppress and oppress your opponents is through the roof. And so I think more of that, and even the KO in there, you know, doesn't have the stun like the Breach, but has the flashes, has the fragment, so you can catch people with either the KO stun, or excuse me, the Teho stun, or the Waylay saturate. You can really make life an absolute nightmare here. And again, they're so far forward on this choke.
Hearing that Trailblazer, stun going to be sent out. Dog goes diving past freeing. Let's take a shot to the shoulder. Tag to 74. Salvo's not able to find any damage, really.
A bit worried there for Zeta for a moment. They might get caught in one of those salvos. Just pressing forward with the attack.
The dash at the ready. Absol going for the entry. Sugar Zero with the final one. As Eco is just dancing across the screen there in two. Cleans up two, opens up the sight now as Bane under pressure, caught off guard, will fall, and it's all down to Mako now in a 1v4.
I'm not counting Mako out just yet. Looked too damn good on Haven.
That being said, I mean, it is just going to be inverse numbers. No util to speak of for either side at the moment. So will just be him trying to see if anyone comes swinging forward over at elbow. None to be spotted. Time starting to bleed away. Swings in. It's going to be Absol with that frenzy at close range to take him down. So Zeta gaining the lead in pistols, 2-1. Take the opener here on Bind.
Okay. It's a good start, you know, looking good on their attacker side pistols, even when they are going into the strong side of DRX here. You know, good blast packs there to break open the angle for the follow-up player. Just let Eco run around like a madman. That seems to work from time to time, so put him off the chain, and as long as it doesn't overeat too much, I don't want to see another push in towards past a choke towards the opponent's spawn with the rifle. He's going to have a Vandal this time. He's swapping between the two. Likes the, oh my god, well, okay.
Mako wanted the orb. Not going to get it. No damage taken in exchange here. Zeta just come away with that free kill.
Pause, waiting to smoke out.
Another tap there from Freeing. A lot of gunfire being heard. And okay, Freeing going to fall. Hermes swinging all the way out of showers. Might be able to find a timing onto Shota if he cuts his way across back in towards A short. Question is for Zeta, do they just go for a TP? They have to probably expect that they've drawn all members of DRX to this side of the map. So they're just going to play this quietly, and Hermes missing the timing to be able to get the spot. As they are just going around the world with each other. And once Shota re-clears showers, this is likely going to be that pivot.
Yeah, really nicely done here by Shota. Kind of doing the unsung hero work. Finds all that open space. They're going to avoid any lurks. They avoid the heavier stack. Should be pretty clean. Board. Wow. Hermes?
Okay. 2 kills found already. Damage dealt. The investment here, but XTL around the back doing well to go ahead, spare the blushes, stem the bleeding. As it's now just Hyunmin with the classic to try to see if he can find any further damage. Given the weaponry on the other side and the fan out from these players, seems unlikely, but not impossible. Swing in, and there you have it. No time to realistically try to go for the weapon. Will just leave that one on the ground now and try to see if he can catch anybody else off guard. Swing in, and Eco will be able to hold his own. So an armor rebuy going to have to come through there. Zeta get a little bit of a rockier start, but a 2-0 all the same.
Don't like that angle that Sugar Zero is holding there. I think he can hold a little bit further back, take it tight against the corner, and make it a little more difficult for Hyunmin. Being that close against a classic, you're giving your opponent a chance. I don't think you really need to. I mean, Hermes just hits 2 nasty shots. It is what it is. But man, losing that extra Bulldog feels bad, man. But
you're trying to get another bonus conversion like you had. So,
I mean, same thing kind of happened on Haven, right? Where they dropped an extra gun and still came through and got the bonus. So who knows?
Could still go their way. Maybe a 2-3 split here towards the A site. Re-rep from Bane. Gets himself back across to reinforce what was the weaker side.
Well, the good news here for Zeta is you have showers control, so you can get 2 players here, get good trades.
Fight out. In transit, a bit of damage going to be taken there, and Hermes playing close with that Vandal. Eventually, he's able to drag it across. Final one, the fadeaway shot. Eventually will get run down and saturate, connects onto Sugar Zero, and Bane turns back over towards short. The pop flash in, dive forward, Sugar Zero dead. 3 players still alive. It's on the XDL now. Has to recover the spike, but finds one hell of a one-tap. Mako dead on the floor. Taps it, and if he can get Freeing the swing, maybe could have isolated it, but we'll just go wrap around. I mean,
30 seconds left.
I was going to say swing over to the B, but just going to try to re-clear through lamps. Slaps on for the headshot, takes out Freeing, and now it is down to Bane. Tucked away behind the box is on a short. 15 seconds remaining. He's going to go scaling forward, and XDL gets the Red Bull clutch.
Wow. Thought for a second there he might plant back sight since he killed the player Heaven. Thought he might have an opportunity, but kept wanting to wrap halls. Don't even get trades on the site. Hermes, God, that is absolutely disgusting stuff. And Bane able to deal with Shota as he tries to get in there to help out his IGL. XDL, this one right here.
You cannot let this guy get started. I'm curious if DRX, maybe after the next round here ahead of a future bye, if they're going to have to call the timeout, because And XTL has shown that he is so very capable.
He is really starting to become the superstar for Zeta.
I mean, I'm not trying to be hyperbolic, but it feels like outside of DFM, he is the hope of Japanese Valorant.
Yeah. Yeah. Until you get into the Tier 2 scene, there's a few players I have my eyes on there, but yeah. For Tier 1, absolutely.
Zero point out, a bit of information going to be gained there. I believe it's at least 3 players tagged.
Quite a different formation this time.
Snowball and the volley going to be lobbed in ahead of the scale forward, so Zeta more than happy to just play this out a little bit more patiently and wait for that to expire. Now the Seekers let loose as they really want to confirm the round win. No opportunities. Timing. Yep. Just waiting for the exec to come through on the site. Shota pushes forward, and he even draws down to get Hyunmin.
30 seconds left.
Giving them no quarter here. This is brilliant from Zeta Division. As barring a catastrophic disaster, this is going to be a 4-0 start for them.
There.
You could get some really nice ults in the cycle in the next round. You're going to have the convergent paths. Mako's 2 away from an orbital strike. So if he gets an orbit, plants the spike, could have a tremendously difficult post plant. Eco gets an eye on to Mako there, but whoa, wow, Mako was ready for that. He was pre-firing that.
Finds the one, can't get anything else, and with freeing down to 30, that'll pretty much seal the deal. So he's got to fade away. Tries to rotate out, denied the kill, but he cannot. Absol will be able to collect it, 1 away from a showstopper, and Zeta do get that 4-0 start.
This is looking like you have a really good opportunity here to cycle this into 5 in a row to start this map for Zeta.
Oh, they're snowballing.
Yeah. As long as the ults are on point and get some value, you should be giving yourself a really good chance to make sure you do as much damage as possible here. Get those extra orbs for yourselves.
Right here.
This is, I mean, Zeta's been much better on the attacker side this year. If you go and look at their stats for Kickoff, it's pretty heavily favored on attacker side on most of the maps they play. TP Crunch play, nobody home. Back into the stack, but this time Zeta's just deathballing right down short.
I mean, it just could be the showstopper to open up if he goes over towards shower side. Hermes absolutely screwed. Jiggling on that angle for now is Hyunmin peeking out, getting the spot, but Eco sights turned back over. Hermes dead. Absol maybe a little bit of an overheat, goes forward without the showstopper, ends up falling to the wayside as Hyunmin collects a second. It's the ultimate investment from Eco, not going to be paying dividends here. Shota, however, on the lurk, forward into the B side, is able to find one, backs away. Doesn't take the duel against Mako, but Mako just spams through to find XDL.
I have the spike.
Wow.
Now things are going to start getting a little bit silly as it's going to be a TP back across. They have Sugar Zero deeply entrenched at the back of the A site.
I know it's clear now. We'll talk about what happened on that initial execute a little bit when this round is over, but see if Shota and Sugar Zero can channel some clutch magic.
Heaven angle, being watched, just trying to keep Sugar Zero protected, but Bane will flush him out. And there's the finisher. Hyunmin gets the 3K. So DRX, timeout not needed. Are able to find themselves a round win here in round 5. Get rid of that convergent pass, but there's still plenty of deadly ults on the way for Zeta. DRX are going to have to contend with.
Yeah, I'd like to see some better on-the-fly decision-making there, because you pointed it out that Absol overheats a little bit here. You get contact, you clear out that Viper. I think it should be an immediate convergent pass right off of that, in towards Lamps, into that direction, but it comes too late, and that allows Hyunmin the opportunity to wrap on the outside of it to get that extra angle. You know that as Eco, you try to challenge it, you just lose the fight, but you could have said that out earlier, gotten the plant down quick, and just set up for that post plant and had a man advantage. So little things like that for Zeta that in the heat of the moment they don't fully process. Things that kind of cost them big rounds like that when they had the favorable ult cycle, and now the problem is DRXs are coming into cycle. They've got great retake options. I'm just gonna try something a little different, but yeah.
Pit available, not being sent quite yet though. Maybe overall having the read that there's going to be this early pressure towards the B side of the map, and if they do get Zeta trying to go on yet another rotation, then they could pivot and try to drop that pit. But that timing, that window is shrinking.
But they bought out a ton of util here, plus the ult. That is really nicely done. If they get the convergent paths here as well, that's crazy stuff.
For now, Mako about to have some contact and a death. It's Absol. It's a shot to take his head off. Hermes now surrounded over towards Showers. And yep, tap. I mean, Sugar Zero was never committing to that. Just getting information. It's very wisely played. Gets the snake bite out. Already given the investment on the null command. The orbital strike being taken out of the equation.
30 seconds left.
I really like the way they're trying to play this one out. Is Freeing going to be caught by that saturate, and Eco takes him down. Showstopper now holds off the forces. Could have waited a little bit longer for it, but now with the 0 point coming in. Opts to send the rocket, try to buy some space. Opts over, holding close. Tears them apart. A third kill for him as Hermes frantically backpedals out towards safety. Zeta Division not allowing for DRX to start slinking their way back into this defender side.
This is beautiful mid-rounding. This is exactly what you want to see from Zeta. Put a little pressure at one part of the map. You're actually able to bait out the saturate and the no command over on the B site. Two huge pieces of util that make things really annoying as this attacker side. And then you pivot back to the other side. Don't like what you see there because of the snake bite and the angles that you have.
Slow risk here. Absol down low and still finds more damage yet onto Hermes. XDL now, the one on the hunt to try to see if he can take every weapon away from DRX. Pushing forward, there's the swing, and there is the kill. Nothing retained. Zeta, 4-round lead.
And again, it's just really good patience this time. Great play calling. You don't feel comfortable on A site, and you shouldn't. And you have Eco, who's been slowly lurking around B, hasn't seen anything. And even if it's a 1v1, you favor the waylay there.
Timeout.
And the waylay's able to catch Freeing with the saturate. And then you've got a clean post plant there. It's exactly what you needed as Zeta. A little bit of an odd round the one before, but that one was super good. That is some great macro stuff.
5-1 over DRX at the moment. DRX needing to get themselves sorted. Even their map pick, the comp change, it's not really coming together quite yet. Zeta's also just hitting shots that they weren't hitting on that opener of Haven.
Also true. You know, now you can see they're a little more confident, especially in those up-close battles that are coming down to like who can react a little bit quicker, who can hit that flick. It felt like it was all DRX all day on Haven. Now it feels like Zeta's gotten that kind of sense of the timing and the play, the pace of the game in their heads as well. Do have a lot of ults here to worry about. Even the Viper's Pit isn't going to feel comfortable at all with the convergent paths and a orbital strike. You got to be real careful here about grouping up as Zeta. So there's a big combo there between those two ults, even if you're not in a plant position. You get caught in a choke or something. Could swing a eco round here in the favor of DRX. But patience is the name of the game early.
Mako not buying down, just has the classic. No armor even.
Poison ore, toxin screen down.
Just a couple timing shots attempted there from Hermes. Double drift across, short. That's once again Salvo denying that Trailblazer from getting any information.
Be right back.
Still setting up the refract, the flash in, eats it.
Still, you're having to clear so many angles that don't have any players for DRX. A lot of the info gathering utility spent already for Zeta.
They're pretty well entrenched though here at Zeta Division as thrown spot out onto a fuse, 0 point to try to slow down the attack that's getting ready to come through. There's a saturate out first though, and Eco finds Mako to start things off. Bane only going to be good for the one kill as Absol straight in the back sight. Deals with Freeing, and just like that, 2-player advantage. The plant coming through. Both now cycled in as well.
Here.
Hyunmin, Hermes, realistically, what do you do? You try to find something. This wrap through elbow.
Hit some bandit bangers. That's about all you got in the Sheriff.
If you could draw the attention, maybe Hyunmin gets an angle to try to play through, but ultimately this is looking like it's going to be Hermes trying to find something, which he does. And then potentially a death to the spike. Exit's getting ready to come in, but Shota on that late linger and is able to find Hyunmin. So even so, still very well read from Zeta Division, 6-1. Already a very good score line to lock up on this attacker's side. Back into a buy, an operator coming in from Hyunmin for the first time. See if this is going to be enough though for DRX to try to right the ship a bit.
See what the doctor ordered. I think, I don't mind in some ways what Zeta does here with their info gathering utility, with the boombot, with the dog. You want to clear close in this round because you're worried about a shotgun. You're worried about a Bucky or something like that in hookah or in octagon. So totally get it. In these rounds, though, I want to see that info getting deeper, getting more value. And that's part of why you, as DRX, want this operator.
Trailblazer this time putting pressure down towards Hermes, who is able to avoid the saturate. Almost gets clipped by that one. Where's Convergent Pass? It's going to be sent across. Now the arm again going to be layered. There's two players completely caught as freeing. Yep, rolls out the red carpet. Push to the corner, spray and pray blind. Hermes able to find one, but Sugar Zero dancing around Dice. Keeps them in with a shout, but the spike is still dropped in front of Hyunmin, but close quarters with the operator. Sees the pickup, the swoop in. Just doesn't quite get the angle, but Shota, he just turns back. Sees it and clears it, and now a 2v2 in this round could very well be getting away from DRX. The pit going to be invested. Orbital available, but maybe not going to be necessary. Salvo's clear, back a box. Mako behind Dice, Molly over towards Showers, but Sugar Zero sends out some shots, and now they know his location. The stun about to connect. He swings in, and Mako will be able to get the finisher, but man, what a close round from Zeta. Nearly stealing that one away.
You should not feel bad about that at all as Zeta.
Oh no.
You lose two players to that double ult combo, fine, and then you fire back and you get that other pivotal ult out of their hands. Huge. Absolutely huge. You lose the Viper's Pit, not ideal, but it's not the most important ult. Yeah, there's nothing you can do. But the fact that you get those three key ults out of DRX's hands, they're not able to put them into good cycles, gives you a great chance if you can keep up this good read, this good macro play, good identification of where players are and how to use your util better. And you've got a kind of a scuffed by here for DRX. Guardian Bulldog Judge. Early pit from Hermes with that Judge. Try to lock down short.
That's a nice timing though, and a good read. DRX waiting a little bit, but not getting anything on this B side of the map, so they send the pit right as Zeta was starting to cluster up around short. It's now 3-2 split. Hyunmin here in hookah, Boombot. Just get cleared out. He hits the shot. Very small angle, a large margin of error, but was able to find it all the same. Freeing playing close, guns down two. Shota able to find Hyunmin, so operate on the floor for now. Quick refract back, but Freeing is just holding him out of this site. Spike in hand, one away. Eco should be able to get the ult online pretty much no matter what, but he doesn't have money, and actually, he and Shota kind of worse for wear. Should be able to piece something together into the next round, but something to think about here.
Might just thought for a second he might just TP and gamble it, but he's just gonna go wrapping around, looking for anything else he can get if he, he wants to die here. Would guarantee that convergent paths into the next round, and then you're one away with Sugar Zero and Absol, so you can get them the orbs, get them the plants.
10 seconds left.
I'll just go for the save. I'm trying to maybe just fish for an orb early, maybe just go for it. Aggressive fight in the shower, something like that. Gain control, get the ult online.
Yeah, you can do that too.
DRX, slight window back into this, still 3 rounds separating. Long way to go to make this contentious.
Yeah, the economy was a little weird. That's why he decided to save the gun. It's not quite enough money. Wouldn't mind seeing a timeout here from Zeta. Based on XQQ's tendencies, we aren't going to get one. He's been pretty conservative, we'll say, with those timeouts.
He's been like Termy.
Yeah.
I think you give it one more, then pump the brakes. Bite at the ready. Trail delays are going to be sent. As there's the up and over, saturate into the corner. Eco not getting the catch, but will find the kill. Hermes should have just backed away from that one, but challenges in, loses his life, as will Freeing, thinking that he's got space to go and walk about down towards Market. And gets taken off, but Gunman will note that flanker. Spain's going to be found at backside. Convergent paths set. Flash out. Full face eaten there. Bane absolutely screwed in the open. As Mako trying to go for a timing, but everything is being watched and noted here by Zeta Division.
Spike planted.
So no timeout call, no problem. They are going to be locking up a lead guaranteed.
Yeah, this is another great round in terms of execution here for Zeta. They go off instantly off the back of the dog. Just in case it catches anybody close, you can throw the saturate right at him. Just get a spot onto Hermes, and Eco just challenges it, and this time he wins. So ready for it. And then he's patient with that convergent paths. Should be a save here on the backside, but and then they throw the flash in the open space where the convergent path doesn't hit. They push out of it. That is really nice stuff. Really good util usage from Zeta to put them up to 7.
Well, 7-5, the best that DRX can hope for. Their ult cycle's been slowed down considerably, and Zeta's is very much alive and well. One away from the Seekers, still that showstopper in hands for Absol, as well as the orbital strike from Sugar Zero. This is a very uphill battle that DRX find themselves facing.
So good. XDL still very sharp. Gonna lose to Mako there and the peek out of the smoke. Hermes actually gonna be putting the operator into his hands up at A Heaven.
He's got plenty of experience with it, but it certainly is
True.
a very big difference here in the hands of the Viper, not something that we typically see.
Maybe they feel like this angle hasn't been smoked off well enough or consistent enough by Zeta that they might have an opportunity.
Main shells out, dashes forward, showstopper. Up and over the top goes Absol. Stealth drone getting the ping, and takes it away with the suppression. And he's not going to be able to fire off that rocket, but still it's space gained for Zeta. DRX going to be playing full retake. Bane still waiting for a potential lurk on that B site they had seen from Shota the round before.
I've got your trail.
It's available though. Hermes, minor little readjustment, but is able to find the shot. XDL taken down. To a decent start, but there on the corner. Stun, not going to be able to find Absol. He somehow avoided all of this. He's just tucked inside of the smoke. He hears all of them moving forward, and he's able to find 2. Mako, Freeing, both going to be taken down, but Gunman fighting back tooth and nail, but they need to get the tap going. That orbital strike still available. Sugar Zero just now considering it, but he's got the molly first. So Bane now trying to get it started, has to sprint away, can't escape the blast radius. And they've done wonders. The round is already over. The time is not there. Zeta Division playing with patience as Hermes dies to the spike. DRX can carry nothing over into the last round of the half off the back of the Red Bull clutch.
God, that is so well played. In particular, Sugar Zero this round. Nice shot there from Hermes, but again, he was very patient from that angle, but Absol hiding in that smoke doesn't get accounted for until it's too late. Hyunmin's like, okay, it's yum-yum time.
Nope.
But Sugar Zero, it just takes so long to get into this retake. Sugar Zero has the molly and the ult, and he buys time and he plays it to perfection.
Again, trying this little TP crunch. Nothing spotted. So, refract down. Bucky in hand for Hermes. Everybody else, decent weaponry.
Yeah, Zeta's very afraid, again, of an eco, not an eco in this case, but half buy, we'll call it, push out.
The militia buy.
Ah, yeah, I like that. Now I remember.
Whenever they can scrape together. I mean, Mako's glass cannon here, so.
That's actually probably the most terrifying part of this round.
Plenty of shots flying. Convergent path sent to just stop a potential scale, but
flank.
Zeta continue to try to play this one patiently, but Mako around the back is almost absolutely beefed it, but it's still going to end up being a 2 for 2. Had he not been able to find the 1 kill, oh, that would have been as catastrophic as can be, but Shota again has lurked forward. He's gotten himself onto this B site. So it's a free pivot, a free plant for Zeta. Just check out around elbow, freeing, ready to go for the push, flush against the wall. Is Shota gives him the bad news. Now it's a long rotate for Hermes to try to work his way across. Kevin operating alone here for the moment. Knows that there's 1 and 2, but if Shota hadn't repositioned, knows the potential position of 2 players.
Too bad.
Swings in, finds the first. Looks to try to snap one for XDL, and he has. Suddenly, 2-1, Eco. Needing to clutch it out, but Hyunmin just takes it into his own hands. A 3K to get DRX up to 4 at the half.
A little bit disorganized there in that post plant, giving up some 1v1s. Hyunmin is
Switching sides.
really, really good. You don't want to give him those opportunities.
Hopefully Zeta not going to be kicking themselves too hard about this. Having the counter action to make that an even exchange with a little sneak up, that creep up from behind from DRX. Ends up feeling good, and then to get into this position, have Shota spring the trap on freeing, it feels like it's in hand. Need to shake that around out of their heads as they go into this next half, because already 8 on the attacker side. Gotta be feeling pretty damn good.
Yeah, I think if Zeta could go back and watch the tape, after getting the flash confirmation on the position there onto Hyunmin, XDL should be moving closer to the edge of that tube so that if there is a swing, he can counter swing a little bit sooner, but still, overall, a very good half. That last round, great from DRX. Love the way they set up for that late push. But Hyunmin's still topping the charts regardless. He is absolutely keeping DRX in this map. Very much that firepower from your duelist. Still on point. The real question for me now is, has Zeta been able to fix some of their defensive side woes? Because this is really the half of the map where on most maps they struggle. But I feel a little more confident now with how good that attacker side looked, how good the protocols looked. A couple really good mid-rounding rounds. See if they can keep it up against DRX, who, you know, has opted into this double initiator stuff that on Haven looked so good.
Well, eyes now to Sugar Zero, who's been calling one hell of a game. We had some moments on Haven, but this has been, you know, a step above. Been clean for the most part for Zeta Division with some of the mid-rounding that we've been seeing. I want to see that continue on this defender side. As they go for a triple walk down short. Players in hookah. Of the orb, and Hermes with that frenzy, able to find just a 1, but Shota gets the better of them. Taken low, but not falling down.
That's huge. Now they're going to maintain control of that flank angle.
Planted.
If it was anybody other than XDL dying, could have had the heals to come in to push him back up to 100, but if it was purchased. Hyunmin now deep peek over towards the spawn. Nothing going to be seen there, so DRX can be pretty confident that's going to be coming up through main and hookah. Pink shell to the one side. Flash going out, but on the re-swing, Mako going to be taken down. Another flash going to be connecting, but Bane pushing forward. Is able to find 2, but they still get overwhelmed. Eco and Sugar Zero to survive. 3-1 in pistols, 9-4 on the map. Zeta looking to take this over to split.
Just a nice round for Shota. Another thing that was kind of rolling through my brain there as that round went on is that Shota is doing a great job with some of the lurks, with some of his timings, finding that extra open space for Zeta. And in this round, he's getting it done with the firepower too. Big double kill there. A little help from XDL, but Bane throws a great flash, sets himself up, but there's just too many bodies from Zeta left. Yeah, he says it's good, it's good. And it has been very good for Zeta on this map so far. I think just a bandit for Hermes is the only semblance of a buy-up for DRX here. So he's put it to good use. We've seen it already. The info.
Spotting the Marshal, so just want to try to overwhelm this as much as they can. Don't find too much damage. Quickly, just Absol backpedaling, setting up the paint shells, buying more time. There's no ambiguity about this at all. Mako taking point, ends up falling, as Hermes will be able to find the one. Shota, however, his angle protected as Absol's just fishing through the smoke, finds it, gets himself another paint shell, lobs it in. Bane, oh, he's dancing around the shot for a while, but eventually does get caught. Just the one casualty, a weapon to be recollected. Zeta up to double digits.
Yeah, beautifully played by Absol. Using those blast packs exactly when he needed to get out to safety. Just put that Marshal to good use. Just gonna take one shot. Just keep spamming it. Get the reset on the nades, throw that. Absolutely stellar stuff, and he's gonna be getting really close to a showstopper. 3 away already. Flying in that regard. Well, Bane a couple away from the null command. Saw the shoulder.
And just pushing before the smokes bloom. Odd, uncommon mistake there from Mako. The rest of it went down to a bit of luck. As Absol just frantically spams through the smoke, but I mean, that guy's going to be ripping the tie off by the end of this map if Zeta take it. You see it tied around his head. Dancing on the stools.
I love that. Give it to me.
And it's a timeout call for Zeta.
I don't think they've used one.
No, they haven't.
This is interesting. Maybe they just have some set play they thought up while they were sitting there, and they're like, what if we do this?
That or just a strong idea about how DRX is going to look to approach this anti-bonus. Always a quandary, though. You have to beg the question, is this going to get you over the line? Is this going to continue to find the wins? Or have you given a critical lifeline to DRX?
Yeah. My hope here is that this is because they have some kind of play that they want to run, or some little extra thing that they were worried wasn't going to be addressed, that maybe they missed in the comms or something like that. It just looks like it's just a huge push out on both sides of the map.
Be right back.
Raise Brim on one, the other 3 on the others. Oh, I think it's a Showers crunch through the teleporter.
Considered, but called off, it looks like.
Yeah.
Well, Eco's dash is just going to be burned.
I think maybe hoping that might get a couple players there. Maybe Hyunmin would try to use the Waylay to pressure into Showers, and you could catch him back on the refract or something like that. But nobody home. So instead, you try to obscure this position. Not going to happen.
Saturate. Force him back. And okay, no, I've never still had it. Makes his exit. Oh, avoiding a potential trap. DRX now grouping back up, heading in towards A. Hermes. Looking like he's going to be the lone player to push over towards Showers, but now you've got this triple push out as well from Zeta, garnering so much information. Really, it's just going to come down to whether or not Sugar Zero and Absol can hold their own on the site. 0 point, clears out lamps. Dash forward. Have to suspect that anybody on that A side of the map is going to be hovering around Showers. Hermes now turning his sights back over towards Short. Strikes it for one, snaps on for the shot to take out Shota. Hermes has been hitting today.
Spike planted.
Puts him in a good spot. Wall back up. Tucks back over towards the market side. Drops the wall. When does he go for the swing? Well, the answer's going to be right now, but Absol able to find Bane, turns to the side, 90 degrees. Leans up that kill as Sugar Zero gets rid of Mako. And now it is just Hyunmin finding one, and he cannot steady it. Absol finds the third as Zeta. Whether or not it was a timeout, I do not know, nor do I care. They are up to 11. 7 rounds ahead of DRX.
Love the play call. There's one little piece of this that goes awry in the plan, and that's they don't account for the fact that Hermes could have slipped the net between the Showers push out and where they were coming in through short. Absol, oh my goodness. You know,
he was absent on Haven, but he has been instrumental to Zeta's success so far here on Bind.
He's absolved himself, that's for sure. Come on, you kinda did it too.
Yeah.
Gonna fall back here.
Other way. Desperate times, desperate measures now. Absol, the peek out. Mako is just left on an island. Spike is now stranded out in front as DRX have clearly lost the damn plot.
What are we doing?
Go get him.
And with Split coming up, I mean, this is map to Zeta. Body Team Secret on 13-4. And DRX had a rough go of it earlier on in the bracket. 8-13 versus Full Sense. Eco, well, he's got the backup. And Hyunmin has got nothing more to offer in this round. Swing in, Absol is feeling it. 20, 10, and 2. 12 rounds now for Zeta. Looking to have a flawless second half. Just one more round. It seems like DRX is back to their old ways. No timeout intervention.
You got a showstopper to worry about still too. I mean, yes, Bane has his ult, so he can maybe do something about that, but or at least delay it. But I don't know what's going on in this round. I mean, the spike in Mako's hands just sending it. Just gets cut down immediately.
He's only got 4 kills.
Yeah.
Take a look between the two maps, and this has been a catastrophe, basically for everyone on DRX that isn't named Hyunmin. And even then,
look at all this control you have here, though. Zeta
goes to try to clear out. Shota is able to do so. Quick refract back. An opening kill found, but okay. Necessary. Stealth drone getting the spot. XDL revealed. The dash, the pop, flash, everything thrown at him. DRX able to find it. Sugar Zero, though, still here, unscouted thus far. The drop down finds the first. Stops up for being able to get the plant enacted, but Bane will just counter swing the other side of tube, finds the kill. Looks like DRX slated to try to make a go of this, but it's going to have to be 7 more rounds after this one. The walk out, and no, good God. You cannot open the door for this guy. Your point thrown, and okay, a bit of a double take from Absol. Does end up falling. No chance to start the heroics. Mako will find his first kill in God knows how long. Write it on your screens, co-streamers. 7 more chances.
I thought that knife was going to bait Mako into his death. It went right at him. I was like, oh no. But other than
look
that,
this way.
Yeah, hey, look at this. Look who's here. Bane's just trolling him. I will say that's a great round for DRX. Good flashes to set up, clear that corner. Good util to get onto the site. Everything there, really, really nice. Here we go again.
Down towards Fountain. Bit of damage going to be found. Hyunmin and Mako tagged up, but on the re-peek, Absol going to be struck down, so that showstopper once again not going to be a concern.
The call here is to just swing over to the other side, like assume that DRX will make a quick rotate. Trying to get a read on the tendency here is Sugar Zero, but good news for him is so far DRX hasn't pulled the trigger on a re-hit. They're holding tight because they're worried about some kind of follow-through from Zeta. Seen that, when Zeta gets aggressive, a lot of the times they just kind of keep it up. They keep throwing bodies at you. Might be kind of too little too late here. Trying to hide in the smoke. Flash should kind of start telling you a lot, but no movement.
If they don't read XTL's position, he still could find value here, but Bane would be the one leading the charge, try to scout it out. Oh, dashing. Yep, there's the feet spotted. Bane collect the elimination. It seems like already Zeta just rotating, fanning out a bit to go for the saves. DRX going to be allowed to get a little bit closer, so halfway to overtime. 6 more rounds to go.
For sure. And I think now as Zeta, you start setting up some delayed traps. Don't hide players in that corner and by the teleporter at B long. Try something a little bit different. You know, keep putting some pressure at the longs. That's okay. Don't need those full aggressive push-outs. DRX has got the read on it. Isn't going to work right now. DRX doing a great job starting to identify what has been working for Zeta, what they need to do. You're going to have great ults, just great ults to close this map out for Zeta. Should have a really good look at it.
And the TP just around the corner, but DRX doesn't even want to try to fiddle with this. I mean, they've got two players, the ones that were there in showers, both one charge away from having their ults online. And that would be catastrophic.
Less than ideal.
So, going to have their work cut out for them here, but DRX have made incredible runbacks in the past.
Kalo does not look happy.
None of them do.
No. I mean, that's the default Termy look.
Fair.
Yeah, this is what I want to see. A little more default. Don't give them anything for free. Though that seems a little awkward for Mako. That smoke from Sugar Zero has got him thinking, that feels like maybe they're going to try to put some pressure at that position. But I don't want to see anybody overstep here from Zeta. Take it slow.
Trailblazers are not seeing anybody outside of showers, and with the flash confirmation, could make them think that this is going to be the B site. So for the moment, that is stacked up. Eco here around the corner on an island.
Going up.
Now going to be scouted out. Satcher, I mean, so many things just dumped into the cubby to try to find the catch. Convergent path's going to be set, but the frag has to be taken. They have widely held the angle here. As Showstopper out, Absol going to lob this one in aggressively, but not going to be rewarded with any kills. Hyunmin finding him. Chips in the night there through the smoke. Hyunmin able to find that elimination before getting taken down. Sugar Zero fighting back for one, but now just the two players left from Zeta. Once again, having to call it quits.
Spike planted.
At least you would think. XTL, 2 charges away. Looks like they will just be holding this formation. Not going to be going hunting here.
Shouldn't. Just see if Freeing wants to go hunting. He is loaded. He is flush with cash. So he could go a little bit of on an exploration mission.
He would also love to get an Armageddon online.
True that.
But looks like it will just be a slow creep from him over towards Market. XTL around this corner, but basically, you know, three-way angle that you have to try to clear out. Finds the first, and Shota will be able to sit him down. So all the same, freeing 1 charge away from having the ult online. Shota gets the pit now available. Will that be something that DRX comes to regret? We'll have to wait and see.
Just a panic ult here from Eco. He's under pressure. And to make matters worse, as Hyunmin had his ult in response.
Timeout.
So he's able to throw that back into Eco's face.
I have to guess this is, Zeta's second timeout.
Has to be, yeah. So I don't mind what they did there. I just think Eco panicked a little too much in that moment. Probably doesn't need to throw the ult. Or if that was the plan, like if you had that as a follow-up to his aggressive forward position to get that showstopper into a spot where, you know, you kind of are just going to throw it at that corner at short, the one that wraps outside of Market, then fine. Then that would have been beautiful, but they didn't. So it took too long for that showstopper to get thought through to be there. So just a few little kind of tweaks. They look so good on the attack side, do Zeta, but these defender sides continue to plague them in terms of finding consistency. Being able to play, you know, with some follow-through plans, with some good protocols, still is costing them a lot of rounds.
Well, just that pit at the moment from Hermes, or orbital strike available from Sugar Zero. So if they get into a post plan, he's still alive, could try to just flush the Viper out with that. This is going to be an eco attempt here. Thrifty from Zeta if they could pull it off. 2 Sheriffs, a Shorty, Stinger, and The Vandal carried over. CL avoids damage.
Hasn't sent out a single piece of util yet. That's got DRX kind of scratching their heads a bit, thinking, what is this? When's the flash gonna come out here to reconfirm presence? Instead, they're gonna stack up towards Hookah again. I don't want to see XDL try to hold that spot. Once he sees this with the dog, I'd like to see him either get into Hookah or reposition.
Double stack, Mako. The one on the opposite side to try to get this entry. Vandal and a Sheriff. High-low stack. 0 point though. Scouting him out. Armageddon pushes him out into the open, but they're unable to scale. Gunman gonna go up and over the top, spotting out on a one, but shows that from down below. Finds the kill. The swing out from Bane. Only gonna be good for the one kill as Eco has the shorty out. Hermes falls to the wayside. This is all on freeing. The Seekers searching. Sugar Zero profiting. A thrifty to bring the map to its conclusion. Zeta Division. They are pushing us the distance here in our first series of the day.
What a bounce back for Zeta. After what looked like it could be a fast series, they answered right back. Strung together a tremendous bind. Tons of rounds in a row. Multiple different sets. My goodness. That's what you want to see there. Zeta, and they will be starting on the attack side on Split, and that is where they were dangerous the last couple times they played it. One of the best maps. I almost thought Zeta was going to pick Split coming into today if it was left open.
I mean, gotta save it for that finisher. The Zeta of old, it was always old reliable for them to close out series during their run back over at Masters Reykjavik 4 years ago. But great step up in performance here from Absol.
Yes.
Coming in consistent, but probably the worst map we've seen from Mako easily all year, but I'd say you could even go back even further than that. This was a rare poor performance from him. Just 86 CS from that Brimstone. He is otherwise typically so well suited to. But Zeta had just a great game plan and everyone was hitting their shots.
Yeah, amazing mid-rounding too. I love the way Sugar Zero was calling this map.
Still an opportunity here for both squads to keep themselves alive in kickoff, but it all comes down to Split. We'll see that after we pass things over to the AD.
We're going to a map 3. Zeta manages the comeback, 13-7. You see the scoreline. Zeta, like Achilles said, you can always rely on them when it comes to these high-pressure matches to actually dig deep and manage to scrape together a few rounds. But this was actually steadily building momentum, and they were actually holding back DRX, especially on their attack.
Yeah, I mean, this was a big step up in level in my mind from Zeta Division. They looked much cleaner. I thought the synergy was really nice. And also, we said before this series, we need to see individual firepower. And I felt like they came alive a lot more as individuals in this game. They were going toe-to-toe with DRX, winning the fights more often than not. DRX, they've tried to change that composition, something that, they caught Zeta off in map 1, but map 2, Zeta seemed very, very ready and very well adapted to this style.
Yeah, it's how you need to play against the KO. I think they showed good discipline. I agree with Paper Thin as well, that Zeta did do well to not get caught off by the early KO flashes that was coming in with the Waylay. The Waylay always looking for a kill there from DRX on Hyunmin. But unfortunately, every time when they chose a certain part of the map to try and look for an early kill, there was just no one there from Zeta.
Yeah.
And then after that, Zeta did pretty well to slow it down at the start, make sure you're not going one man down, and then hitting the right side. I think overall, Zeta do have really good synergy between their two duelists when sending it into the side. I think that's one of their biggest strengths, and that's something that we're going to look at Split especially. Because their pathing and their spacing between the two of them, I think, is actually pretty well rehearsed, and is a big reason of why they get good success going into sides.
Yeah, we heard from Eco in the post-match interview of their previous match, right? That Eco actually wanted to step up from initiator. He wanted that duelist role, and he knew that he had to work well with Absol in order to do this kind of double duelist setup. And he feels like they have been, improving steadily, and we're seeing it here because, again, in their first matchup against Full Sense, you didn't quite see any of this kind of synergy that we're seeing now against DRX. So I'm really happy with this Zeta roster that they're managing to actually pick things up.
Yeah.
And this might be an elimination match, but I mean, lower bracket runs, this is what they do to players.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think it's a huge step up in confidence, right? I was kind of worried after that map 1. I felt like they got dealt with handedly, and I was kind of worried they would just roll over into this series. But once again, they've shown great resilience, great bounce back. Now they've taken that map off DRX's own map pick, and we moved towards Split. You know, we broke down DRX's Split a little bit, and I think it's been hit and miss. As Paperton said, you know, Split for Zeta Division, they look good on that recently, so I think they'll be feeling very good about this now.
And I think on the side of Zeta, we were talking a lot about the double duelist. I think Absol was one of those duelists that we had really had a lot of attention on, and he's been really delivering in these past few matches for Zeta.
Yeah, I mean, we had to see him step up after a very poor map 1. Incredibly bad from him. And now he turns it around on his head. I love it when players are able to do this, especially those duelist players, because if you have a bad map, you can't let it get to you. You still have to be the tip of that spear. You still have to be the one finding that impact, and he did that hit today.
Yeah, we're going to have to see even more from him on Split with us double duelists. We're talking about how nicely they go off each other. It's going to be him and Eco having to get into the site and create a lot of chaos. The two of them actually with the flashes and the entry, they do really well. So Absol, I'm going to look at you to continue. We don't want to see map 1 repeat itself. We want to see more of map 2 if you're a Zeta fan right now.
But I love what you get to learn about this player. The fact that you have a map 1 that looks like that and a map 2 that's so different. And even in the middle of the rounds, you see sometimes how, sure, Zeta are down by numbers, but Absol actually keeps his mettle and keeps his wits about him. And he's able to turn around so many of them.
I mean, I think playing the duelist is actually a mentally quite a tough role. Oftentimes, you know, if the meta isn't great for duelists, you're just kind of sent in to die sometimes. So I think you can see it where oftentimes they might have a bad map and it can kind of get to them a little bit, but the great duelists are the ones that don't let that affect them, that understand they have a job to do, and it's not always about them. It's about making the space, it's about doing these other things, and then when you're able to get the ball rolling in those other parts that are important for the role, then you start fragging on top of that. So I think that's a very, very impressive map 2 performance from him.
Well, he's going back to the Yoru again, and the Yoru was the one that he had the kind of the stinker on for the first one. So hopefully that doesn't stay in his mind too much, and he can take the confidence from the race game he just had. The one thing that I do mention that I liked how the two of them entered together is I did see sometimes Absol on the Yoru, he was a little bit too fast to TP. So he would send his TP through, Eco would run in with the Neon and then jump, because it's usually the Neon that's creating space for the Yoru to be able to safely TP. That it would work other way around sometimes, where the Yoru would put his TP, he gate crashes, he comes out, the defender's looking at him, and then Eco's the one that kills.
There's not enough chaos.
It still works, right? You still get the entry, but you preferably want both of them to survive the entry.
It's not exactly how you would want it to go down.
There was a couple of moments on Split like that, but in general, I think their timing is pretty good. So, Absol, we're looking at you once again to pick it up on the Yoru this time.
Yeah, and especially with what Eco said that they were working on it, I don't think we're going to see mistakes like that, like very minor mistakes like that, as we head into this Split. Now, over to the side of DRX, this Split was, you know, caught our attention because they recently changed their comp, and I highly doubt, we said this earlier, that I highly doubt we're going to see another composition from DRX, but this time I highly doubt that we're going to see another change.
Yeah, I mean, I think them swapping to that double initiator, right? It's the Sky Teo. I mean, I think it fits the map. It's very, very natural, so I'd be kind of surprised to see them move off that once again. I kind of hope that we do see that double initiator. I don't want them to go back to double duelist here. It seems to now be a very common thing. It looks like they're standardizing all the way across their map pool. And also, I think it can play very well into double duelist if you pilot it effectively. So it wouldn't make much sense to go double duelist. I think they can stay with that Sky Teo, and it'd be very impactful here. They just have to sort of drill some things down, define some things to make sure that they're not kind of doubling up in those areas.
That makes sense. Also, Freeing really likes the Teo, so it makes sense. I think also they can make these changes with the double initiator. If Bane feels really comfortable in slotting in whichever initiator Termi asks him, or whatever initiator they choose, whether it is the Breach or whether it is the KO that was on Bind, right? If he's comfortable to just play whichever initiator, then the rest of the guys are kind of playing comfort, right? So Hyunmin is just playing some more Waylay, right? Which is nothing too weird. And Mako is playing Smoker, which he always does, right? So the rest of the guys are playing comfort roles. So as long as Bane's willing to kind of flex whichever initiator it is in their double initiator, it's not too crazy, to be honest.
I mean, you might want your players to be very, very comfortable and in their prime, because this is a map that will eliminate either Zeta or DRX. We're seeing our Asian comps right now. We're seeing a Breach Taeho instead.
Breach is back.
Yeah. I mean,
Breach is back.
That's definitely the one we have to highlight here. We saw them play Skytail. Now it's a swap to the Breach. So they're trading off information here. Breach doesn't get you information in the same way Sky does, but it does get you that massive kind of power to take those spaces and sync up well with the Waylay, which is really what they're going to be looking for here. Very, very similar to their Haven. Expect these big set piece rounds where they're able to hit the sites fast.
I think it needs to be a little bit more set and more pre-coordinated than the Sky. The Sky, you can just kind of wing it a little bit, flash out of the smokes really nicely. This one, if there's a smoke in front of you, it's kind of hard.
Yeah.
Right? So Zeta need to make sure that they're playing behind the smokes and they can potentially play on site. If they can make this Waylay refract back and survive the initial util that goes in, that's going to be really important. But first off, for DRX, we're going to have to see how are they going to play this breach on the defense side.
That's right, double initiator once again for DRX, and Gungmin or Yum Yum on the Waylay. So you like more changes once again, and for Zeta, it's something tried and tested. We're going to see who takes this one and who gets eliminated from Kickoff. We're going to pass it over to our casters, Achilleos and Paperthin.
Another change up here from DRX, really leaning into this breach tail with the Waylay. Pretty much just shades of G2's old composition here on Split. Aside from, it was always Jogamo playing that Yoru instead. Let's see how this does look. Decent outing. Start things off on Haven, but as you can see, DRX, this would be the lowest finish we have seen from these guys, as well as just the second ever win over DRX for Zeta Division.
First time ever in Pacific.
Yes.
It'd be...
That bind was the 4th map that they have ever taken against DRX.
Crazy.
Bring them down.
Here they go.
I'm out of here.
Tagged up
across.
a bit. Yeah.
Quick takeover towards ramp. Hermes going on the reposition, but Sugar Zero is just TP'd up onto the Raptor into heaven, takes him down from behind. It's a headshot going to be found there onto Shota as the TP forward comes through, but they're just overwhelming them as Bane falls to the wayside. Bring has him lined up, but he can't pivot fast enough to take down Eco. So now a 2v2 as Zenman and Mako make their way over to the site, but Sugar Zero immediately sits him down. Paranoia connecting onto the one, just going to be a double re-wrap. Footsteps going to be heard, and Mako, there's just no way, no hope to try to isolate from here. That frenzy, pre-fired on the corner, will give Zeta another pistol. 4-1. Zeta have been dominating the starts of these maps.
Yeah, I love the way that they take control of that ramp so quick, such an important part of Split, and that attention that they're able to gather has Hermes just trying to hold the line, and again, another criminal TP from Sugar Zero, just getting away with murder. And I love the way that they instantly group up there in that 2v1, play for that trade. Beautiful. It's exactly what you need to do as Zeta. Things like that have been so successful for you. When you're playing as a team, the coordination's there. Bit of a util battle. Yeah, just you know, just a little smidge of damage on the Mako, but nothing further.
Hit him for 15.
Yeah, you know.
They're able to get the orb take into Bane's hands to try to fast track the Rolling Thunder. Same time, 3-player push down, wanting to displace Shota onto this flank. Wall to fall, the Stinger, and he's facing the wrong way. Puts it up though. Oh, what a timing there. Those toxins are going to be low. Ducks into the corner, and I do not think that they have seen him at all. He has completely slipped the net, but Hermes does check back in. A critical find.
Whoa.
Not looking to have the mistakes of Sen earlier. They find the Viper. They absolutely need. Gives him a leg back into this one as they try to pull off a thrifty, but Bane's going to be struck down. Mako here behind the box. Eco should be able to flush him out, gets the spot, gets some damage. Pull back away, and Mako dies! To freeing stun. A big old oopsie. As it's going to be a little bit of damage done, but still key weaponry held on to by Zeta as they get the 2-0 start.
There's some cool ideas from DRX, honestly, in that round. Honestly, Mako might have called for that stun. He might have been just like, just stun me, bro. Like, they're trying to push me. I'm dead anyway. But the way that DRX actually does this, you know, they're able to deal with the lurk from Shota, and then they're able to stall just enough to get their players to be able to flood the site, so they give themselves a decent opportunity. And just, you know, again, the superior firepower for Zeta prevails. One thing I really want to see Zeta do is have some good lurks, have some good impact in that moment. Like the way that he actually timed that smoke, just kind of didn't have the follow-up thought that 3 players were going to be there already. Because he was so impactful on Bind. Even though he wasn't lighting up the kill feed necessarily, he was finding that open space and giving them those great mid-round opportunities.
I got them into the B site so many times.
So many times.
Now, anti-bonus, getting a conversion here for Zeta. What a start it would be. Hermes jiggling out, immediately dead. Patient play from Zeta. Something that has often been their demise in the past, but they're just balancing it so well this time around as Mako getting the spot on a Sugar Zero.
Shots.
Paranoia out early. This would be good for DRX. Hyunmin trying to find the pick. Just have to refract back as will just be an exchange. A TP forward. Mako trying to hold this angle. Will be able to do so. It's going to be abandoned. Zeta Division get ready for the pivot. Another mid-round call.
Beautiful.
Try to change the pace and shift over to the opposite side of the map where at the moment it is only freeing there.
You knew because of the waylay refract, there's only going to be, there's at least 2.
Goes for the push. Just getting jumped on. Eco going to be taken down for the spam through the map. Is able to find him. And that late linger from Shota once again. Just profiting so much for Zeta Division.
Planted.
Gets the catch on a Mako. And ultimately, I mean, you have to be considering the save. Seems like with Hyunmin, as far forward as he is, as confident as he is, wants to try to play it out, but pays the iron price. Bane just a smidge away from being able to find Shota, but now he's going to be on the back foot as Shota will find him. Just no clue where that Viper could have gotten to. 3-0 start, Zeta with another bonus conversion.
It's just good mid-rounding again. It's getting that opening kill, opening up that extra space for you in mid to give you that pivot position. You get the refract out, you get the identification that Mako is also on site on B, and then you can just quick over towards A. At worst, it's 2 over there.
They are going to be burning the hub to the ground if Zeta close out this series.
There's plenty of them though, so
Philly
it's okay.
style.
Yeah. Look.
Start greasing the poles, making sure they can't climb up any lighting fixtures.
I was gonna say the good news is there's plenty of hubs in Tokyo, so you know if you burn that one down, there's backup options.
Can we double check the graphic?
What did it say?
Zeta? Is this a Zeta timeout?
What?
I don't know. Is the game plan positive reinforcement? Call a timeout so you just be like, you guys are doing so well.
My God, you guys. You're the best team.
Sugoi, all
Sugoi.
that. Everything's going great. That leaves me scratching my head.
It just, 本当いいでした。本当いいでした。
I just,
Sure. It kind of worked on Bind, so why not? I want to know.
Maybe we can find out. Yeah,
Jen,
if you're listening, post-game interview, Zeta wins. We want to know about the timeout call.
Toxins going up.
Let's see, though. Thrifty attempt for DRX.
Toxin
Something that has widely been eluding them as Shota, yeah, plenty of damage going to be suffered on the Jiggle Peak, but got some information as well. So mid-scale forward.
Gotta use the dog to check this. Want to reveal this Bucky before it reveals you.
Yep, Prowler. Oh, he actually whips it, and now he's fully blinded up. Pulled far enough back away that he doesn't even have the near sight. And that Bucky just ends up falling to the wayside. Mako spot him to 1, Paranoia. Not getting the connection to 1, sees the TP up top, and Absol, no, it's Eco on the peak to find 1, but it's Absol on his peak to find 2. Thrifty, not gonna happen. 4-0 start for Zeta.
30
I do wonder, are these timeout calls just to avoid opening the door for DRX, stopping them from being able to find the Thrifties? Because if that's the case, it's working.
And again, there might just be little things that XQQ feels like he needs to remind his team of. Because in this case, like they do some really good stuff with their util. There's the dog to check up on the box. That gets them that Bucky out of the equation. See if Freeing can find one here. Nope. Sugar Zero's got it. It's a flawless for Zeta, but on top of that, also, the Paranoia, they had a TP set up, so if the Paranoia hits Absol, he can get back up top, and he goes crazy. I mean, just little things that they're doing are extremely well drilled right now.
Maybe it's Mini. Mini's calling in the timeout, but he's abroad, and the dial-up connection in his prison hotel is so slow that it comes in like 2 rounds later. I think that's what it is.
That could be. That could be.
Yeah. Just gotta get him a, gotta get him a better hotel
room.
Yeah,
let's get that guy up to DSL, huh? Look at this, completely different look from them. They're stacking up A, looking for that push out, looking for that aggressive, maybe two-man push that we saw in the previous round from DRX. But they stack up 3 into mid, and immediately TP out, nothing. So they're just gonna go.
Hit the accelerator now. Freeing here at elbow, relay bolt will connect. Swings around the front, next DL. Collects the elimination. Again, Zeta just catching DRX completely off guard with these change-ups.
Spike planted.
XCL gets a kill, he gets his ult. There it is, from the plant. Look at Shota, so patient. Just needs to wait for DRX to fully commit.
Starting to go for it now, and Eco already finding some early damage. Just a gun barrel spotted, and Sugar Zero still able to find it. Gunman, good for 2, but Absol swings back map, finds the kill, spammed down. Hermes to collect 1, but Eco is just counter-wrapping through elbow, and they have no idea. They get a sense of it now that the defuse is being held. Shota needing to swing forward. He will still make this costly. He will still make it painful. There's only one will survive, but DRX do manage to find the round win.
I mean, a lot of these rounds in the last couple of maps have just been when DRX gets their win, it's Hyunmin just going crazy. This looked like it was all Zeta all the time, but then Hyunmin finds 2 quick ones. Really break open space. They suss out the player behind screens. And even though I really like the patience and the timing from Shota, it actually just is so fast for DRX. And now they've got a bunch of ults, so does Zeta, but I think better ults in a lot of ways for DRX, especially if they want to play retake. I'd like to see a little bit more of what we saw earlier from Zeta. Work the map a little bit here. Look for those first picks.
I have that triple wombo combo event available to them. The Rolling Thunder, Convergent Paths, and the Armageddon. Immediate pivot from Bane, sprinting his way over towards this B site, anticipating the rest of the attack to come through. Absol spots them out, TP's back outside of Garage. Eco at the same time, very far forward, and Sugar Zero taking down DRX's raid boss. Eco now here at backside, catching Mako completely off guard, and Bane scrambling, trying to figure out which way he needs to be facing. Finds one. That final shot would have been a one-tap, goes right over XCL's shoulder. Zeta not losing any time here.
Spike planted.
Right back into it. Similar scenes to Bind. They just do not want to allow for a build-up in the round wins. They continue to just overwhelm these players. And it doesn't feel good, but Freeing, he's just going to have to save a Bulldog and half armor.
It's the awareness and the understanding of the situation here for Zeta. Makes me wonder if this was also talked about in that timeout. It's like when these wombo combo ults come into cycle, spread the hell out. They're all over the map. Sugar Zero's up mid, Shota's over there lurking, and on the site, there's one deep in back site, there's one kind of by pillar, and one in garage. Like they are giving no opportunities for Zeta to collect more than maybe one if they do go for those wombo combos.
The chance for Shota. Freeing continues this push, and this would give him the pit, and he is gonna have it. Nothing retained, everything given over to Zeta. Another round win, and all it really cost them was just a dimensional drift, which, given how Absol's been playing, is gonna build up another one very quickly in the half.
Yeah, and that was pinged out on the entry, the player up top. It was Hermes on the Viper. And they were double checking that position to make sure he wasn't going to try to drop down and get close for the retake, or the denial of a plant, I should say. They threw a dog into that corner I saw on the map, so they're really being diligent and really understanding their situation. So now as DRX, this might be I think, a call to get aggressive, to find your opportunity to use those ults in an effective situation where you're going to catch a couple players at a main or something.
I mean, they just got thrashed. Nothing carried over. Not sure what the buy is going to look like here, but it's not going to be a great one by any means. So, do you try to invest those ultimates into this round? Do you try to pull off a thrifty or a half-buy win? Or is this widely just a call, set a minor game plan, maybe get aggressive on this eco attempt, and then something wider for the next purchase? It's hard to see, but it feels like Zeta Division have just had the upper hand outside of that Haven, and even then we started to see them start to come alive.
That looks pretty defaulty. Just a change in positions. Gunman over at Long A. Now you can put Bane up into Heaven. Mako still going to be holding it B. Tight corner position. So it looked like it was just a minor change in where the agents were kind of holding. Gunman taking a little bit of space, but I mean, I think Zeta thinking what I was thinking, that maybe they try to go for a trap play. So again, you got to be careful with your spacing here as Zeta setting up the TP. Dog forward, doesn't see anything. Hermes gets spotted. Sprayed down, Mako.
Just gonna get inserted into garage. Smoke ready, cycled forward onto mid, trying to maintain some control, but already Hermes being zoned away by the aggressive smoke out from Sugar Zero. He was very suspicious about this garage. Bane just there within the smoke. Paranoia going to be sent to swing in. Now they know about Mako. He's going to try to push the issue. Right swinging out. Now the overdrive crunching in from behind.
30 seconds left.
They all get destroyed. Shota now slotted forward in defense. Red does get flushed out. Good shot from Hermes to try to give them an opportunity, but it's a 3v4. Feel like you'd have to take at least another kill before you're really willing to try to commit some of these ultimates in.
Here.
Swings out a little bit wider, trying to lead with that Vandal. Peeks in the drop, nothing seen. Flash forward to hold those Heaven players at bay. With Hermes tagged down low, he is making his exit. He is holding onto that Vandal and carrying it. Saying good luck to Hyunmin and Fring, who are widely just going to sit back and die to the spike.
Gotta go.
At least they should be.
Eco just making sure there's no ninja defuse. He's the Neon. He can hang out a bit longer than the others. Yeah. Just great awareness here. You know, while the execute's happening, Sugar Zero throws the Paranoia into that smoke in case there's a player in there. You know, you think it's probably Mako, not Bane, but it doesn't matter in this case. And then immediately pop of the overdrive here to get the crunch onto the players. That's, again, it's just so well drilled. It's so well thought out, and everybody's doing the right things at the right time, not giving any opportunities to DRX, capitalizing.
0-7-1 for Mako.
Crazy.
Rough performance from the previous map carrying over. Fring, however, with some spam, is trying to jumpstart the engine a bit. Things rolling once again as Mako push out. And it takes a little while, but eventually he's able to find his first kill of the map. Shota dead. Now, the election very much fully focus on the forces outside of A.
Well, now you're left with some bad options as Zeta just winning or losing out on some of those early trades has put you in a awful position. You'd love to get some ults out of this round, though. If you can fight through, get a couple more kills.
Well, there's one of them.
The least important of 3 of the 4. The only other one is Mako's. That's less important, but
true. Looks like it's just going to be gather up into vent. They might even just try to overwhelm this. They're just going to go for a 3-player push. You know, Prowler, check, gets the spot. Snakebite is going to be laid, but spray from Eco, unable to find the kill. Hermes survives critically. And that now routes them around the garage
30 seconds left.
towards Mako, but they need these players to punch through, break some of that attention so they can pull Hermes away and allow perhaps something in the backstab here on the Viper. And, well, they're doing just that. He's out of the pit. Now the scale forward comes through from the Yoru. Rolling Thunder going to be sent. Does not clip onto Eco. They still have time to try to get the plant down. As Absol finds one, but now the Armageddon, the convergent paths. I mean, it's everything thrown at this round. And it will result in the win. That is a 4 ult investment, and they are still losing players. Absol, if he had found that, would have been as catastrophic as you could possibly get in a round win.
It's hard to imagine that in a round you lose, it goes much better than that. This is just madness. Again, great lead of the utility there. Kind of suspecting the position. Everybody, I mean, I love the way that as soon as the noise is being made over in B main with the footsteps is when Absol starts pushing through. He's so quick to get in there. They're so well thought out.
And I think you can see just with the way that those ults start getting layered, the Armageddon should have been the checkmate, but you still get the convergent paths on top of it. It's just a bit of panic. DRX shake it up in a way that they haven't been for quite some time. Sunset Gunman peeking off the back of that, gets one, gets out. Still going to be left on the floor.
Yeah, they're doing a great job starting to control this A-ramp space at the very least. It's a nice set play there. Stun into saturate. Still though, Zeta hoping that, oh, that drone's going to catch. So now you can lean this strong side as DRX, but you don't have Heaven control, so that mid pivot is still there. You could swing all the way up into B if they so choose. So all these players are on site, just hoping that DRX, as DRX, that you can bait Zeta into committing.
30 seconds left.
But no, they're going B.
There's not really any ambiguity about this one. Mako once again left alone here in Garage. Fakes the TP. In the meantime, Sugar Zero sent the ultimate, got himself across to Alley. Bane's position now going to be known. Plant on the corner, coming in, no aftershock available to try to interrupt this one. So Plant gets in play, the pit now blooming. Mako skirting back along the edges of this one as Hermes gets found. Push back into Alley. They just find a timing, and they are just absolutely running them over. Gunman with absolutely everything to do, but Decayed down the shorty. Claims his life, and it's 7 rounds. Still with 3 more to be played in this half. Already racked up for Zeta on this attack.
Feel like a broken record. Great mid-rounding. Okay, you lose a player, and they're fighting out of these man disadvantages so well. Sugar Zero, great idea to TP there. Use his ult. You know, he paranoias his opponent first, Mako. After he receives the counter paranoia, he repositions. That means you know where he's at, and Mako's gonna have to think about the, you know, where that TP even went. Oh, that could be trouble though.
Pushes the smoke, finds one, finds 2. Mako trying to get out. TP can't go deep enough, and Eco's still able to collect 2 as Absol TP to the back site and just rips them limb from limb.
Spike planted.
Those early heroics, that window of opportunity that feels like Mako has just afforded his team, very quickly gets slammed shut. DRX's fingers are caught in it.
Ouch. Was Freeing do any more damage?
He killed Eco. Pick up one of these weapons, but as soon as he grabs it, he will die. 8-2. Zeta potentially able to deliver a 10-2 half here on Split.
So I want to point something out to those of you who are watching right now and missed the pre-show from yesterday. They talked with the Japanese casters. They had an interview with our analyst desk and the Japanese casters, and they asked who is the player in Japan that everybody's talking about that isn't on DFM right now.
Right.
And it was Absol. Absol's the one that a lot of the people in Japan think has the most actual potential, and that he's starting to show it.
I think he already has in some of the previous games. It just hasn't been with consistency yet, but this is the most consistent he's been across the series so far. TP, this time Mako able to get the better of him. Locks in! This may be The not-so-gentle giant anymore has woken up. Finds 3 critical kills, and that is a much-needed shutdown and return to form, albeit potentially a brief one for DRX, who are looking to try to make this an 8-4 half.
Yeah, an attempt at a change of pace here, but there's no util that's well enough timed or placed. The haunt is so quickly dealt with that, you know, Absol doesn't even have time to recognize that there's somebody in the back of sight clearing it. There's no flash there, so Mako's just got a free reign from that area. So attempt at a set execute to try to catch DRX off guard.
Attack off now though in hands for Absol. Won't be smoked off the angle into B. But this could be that round 12 curveball to once again catch DRX off guard, as Zeta's been able to do so many rounds over so far.
Portal closed.
And if Mako goes for a jump peek, well, he's not on the angle anymore. Absol was dialed in for it. Almost certainly would have been able to collect his head.
Yeah, you're worried there as well that Mako's going to scale into that smoke and cause problems.
Damage exchanged. Hyunmin ready for the swing. Will be able to find Shota. Another critical advantage here as we continue to get this back and forth of the Omens outside of garage. Once again, Paranoid's exchange between 2 of them. Corner has to be cleared out. Absol at the same time has the dimensional drift, and Eco has the overdrive, but will get sat down. Bane able to find another before getting killed off. Leaves his team in with a player advantage, as it's narrow margin from Hyunmin, but eventually is able to find that kill. XDL now slowed up. The hinder about to expire. Swings the corner, finds the headshot, tries to drag across, and if he got there a little bit faster, almost certainly would have dealt with Hyunmin. These last 2 rounds, DRX looking a lot more like the DRX we expected coming into this series that we were seeing on Haven, but has been so widely absent for the last, what, hour and 20 minutes.
Yeah, and it's Bane here who hits a great shot first onto the running Eco, then ignores the clone and immediately adjusts onto Absol. That's really nice awareness, really nice reactions from the IGL. XDL tried to do what he could, but he's pretty in trouble at that point. You know, that 4th round, I think, could be very pivotal here for DRX. This defender side has been a struggle on every map, or most maps, I should say, for Zeta, so...
Sure, it could very well be, but it all comes down to this pistol because Zeta has had that upper hand. They've only surrendered the first pistol of the series all the way back at the beginning of Haven, at round 1. That's it. 4-1 in that regard, and if they can make it 5-1, I think we might as well just go ahead and hand them the congratulations. They should be able to run it from there.
Makes you wonder, if Zeta does win the pistol, do they call another early timeout after a bonus?
That depends. I mean, you know, Mini probably wanted to call, he maybe would have been willing to call timeout after round 11.
Yeah.
With the way that Mako just held his own at backside. So, you know, as the dial-up catches up, it could happen.
Or he might be waiting for the, you know, repair guys to upgrade his internet, you know.
That's true.
Yeah.
And we know they're going to be terrible and slow with that.
I have no idea what to expect in the second half. I mean, Zeta's got my jaw on the ground sometimes here today.
I mean, it's got to be... Yeah, we have to see this composition on display, because at the moment for DRX, this comp has kind of been like a Spirit Halloween version of a Vision Strikers comp.
Yeah.
Where it's like, okay, the look is kind of there, but it's just not accurate. It feels like something they would run back in those days had Teo been in the mix, but
right.
The soul of it has been lacking.
It should be Mako.
Push out some gun barrels, and is able to find a dink onto a second player. Here's 0 down to 21. CL though, holding here at Vent, the jump peek to lead them forward. Bane collects the kill, Hyunmin down to 10, so still some damage to try to play off of, but the A side at the moment completely wide open. Absol gonna be the first one to arrive. He's basically just pre-fire swinging that corner to find Hyunmin. Keeps him in with a shout.
Spike planted.
Jeez.
Another exchange. Hermes lurking forward into heaven. Smoke for the exit. In towards elbow. Nothing spotted. Bane back sight. Bolt 9 in a flash.
Last player
Leaves it into a 1v1. Absol, how on fire he has been. Ooh, won't be able to make it happen. Hermes just a little bit too snappy with that shot. Gets DRX their second pistol of this set. A much needed round win as they look to run this split back.
And this all kind of comes back to the fact that Mako's able to do so much damage here. It gives them essentially a player advantage. Even though XDL is able to do some to Hyunmin and he gets caught in transition, it's still Sugar Zero having to lead the charge at 21 HP. And it took you so long to get over here and to get into this retake. You're kind of having to press to try to set that to half as Absol before you go for the pull-up to try to deal with that, but it didn't matter. That was just a beautiful shot. Really nicely done there. See Zeta, we'll step up an orb. There wasn't any response here from DRX. You're gonna seed that over and just tuck Hyunmin up onto the Forsaken box.
And lets them know that there's two players there. Here, the Yor TP.
Should be thinking B all the way here.
There's that triple high-low again. We saw it utilized against Zeta in that first map. Hermes now may be about to walk into a world of pain, but the rest of the team starts to work their way in. As, yep, spots him out. Relay bolt going to be sent, and he does well to find a kill there. No further damage going to be going their way. Drop down TP back to Alley for Sugar Zero. Smoke cycled forward.
Spike planted.
That ghost handed over. DRX still going to be favored with the firepower, but Zeta have been working magic. Saturate out a little bit too late. No one going to get caught by that one. Absol still able to find Hyunmin. That's another one of those weapons down on the floor as Bane. Good for two. Leaves it now to Freeing and Mako, both here in garage. The tap into the spray down. Scoop up the key weaponry. That Phantom, that Bulldog carried over. DRX 2 rounds away from tying it up.
Not bad, decent damage done, but Bane's starting to heat up now. He's also got that ult online for this bonus round. Some nifty shooting there from Hermes to at least give himself one. Pretty nice. Bane here doubles down. That is sick. Little flick up to catch the jumping Absol. Okay, you're hanging on. Huge round right here. DRX gets this. Start feeling like this may actually be their map.
Sees, does get the grab. Slows him up on that crossing.
Oh my
Mako just keeping across, gets himself up over on the rafters. Smoke cycled in towards screens. The site for now open for the taking, but a triple push through the sewers for Zeta Division. Looking to try to get a massive backstab, and Hermes is going to be watching for it. Slots his way around, checking over towards spawn. So far, not a lick of noise being made. The base comes in. The Stinger able to find the one, draws out to the Ghost, and won't be able to find much else there other than some damage onto Eco.
Off your feet!
He's put them in a good position as Mako forward in heaven finds one, cheats forward, finds the second. XTL dead on the floor. Now Eco and Absol, their positions known, have to retreat. Bonus conversion to come through for DRX.
Yeah, Hermes here. Just being so diligent on that backside ruins Zeta's plans. Phenomenal work by him. This is shades of what we were seeing on Haven there from Zeta. The quick push up mid. I just want to see them go back to a little bit more defaulty. I don't mind being a little bit aggressive on the extremities. These mid pushes just seem to be pretty well figured out.
Never mind, okay. Was just about to have that fight in spawn. Both will be able to go their separate ways. Yeah, just being able to even find the one kill on that flank. Fantastic work from Hermes. Great read from DRX. Maybe some of that energy starting to come back through for DRX.
And for Mako. And for Mako.
Yeah. So the two carried over rifles. Likely reinforced by Stinger Sheriff and a Bandit.
Yeah, this is what you need here. Little bend, but don't break. Give him a little bit of space, but don't give anything up for free in terms of lives. Absol holding that tight angle. Gate crash about to expire. I assume that's when DRX starts making their move.
Time to jump.
There's a smoke there from Sugar Zero to cover that.
Sets up the next one. DRX is just going to play this patiently. At the same time, Prowler's out into A main. They've seen nothing, not even the Viper. Back now, getting ready to come in, but lob in on the relay. Ooh, a dink on the freeing. It's going to make them think twice about this, but look at Zeta and how they're starting to creep back across, looking for that mid control, as well as just reinforcing more towards the A side of the map.
Got that extra gun in place.
This is going to be a meat grinder in mid. Well, it counts, but as they try to go for the drone clear, Eco just going to be struck down. Shota flushed out. Hyunmin able to find two.
30 seconds
Backpedal
left.
coming in. Sugar Zero going to try to quickly pursue from behind with that stinger, whereas Absol taking point once again. Slotted in just at the front of garage. Turns the flash. The shot's going to be ringing out. He's only going to be able to find the one. Freeing taken down, but Sugar Zero still getting closer. XCL delays. Finds a kill. Looks for a little bit more. Finds some damage. Sugar Zero arriving, but not killing. Hermes once again holds down the flanks. It's DRX now tie it up 8-8.
And you're really seeing the benefits of this double initiator comp for DRX here. They have the drone still in hand to check for these positions, and then you can just smother them out with util. From the Teo, from the breach, doesn't matter. I think XDL a little bit too quick there to challenge that angle as long as he did. I think if he waits just a hair longer, might have been able to give Sugar Zero a better chance, but
I want to see a poke and prod rather than a full swing into the open.
Exactly.
Keep that attention tied towards heaven, but now that we hit equal digits between these squads, Zeta going to be sending out their final timeout call. Conversion rate overall, taking a look back, it's about 60%, 66%.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so if they can get this one, be in a solid position.
The last one, though, hoping that you could at least force another one out of DRX then. And we'll see. I liked better that round what I saw from Zeta, for the most part. Just even better responses from DRX. So it's going to come down to some of that good defender side mid-rounding, some good individual decision-making. What we see on that attacker side, hell, just play a little bit more retake without those big flanks. Just send one out, just send Shota out. Just Absol or something. Oh, Mako.
Keeping up top, Paranoia going to be sent the drop down, and he's just out into the open. Big misread here. A free kill handed over. Zeta, who had just arms wide open, ready to go ahead and take that one down. I mean, given how Mako is starting to find that form once again, get him out of the equation, get the smokes gone. It's for a much easier time on this defender side.
Toxin screen down.
Yeah, got to keep this part of the map under your control here as Zeta. Attempt towards mid. Sugar Zero on the rafters. DRX fishing, looking for a little bit of extra space on the map. And Absol wants to make damn sure they know what's going on. Spots two. Should know they're going ropes. I'd like to see a quick shift from Shota over towards B, but they weren't able to fully confirm. So Sugar Zero's got to go big.
30 seconds left.
Swapping the spike, and what a shot from Hyunmin. Finding Sugar Zero on the jiggle peak. Obviously don't have any smokes to try to set up this alley, and Shota's just around the corner. Bane taking point guard, however. Finds a headshot. Looked like Shota should have been able to just swing that and maybe find two. Spot on the one at stairs. Freeing still tucked in the mail, just around the corner. The haunt going out. Doesn't get the reveal. You might think that it's clear. And now the counter swing is in. Spider errors that are very much spiraling out of control for Zeta at the moment. As it's also just some critical shooting from Bane. Absol will retreat. Try to keep himself alive, but this time, the timeout call is not going to be working its magic for Zeta. DRX will gain the lead for the first time on Split.
Just got to wonder a bit, you know, what the comms are like there, what the decision is like. from Zeta, getting that info, seeing those players heading towards the ropes. You don't get any further contact. I'd like to see a little bit of a quicker swing back towards the other side of the map, but I mean, this is a backbreaker. Hyunmin just takes you out as you're trying to jiggle peek that angle. Maybe a little too wide there for Sugar Zero, but... But yeah, if you lose Sugar Zero there that easily without even getting the paranoia out, that's a lot that goes wrong very quickly for Zeta. Now you're
able
on.
to pull off a couple thrifties earlier on and could desperately use one here. Hyunmin giving it a consideration. Shota's ready to send out that bite at a moment's notice.
Without
come off.
Yeah, with all that A main control though, you can lean a little bit heavier towards B.
Eco getting planted forward. Has that Bucky at the ready, and this could just be an easy weapon upgrade. Hermes gonna be ready for it. Ooh, well, the shot has to go in for the slide. Great collection on that Vandal for Eco.
The ult.
Nightfall goes across, finding two at mid.
What?
No, they're not scaled forward now. Once again, pushing up in towards what could end up being a meat grinder. Absol can offer up some covering fire from in front of Garage. He's going to drift back away, shifting behind the pillar as Sugar Zero has the feet. Quick maths. Finds the angle, gets the headshot, looks for a little bit more. Sees the drop down now, tries to bail out, but will get caught. Mako finding Absol, puts one of the Vandals down to the floor, but Shota firing back for a little bit more, giving his team the best chance that he possibly can. A 2v2. As the Haunt goes through, cleared out. It's Bane and Mako. See if they can clutch it, and clutch it they shall. Mako with 3, gets DRX to 10.
Some good little things, but that firepower is back for DRX. And it's the Bane and Mako show. Hyunmin 2, but this round, those two heroes. Nice little outplay there. This is huge. I mean, you've got a 3v5 advantage, but Sugar Zero under so much pressure, doesn't have any help to bail him out there. He's just kind of fall apart a bit in the protocols, in the trading. You know they're both back sight there, but just better shooting from the ground up.
Looking for stun trap, Hyunmin pushing forward. They've got Eco shoved all the way back. Paranoia to peel off some of this pressure. Reposition down onto the low ground. Sugar Zero tucked it drop. An angle that has to be cleared out, and it is. Hyunmin just peeks through. Cleans up the enemy omen. 3 players, however, nearby enough. As Absol himself a gate crash forward into the site, but they're losing numbers now. XCL going to be struck down. Eco fighting back for 1. Quickly dies as Absol. Signed, sealed, delivered. First class mail directly to Bane's doorstep.
I need a drop.
The wheels have come off, and unfortunately for Zeta, because of that early timeout that did result in round wins, that did result in a strong half, they've got nothing more to slow this down. Yeah. They're at the mercy of Termy, and if we know Termy, he ain't calling Jack.
Nope, no way. No way he's giving him a timeout. Yeah. It's frustrating. I mean, 7 in a row. Go back to the previous half, 9. They've just been bullying Sugar Zero at that Raptors position. Have DRX. There just isn't much help available. Oh, Absol, okay. Took down Hyunmin.
They can make up for that previous round. That's a hell of a good start to it.
Kind of okay with that as DRX as far as first kills go. If you're going to lose one, it's just an outlaw.
Still, though, a weapon that could be scooped up. Granted, you do have full armor, but
Poison's on.
I'd like that to not go into the hands of Zeta. So late linger from Mako, has to set up a smoke. Now can turn back to watching this one here. Yep, they'll make their way across. Weapon can be collected. Clone the chase, and Absol just trying to see if he still has Mako boxed into this corner.
Off your feet!
They're going to try to double pump it. Oh, the Rolling Thunder to play Mako in. Going for the chase. The flash goes behind him. Shot still connecting, puts Mako down to 10. An opportunity, but it's going to be Hermes actually falling here in heaven as Freeing's able to find two, but Mako on the reposition, top plat, dancing around, eventually will be eliminated as Eco finds him with the right clicks, and it goes into a 1v1 with Freeing back across the opposite side of the map.
Gotta go.
And Eco just has no idea.
And he's got the Armageddon.
The plan now to come through, and he's got to check in. Sees that it's not this B site. Given that it's the Neon, can quickly make his way across towards A, but does the Armageddon even come through? Freeing is in a very committed position. It's not playing off-site, but obviously Eco has to give that a consideration. Might just be unexpected. The drop down, the tap coming through, trying to hold it to half, and Freeing will have him outdone. So very close for Zeta, but still so very far. A perfect second half for DRX. Gets them up to match point.
I mean, so many early advantages now, where Zeta on the other side of the map were the ones fighting back after losing a player or two early. Now it's DRX's turn. Giving it right back to him. I think a quick tap there and
trying to bait it out.
Yeah. Seen that a couple times.
If you don't hear the Armageddon come through immediately, should tell you as well.
That he's
playing
close
on the site.
Yep.
It's a lot to consider in these high-stress moments, and unfortunately for Zeta, they're now staring down the barrel of elimination. One more round is all that it will take. Hit Bloom into mid, Hyunmin diving forward, and it's ults aplenty available to DRX's side as Freeing draws first blood. What could be the last round here? Eco going to be struck down. Convergent path sent. Hinder about to expire. Sugar Zero finding a timing! Has three players line up! Looks for the fourth, cannot find it. But now it is just Bane left standing.
Got the spike.
Zeta, a second lease on life. Bane tagged to 41. As they will find themselves a round win on this defender side. 3 needed to push this into OT.
If they win 4 in a row here to close out this half, I'm going to lose my effing mind.
If you can't think of another word, you can go with fight.
My fighting mind? Yeah, no.
No?
What?
Community?
Oh, yeah. I'm going to lose the fight.
I couldn't think of another word.
Idiot.
I'm right there with you, though.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Okay.
It's dinked. So does Sota. So they exchange dinks with Phantoms. But, I don't even, that last round just,
Bring them down.
That was wild. Let's see here. You know they're crossing. You know they're going up. So it's going to be on to Sota. Make sure that that heaven space is clear. Absol.
Oh, just...
Got a TP.
Okay. Eventually they find him. I was going to say, how are you not committing in for that kill? XCL going to be forced away out of heaven. TP. And Sugar Zero quickly joining in over towards screens. Mako still in mid, going to be looking for a massive backstab move here, given that he only has 10 HP, but he needs Freeing and Hyunmin to try to hold the line. The smoke's falling, the wall goes down, and so too do the players of Zeta. The Armageddon called down at his feet, but it will be Hyunmin to deliver the final blow. So very close, so well fought, but it is DRX advancing forward and eliminating Zeta Division from Kickoff.
Yeah, it felt for a moment there that maybe DRX was going to get upset by Zeta, but they hang on. Stellar comeback there on Split. What an attacking side they strung together. Only dropping 1 round. Tons in a row there, completely snowballing that match out of control. And it was some nice return to form after a struggle for players like Mako. Bane had a great split. Hyunmin as well continued to just be so solid throughout that entire series from the get-go, from map 1. Good stuff from Freeing too on Split.
Yeah, but a big round of applause to Zeta Division. What a glow up.
Yeah.
I mean, to reach this point, yes, still overall going out early doors in this tournament, but it's not in last place. It's not in that 12th, 11th position. They made it further, and they made a much more contentious series here than we could have anticipated. We're starting to see the inner workings here. We're starting to see a return to form, a form found as Absol back-to-back. Fantastic maps for him overall. Yes, still some mistakes. The TP board right in front of Bane. Things like that can be tuned up. And now they have a good amount of time to do so. We will see them again in stage 1, but if this is an indicator for what we can come to expect, I'm hoping to see continued growth. I'm hoping to see that continued improvement, because this is a Zeta that I can really start to believe in and lead into. But for now, let's send it down to Jen and hear from one of our players at DRX.
DRX advancing to the next round in the lower group bracket. Now, I'm gonna talk to Taeho, Goat, Freeing. Hello, 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 인터뷰 보시겠습니다. 네, 오늘 승리를 거둔 DRX의 프링 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. Well done, Fring. Congratulations on today's win. Now, right off the bat, I want to ask you about the comp change. Double Initiator, Solo Duelist, Waylay. When did you guys start prepping for this comp and this change? Because you guys played new comps all across 3 maps. 일단 가장 먼저 여쭤보고 싶은 게 투척 후 원앤트리 웨일레이 조합을 갖고 왔습니다. 근데 또 맵 3개에서 전부 다른 조합을 보여주면서 확실히 좀 변화를 주고 싶었구나라는 생각이 들기는 했었거든요. 근데 사실 일주일 만에 이렇게 조합을 바꾼다는 게 쉽지 않잖아요. 언제부터 준비해왔던 조합일까요?
저번 경기 지고 나서 일단 준비를 했던 것 같고요. 일단은 저희가 원래 조합을 했으면은 조금 힘들 것 같아서 그래도 좀 사기적인, 좀 메타적인 픽이 좀 필요한 것 같아서 했던 것 같습니다.
Well, this change came through after losing the last series for us, and we just felt like playing the original comp or the old comp we used to run would make it tougher on us coming into this week. So we tried to pick some more meta picks and work with it with our new comps. Well, you mentioned how you tried to make it easier by going with some mainstream meta picks, but when you kind of take a look at it, double duelist and high tempo seems to be the mainstream meta at the moment, but it looks like you guys kind of stayed away from that, decided to slow things down for a bit. What is the plan? Why the comp change specifically? 근데 말씀을 해주셨는데 사실 오늘 경기도 쉽지는 않았거든요. 그래서 이게 조합 변화를 주고 약간의 좀 적응 기간이 필요한 건가 생각이 들기도 했어요. 그리고 워낙 현재의 메타는 좀 투타격대 빠른 템포로 교전 중심으로 하는 게 좀 유행인 것 같은데, 근데 또 DRX는 직전 경기도 그렇고 조금 더 시간을 두고 천천히 가자라는 생각이 좀 보이는 것 같은 플레이 스타일도 있었고 또 오늘의 조합 변화도 있었거든요. 이 조합의 변화 구체적으로 좀 어떤 점을 노린 걸까요?
일단은 수비는 뭐 알아서 짬이 있으니까 알아서 맞고,
네.
공격적인 게 저희는 제가 봤을 때 공격적인 조합이어서
네.
브리치 태오가
네.
워낙 그리고 진입기가 필요한 웨이레이까지 포함을 해서 그래서 좀 했던 것 같습니다.
그러면 이 조합이 훨씬 더 하기에도 편하고 잘 맞는 것 같나요?
저희 DRX한테는 조금 맞는 것 같습니다.
Well, when it comes to defense, we're just like, yeah, we know what to do on stage. We're experienced. You're on your own. Try to defend the site the best you can. When it comes to attack, Breach Taeho is super aggressive, and it also creates a easier way for Waylay to enter the site and create space. So for us, I feel like this kind of comp fits DRX style more, and we're feeling pretty comfortable with it. Now, next up will be Full Sense. How do you think this comp, this double initiator solo Waylay comp, would do against a team like Full Sense? 그리고 이제 다음에 풀센스를 만나게 됐거든요. 이 투척 후 원타격 웨일레이 조합이 풀센스를 상대로는 또 어떤 경기를 보여주실 것 같나요? 잘 통할 것 같나요?
일단은 저번 경기 때 현민이가 네온으로 조금 총을 쏘지 못하는 상황들이 좀 많았는데 이번에는 좀 총을 쏘는 상황이 많아서 아마 이길 수 있지 않나라고 생각합니다.
Well, in the last series, Hyunmin on the Neon really didn't get a chance to focus on his aim and shoot. But with this new comp, I feel like he's more comfortable and gives him more chance to frag. So I think we would do really, really well against Full Sense with the recent changes that we've made. Thank you, Fring, and best of luck against Full Sense. 네, 이렇게 해서 프링 선수 만나봤습니다. 축하드립니다.
And that's DRX taking the series, eliminating Zeta Division. It was so well fought. I actually thought Zeta had that in the bag, but DRX managed to make that comeback, that kind of comeback that we all know them for.
Yeah, I mean, great resilience from them. They really turned this around in that second half, put a run together that Zeta Division just could not handle. We've been talking a lot about the composition changes, but this composition with the breach really found its own in that attacker side.
Yeah, the attack side, it looked pretty good, even though there's a couple of rounds where DRX did lose the player first. I just feel like the Zeta's approach against the DRX comp wasn't necessarily always the right plan. I think they could have played around the smokes a lot better than what they did. But DRX did really well, even after losing a player on their attack side, to be able to group up a little bit more and then look for the openings that there are, and then also just playing around their ultimates, because they, of course, do have a lot of strong ultimates for them to get into the side.
And we have joining us on the desk, we have a special guest. We have Yum Yum from DRX. Hello, Hyunmin. Welcome to the desk and congratulations on that win. First up, you're wearing the Wingman beanie. Is this to channel? We were thinking it's you channeling your champ's form.
No, I guess my teammates just said give us good luck.
Oh.
Hat, so I just started wearing it.
Well, I think they're absolutely right. It did give you good luck. I wanted to ask first because Freeing mentioned that, you know, this was previously in your previous comps that you weren't able to like frag out as much. So does that mean that like this is like for you to feel more comfortable?
I guess overall as a team we wanted some change. So we like for every map we were thinking of what agents to use, and this is the comp that we came with, and I think we're doing pretty well. Yeah.
What are your thoughts with the... Because, you know, you're playing the Waylay and a lot of teams don't like playing the Waylay as solo.
Yeah.
Do you feel like you consciously need to think, I need to make sure I don't refract too easily? Because a lot of utils going in for you, right? And then you're going in, make sure if you're going to go back, then all of it's for a waste. And then, of course, Mako is also more aggressive deeping in with you. Is that something that you consciously need to think about?
Yeah, definitely. Because I try to use my like teleport less as possible.
Yeah.
So like when we were playing Yoru Waylay, I was mostly going in and supporting my Yoru. But as for solo Waylay, I think I can't really go back as much, or else it's like
you need
no
to be
point.
so greedy.
Yeah. So I try to stay in as long as possible, and if I really can't stay, I just teleport back. But we save some skills, like in case I have to teleport back, so we can like push for the second time. So I think, yeah, I think we're doing pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely working out well. I want to ask about the next match against Full Sense. We just heard Freeing say that he thinks you guys match up much better against them now with these changes. How do you feel about that matchup?
I think it's just whoever shoots better that day, honestly. Yeah, nothing much.
Yeah, it's gonna be quite the match to watch. Now, I wanted to go back to Split because Zeta had a bit of that lead. So when did you feel the comeback happening? Was it because you guys managed to switch on attack, or how did that feel?
We were just saying as a team, let's just win one pistol round, and I think we will be able to come back, and we were able to win the attack side pistol, and I think that helped us a lot.
There it was, step by step. And because DRX is making all of these different comps in different maps, I was wondering how you are adjusting to you know, needing to absorb all of this new information. How quickly are you adapting?
Yeah, so all these comps we are playing, we have played before, like with different comps, and we're just like mashing them together. So I don't think it's much of a hassle to remember and like start playing together. I think it's more of like repetition, I guess.
Yeah. Just remembering little bits here and there.
Yeah.
That makes sense. We had Termi on the desk last week, the week before, and he said that with the kind of changes, bringing Hermes into the team, that he felt like there was still kind of some teething problems, like trying to get the synergy together. Now you guys are kind of starting to win some games a little bit more, and it's looking up for you guys. Do you think that synergy is really coming online now?
I think today's win was very big for us.
Yeah.
I think as our second win, I think we just keep on playing how we do when we win, and I think we'll be able to win a lot more.
Yeah, it's that remembering the feeling of winning and really getting it back. Now, Hyunmin, lastly, before we send you off, this is the lower bracket. So how do you feel? How does the team feel about this lower bracket run? It's high stakes indeed, but you guys think you can make it out?
Yeah, so during champs as well, we were at the lower bracket, and I think we were just on the mindset of having fun, and that helped us a lot. So we're just, I guess, here to do the same.
Yeah, good vibes make it out. So Hyunmin, thank you so much.
I wanted to ask one more thing. On Bind,
Yeah.
Were you getting frustrated on defense side when they would keep throwing flashes? You guys keep trying to go for something aggro early.
Yeah.
Is any frustration there? Because I feel like every time Bane would give you a flash and you guys would peek either like B-long, showers, whatever, and there was just never anyone there.
I guess with our old comp with Yoru Awele on Bind, Yoru was the one TPing and like getting the flashes and info. But with our comp right now, we don't have a Yoru that like can TP that much. So I think I'm doing the role of Yoru and getting like the first info, I guess. But if they're not there, I just really teleport back and then I just more like getting info.
It's gotta suck.
Yeah, it's a little bit frustrating because you guys do get a little bit unlucky because of course you guys also picked that map.
Yeah.
So of course it's going well in practice. So unfortunately, that's just the name of the game, I guess.
Yeah. It's all the adjustment also, and then I guess the luck of the draw and who you're playing at that time. So Hyunmin, thank you so much and congratulations on the win. We look forward to your next match.
Thank you.
All right, that was Yum Yum for DRX, and we hope to have him back on the desk here once again. But it's interesting to see what goes behind all of these changes on DRX because they're looking like one of the more interesting teams to discuss because they're changing up so much, and this is still something that's a work in progress. We're going to see a lot more synergy. We're going to see a lot more, I guess, you know, how these comps really play into the style of DRX as well. Because as Hyunmin mentioned, he is also adapting. He's also changing because he's so used to the double duelist.
Yeah, it's a new DRX, right? We need to accept that there's going to be changes and they're maybe not going to look the same as what they did last year, even though they did finish off the year really well. But you need to understand that this is new and there's going to be growing pains, and we need to give them some time.
I mean, I think the big thing for me is, especially if they want to play these Brooch comps, I want to see how they look the next time we see them, because when you play these kind of Brooch things, it's great in that moment. Teams struggle to adapt, but generally when you have a lot of tape on these kind of compositions, they start to lose their power. It starts to become a little bit more readable. So I'm very curious what we see from them next, the kind of counters that we see them, the opponents manage to do.
And you guys keep reiterating that it's such a predictable, you know, agent. So how is this going to change that once we start getting the reps in? So we'll find out. That's going to be a very interesting story to watch. But for now, we move over to our next match. It's going to be GenG versus GE. This is going to be a banger. I think we're going to have another long day and you're going to experience like what we experienced the past few days here, because this is GenG on their lower bracket. Earlier, of course, we saw GenG not quite looking like the GenG of old, but now that they're in the lower bracket, I think they've unlocked something.
Yeah, I mean, they started very slow into this tournament. There's no doubt about it. They didn't look like their old selves, but slowly, they've started to find their form. Close loss against T1 found them in this lower bracket, and now I felt like they're kind of start picking up steam. You know, that win against VALORANT was very, very big for them. Close OTs, back and forth, but the level looked much better from this team.
I think they're very much in a similar boat to DRX are. I mean, the change of IGL, there's been changes that have been made, right? Lakia has been doing the calling. Zinx has come in and he's looked really good on some of the maps, and some of the other maps he's been a little bit lackluster. Texture's been texture of old, right? He's maybe not reached the heights of prime texture, but he's been pretty solid so far, right? So it's exactly what GenG needs. So I think it's very similar to DRX. GenG needs a little bit more time, and with even more time, they're going to get better and more solid. But have they had enough time to beat GE today? Because that's another team that's also, they looked hot out of the gates, right? And then, they had some losses, and now there's some question marks.
Yeah, it's been the inverse for me.
Exactly. You see how you have GenG like maybe starting out on the wrong foot. Now they're looking like that, you know, they're on their way back to being their old selves, and GE started out strong, and then now you feel like they're kind of stumbling a little bit with some small errors. So you kind of feel like maybe GE got overexcited, or maybe just got, you know, got that burst, I guess. But when we talk about GenG, of course, we need to talk about how big their playbook is and all of their strategies, especially when it comes to using their ults.
Yeah, so far I think their ult usage in general has been really good, where they have a lot of ultimates when they do change them together. It's sometimes for me is when GenG don't have necessarily, like they don't have the strict plan and they're just trying to mid-run a little bit more, then it's a little bit more awkward. But you can see times like this when they have the Yoru ult and Astro ult and they give a little bit of copy. They do it on quite a couple of maps. They definitely went into the server and just make sure they get a couple. the retakes have been really good when it's planned out, and the set XX on the attack side have been really good when it's planned out and they can practice it from the server.
Yeah, I mean, I think it really unlocks that extra level for a team. If you want to be competing to go to internationals, you have to understand your ult cycles. You have maybe combinations that you play for. Like a Phoenix comp, it's like you're getting that online as fast as you can. Understanding your win conditions is what sets you apart from the pack, and that's something GenG have always managed to do very, very well. So it's a key point of VALORANT, right? You want to snowball, you get the right ults online, and then you win more and more rounds.
You need to make sure the execution is good as well, which GenG, in the past, they've done well as, too, right? When you do have those ults, you worked really hard to get all those ult points, right? You're picking up orbs, you're getting kills, deaths to get it, and now you need to make sure that you've practiced it well in the server, that when you do run your ult rounds, right, that you're taking into consideration what ults do they have, and that your execution is clean, the timing needs to be clean, right? You need to make sure that you were in the server, dry running, and making sure that those timings are pinpoint. And that's when GenG are in those situations, when they have two ultimates that are combining, like for example the Astra ult and the Yoru ult, then I think they look really good. Sometimes the early Sova ult looks good, right? But sometimes when they need to do it on the fly and it's mid-rounding, then I still have some question marks over Lakia for now.
It's a little bit of a, almost like a reactionary thing rather than something that was pre-planned, right? And especially at this point in the competition, you're assuming everybody can frag, and what sets you apart, of course, is that kind of synergy. What could also set you apart is, of course, your individual performance, and Ash, I feel like he's a bit of an unsung hero here on GenG.
I mean, I think for me, I want to see more from this guy. I think we know how great he can be, and I think in the past he has been that guy for GenG. Or when he was on that initiator, though, this year he's moved across, he's onto this smokes role, and for me, he's very much still finding his footing. He's probably the biggest question mark I have on GenG, where if he steps up, he really can be that hero, but I haven't seen enough of it yet.
He actually frags on the Astro a little bit heavier than the Omen, which is quite interesting. A lot of time the Omen is a little bit more aggressive. And his Astro util at times have been questionable. There's been, especially the first couple of games, there's been a couple of missed Astra pulls and everything there. But so far he's been fragging pretty well. But for now, I think he needs to up his fragging on the Omen. He needs to get in there. He needs to get in and behind Zinx and Texture and be able to be that third guy in and trade off them.
Yeah, exactly.
What do you think it is in the play style of, like, you know, as an Astra versus an Omen that might maybe make him hesitate?
I mean, they're very different. Astra's much more defensive, much more supportive. Omen, you want to be paranoiaing, TPing in. You want to be aggressive. You're kind of a trader. You're part of that pack a little bit more. So it's very different in style, and he just seems a little bit more comfortable when he's playing that supportive role.
But both are so different to a Sova.
Yes.
Right? For a Sova or a Faye to all of a sudden move over to, like, yes, it's the same role in terms of controller, Astra and Omen, but those are completely different, just as you explained. Right? So then to go over from a guy that is finding information and speaking a lot, and now all of a sudden you're an anchor for the team. Right? It's very different. For the Omen, you're aggressive. You're basically like a second or a tertiary duelist. Right? And then for the Astro, you're an anchor a lot of the time, right? And you need to be giving stars at the right places and everything. So it's quite a big adjustment for him, and I understand why there's some growing pains maybe and some learning curve for him. But as a player that is individually skilled as him, he's brought into GenG to frag, and that's what he needs to do. If they have Lakia on the team, of course, we already know Lakia is not the heaviest of fragger, but if he's going to be your IGL, that's going to be your mastermind IGL, that's going to be coordinating everyone, because that's what he's brought in to do, to throw the supportive util. Ash needs to be fragging as well, right? You cannot have two guys in the server that is saying to the other three, good luck, you guys need to do it.
Well, I think they're going to be pushed to that limit today because they're up against GE. And we know GE. They're actually, like, they almost have this brashness towards them, like with their play style. They're unafraid of actually going in there. That you almost have to feel like the coaching staff is actually holding a lot of their players back and saying, whoa, 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 slow down here, because these guys are very, very eager to pack a punch.
I mean, this is a team that are going to be very disappointed that they're in that lower bracket. Their middle bracket game against DFM, I mean, I think they feel like they should have won that. They started that series so strong. Pac-Man had literally the best map ever, and then after that, things start to fall away for this team. DFM come back with that reverse sweep, and now they find themselves one step away from elimination.
Yeah, it's gonna be. I want to see what kind of form a global esports will be in today, because they, as we mentioned, they did start out strong, and then suddenly it's been a little bit rocky, and we're not exactly sure what they're on. I want to see. I want to see a global esports that was starting out strong, like the very first match, with that kind of energy. But I do think that like a player, for example, like Autumn, has been steadily improving throughout GE's matches.
Yeah, even though they did lose their last series, Batman, of course, dropping that ACS record in the first map, absolutely insane. So a highlight for them, right? They can take that confidence from that one. The other guy, Autumn, was actually getting a lot of those first kills, right? We said earlier on, even when they were winning, we wanted to see a little bit more from Autumn, right? And we needed to see more from his Yoru, especially with the operator. He can use the operator, but he needs to use it at a higher ceiling, right? He needs to get more of those impact frags on gun rounds. And that's exactly what he's doing. He was doing really well with those first kills. So that's going to be something that he's going to have to do against GenG today, because it's going to be important to try and take down Texture, try and take down Zinx before they get into the site. So that this double duelist can't just jump into your site. Autumn's going to be important.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's the guy who stepped up the most in that last match. I mean, obviously, Pat had the insane Breeze map, but Autumn was consistent the whole way throughout the series, and I felt like he always got his job done. He's playing this Yoru, and, you know, a lot of times now, they're starting to leave him on solo duelist Yoru here and there, or even then, he's having to just be kind of the hard scope player, basically. He's on this up a lot, he's on the outlaw a lot when you know, they're playing against that anti-eco, but he's getting his job done. I think he is one player that we can really expect a lot of in this matchup today.
Yeah, and we talk a lot about you know, all of the players on a GE. We talk a lot about Padman and, you know, him breaking records and stuff, Udutan with the Vitotan, and Javi as well. When we look at Crystal, though, of course, a lot of, you know, what GE is able to accomplish is because Crystal here, he is able to set up the team for that.
Yeah, he's been pretty decent for me on the Sova, but for me still on the Fade. He's both of them played 5 times so far, and we need to see a little bit of a higher performance on the Fade. For now, he's sending his util, I have to say, is not bad at all. He's sending good util, and every time we hear the comms, you can hear he's very active, right? He's very much talking like a secondary IGL, and he's giving a lot of information, as your info initiator should, right? But then we need to see a little bit more fragging from him. Similar to we were talking about Zeta, XDLL. We needed to see a little bit more. We were talking about these info initiators fragging and showing once again that it is possible. We see Kushi is at the top doing the exact same thing. So it is possible. Yes, it's not the easiest role to frag on, but it's possible, and we need to see Crystal doing it.
Yeah, no, but if you're able to do it, it unlocks that next level. Realistically, if your info in it starts frying people in the server, you can go as far as you want. Globally, like, the top teams in the world, they have these fantastic recon players, and it really does make a world of difference.
Yeah, and we highlighted the players that we want to see more of, so that's really interesting. Of course, we have Lakia and Ash on the side of GenG. We have Crystal as well on the side of GE. Going into our map videos, though, we're seeing Breeze up first, followed by Abyss, and then Haven. This is going to be really interesting going into Breeze for these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, GenG choosing to pick it, not at all scared of Patman. They don't seem to be phased one
records.
bit. GE coming back with an Abyss pick, and we'll be ending here on Haven if it goes the distance. I'm very curious about Haven. I'd love to see this map, because I want to know if GE come out with that Sky Sova again.
I hope not, to be honest. If it goes to third, Frost, please, not the Haven. Come on. But I'm interested in this veto. It is interesting that it is really they're not scared of Batman.
Yeah, no one bit.
I wonder if they're just thinking it was very much a Batman show, and maybe the team wasn't that impressive.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of wondering if they picked up on any tells. Like, when I was watching GE play Breeze, I felt like they had some great set pieces. You see 2 different smokes, so there's 2 different places the Yoru can TP, but maybe GenG have a read. We have to wait and see.
Maybe. Well, Texture did say that, like, you know, GenG is basically approaching GE just like any other team. And I think that's the safest way you have to approach any match. And this match, they also have to approach it with a very, very calm mind. They can't let the pressure of the lower bracket get to them. Because this is still an elimination match. Who is going home? Is it going to be GenG, or is it going to be Global Esports? We find out as we send it to the stage once more.
GenG.
All right, Pacific, it's our second elimination match of the day, and GenG is taking on GE. If you saw that fight that GenG had to put up against VALORANT earlier this week, oh, you know that GenG is ready to make this lower bracket run. They just eliminated Pacific's latest bunch of rookies. Can they take it a notch higher and get through GE?
Yeah, they had to scrap through it, and there was a lot of firefights in that previous game. There was a lot of chaos today, maybe a little bit less chaos in GE. That's going to be trying to be a little bit methodical. We're going to go to Breeze first, where they did look really good. They actually got ecoed twice on their attack side, and they still managed to get 8 rounds.
I don't know. I think maybe a little bit more chaos would be perfect for this matchup. I can't wait to see it. They're up against global esports after all, and there is something about this global esports roster. Everybody knows it. Yes, GE hasn't had a lot of success in the past, but this time it feels different. With record-breaking performances from players, it really does feel like taking down former Masters winners could be a possibility.
Yeah, I mean, this is a roster with a lot of expectation, both externally and from within the team. This is not a team that thought that they would see themselves down in this lower bracket. They see themselves at Masters Santiago, but they're out of lives, out of chances. They have to win out from here, and they have a tough opponent on the other side. You want to see big step-ups from these players. You want to see them execute, play that clean VALORANT that they're known for, and just then they might pick up some speed to take them all the way to Masters Santiago.
I really want to see more handshakes. I really want to see everybody on GE get their own separate handshake. I mean, you see Yudotan having a little bit of his, like, Frost needs to look away because of admitting that he's, like, the best veto, I think. But I think everybody needs a handshake as cool as Pat's.
Nah, I'm happy to see just one handshake. There's no way you should be practicing handshakes when you should be in the server, not on my team. There's no way we're just doing a basic handshake. You had too much time to prepare. Bro, these guys just played like a day ago. These guys should have been timed. Why are they preparing handshakes? Okay, that made me feel really good about picking GenG for this.
Well, we'll see.
There were no handshakes on the side of GenG, so
Exactly.
you know that they mean business. And I think that, like, if you look at GenG's form in their previous match, you know that they can actually feel that this team is coming together. Their latest addition, Zinx, actually had an amazing match, and I think that this was the warm-up that Zinx was waiting for.
Absolutely. He was the guy in their series against VALORANT. He stepped up in a major way. We got to hear from him afterwards. He's settling more into the team now, feeling more and more confident. I think if he's able to activate like we saw in their last game, it definitely feels a little bit scary for GE, because this GenG team is not a team that's going to roll over, and it's not a team that's going to throw away those rounds in the same way that we've seen before.
Yeah, he likes to get active. He's not scared to go for a lot of aggro plays. Even if it does go down, he's going to take the risk again, and I really like that about him. With GE, they're going to have their hands full with Texture and Zinx going at them.
Aussie, Aussie, Aussie.
Oi, oi, oi.
I love it. I love that became the battle cry of GE. I think we just had to have that in there. But now, looking at our compositions, we are seeing Yudotan on Veto. That's becoming quite the signature for Global Esports.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of what we would expect across the board. Obviously, last time we saw this for Global Esports, Patman on that Omen had the most insane game we've seen. But I think across the board, this is a strong map for them. Everybody's on these comfort roles, so I think we would expect big things here.
They are going to start on the attack side, though. We sometimes have a couple of question marks about the GE solo duelist attack side. Oh, how many?
Ooh, there's a lot more GE.
So much GE.
Wait, I'm actually surprised.
Oh, you
I
guys,
thought it was...
I'm a little bit surprised.
Pilski, Achilles, my man.
Wow, okay.
You guys know what you're talking about.
I thought this was going to be a lot closer than that, and even on the viewership side. Okay, all right, a lot of GE believers here, and could you blame them with how good this roster is looking? But GenG, they thrive in the lower bracket, so let's toss it over to our casters and get this match started. Over to Paper Thin and Achilles.
Thank you very much, Pilski and Ewok, men of culture, much like myself. It's nice to be in good company for this prediction here today.
I'm winning the prediction battle right now.
You did take a punt in the last one. You went for Zeta, and for a bit, I thought you were a mad scientist.
I was so close.
But this is very much, I think, a toss-up in my mind. It's just going to be, you know, is GenG going to be able to build up momentum playing that back-to-back, much as we did see from them when they had gone on their runs to go, you know, to then be able to go on to win the first international trophy for the region? Or is Global going to, you know, have been able to take that time, sit back, VODs review, counteract them? It could go either way. For me, this is very much a coin flip.
I agree. It was a really tough prediction to make today. I was really hemming and hawing about this one in particular because I think like GenG is just seeming to build up some momentum. They seem to be looking better and better with each match, whereas GE kind of has been puttering and teetering a little bit, so I'd like to see that bounce back from them. Have a nice, solid game here. Now you're going up against one of the best Breeze teams on the planet, one of the best Breeze minds in solo, so this is going to be a tough first map.
It could very well be, but you have to remember, big time talking about it, Patman, the last outing on Breeze versus DFM, an all-timer with his performance. 32-5-4, 353 ADR across that map. It was an astounding performance. Do I think that's going to be replicable here? No, not really. But if he's even having a smidgen of that same impact, this could be a very rough go for GenG.
That's true. And GenG does look shaky at times. It looks like sometimes the firepower leaves them, or there's some odd decisions here and there. But they've been getting better and better. Quick with the smokes. TP in.
Some quick jumps there from
It's all
Ash.
fake.
Yeah, seeing if well, seeing if anybody gone up over the top. They haven't. Instead, they've gone right into the lap of GenG on that B site. But now the exec onto A gets ready to come through, but Zinx having TP'd over. Cannot drop down fast enough. Gets caught on the railing, and Autumn collects his head. Gets them in now with the chance to try to take this one away. Player disadvantage, swing in, isn't ready for the angle. Ash, however, delivering a kill, brings it into a 2v1, but your versus Crystal. It's been a Clutch Demon spot out, should have seen there. As Shock Dart, not going to be able, oh no, never mind, it finds an immense amount of damage. Shouldn't be watching the UI there. Swing in, headshot to Ash. Now down for this Clutch Demon and the Lakia of VALORANT as they play a little bit of ring around the rosy, and Crystal wins out the fight. Pistol goes the way of Global Esports on the back of a Red Bull clutch.
I don't know how I feel about the strategy of that round for GE. The two players just sending themselves to, frankly, death, and then the plant on the other side of the pyramid, very uncouth. It costs you another player there. But what I do like is Crystal and his clutches. He has been, time and time again, so good in those scenarios, and he comes through big to open this up for GE.
That's a monstrous one that takes some early wind out of the sails of GenG. Zink's going to be kicking himself, not being able to break that angle. Should have never been caught by Autumn in that position. Speaking of which, Autumn getting caught by a stray shot through the box down to 70. Sending out the decoy. Nebula to Bloom. 3 players on the opposite side of this one, so he will just make his TP exit. Now you've got 4 players ready to attack into the B site. Well, for the moment, is only Ash by himself. So sets up the Nebula, jumps up onto the half wall. Sees the TP, collects one, drops back down, trying to play elusively, but quickly can get overwhelmed and shall. Swing out of the corner though, and Zink's finding an immense amount of damage. As Patman and Xavi, Xavi gonna be both tagged up.
Ooh!
Texture finding another, and suddenly this is already becoming very costly for Global. It's all the statistic earlier talking about the thrifties, but with both of these squads, what they've been able to pull off. Shock Dart into the corner, damage going to be found. The swing, however, coming through to their demise. One apiece. To draw into the Marshall. Karan unable to steady the aim. Yudotan now. The 1v3, the weapon still out of reach for GenG. Lakia isolated. Just on the other side, but not giving up a pixel. Counter swing gives away the game a little bit more here. Yudo pushing towards backside, trying to drag it across, but Zinx gets the headshot. And GenG get the thrifty win to tie it up 1-1 off the rip.
Now a lot of painful things in this round for GE. Not quite ready for the first player here, Ash. Up behind the smoke on top of the wall. We get that, but then a little bit of damage there into Patman and the follow-up body shot. Texture, Zinx with those sheriffs. Destructive. Exactly what you're looking for. And GE just could never clear that site. They were stuck, pinned behind the wall. That cost them dearly there.
But nothing else, especially with Texture pushing as aggressively as he is. This could just end up being another thrifty right back to him, but Texture does manage to find that first kill, as well as an immense amount of damage across to Yudotan and Autumn. As Lakia just, I mean, he's spamming all the way from bridge.
I was just like, where did he get that kill? Just spamming in there. Great protocols.
It slows down the opportunity for them to make a go of this, especially as Texture will put Crystal down on the floor. Snappy shot. Mr. 4K could be online nice and early here, as Autumn with 18 would have to hit a belter with this Bandit. Just drifting back, cutting across into shop door. Ash on the other side. Taps it, swings it. And holding it for now. They're trying to play somebody in. Looks like Lakia wanting to try to take this one for himself, get that Hunter's Fury online, and he shall. So 2-1. GenG, just the one casualty in the round.
Okay, just great stuff here by Texture. Maybe you could say a little lucky to not die here, but dash out, the snake bite in, follow up, just tapping away there with the Phantom at range. Some great ones. Woo. That third one's real nice. Okay, Autumn with the Bandit. Yeah, getting halfway to the Hunter's Fury for Lakia. So far, so good for GenG. See if there's an answer back here for Global Esports. Get something going on this attacker side, and that's a good start.
Looking for a timing. Patman with the shutdown. Zinx says the second layer, though, will be able to find him through the clone. Dips out the safety back over onto the B site with the pixel angle through halls. The peak tempted there is Yudotan, but not opting to go for it. Instead, will just be the push forward as Lakia sending out the drone. Going to be a bit of a duel here between the Sovas, which does leave Lakia vulnerable as this approach from double doors ends up coming through. Karen on the turn, finding the first, looking for the second. Can't drag it across in time. Yudotan winning out that fight. Lakia now barely pinned, but what is that? 2 kills out of nowhere. Say hello to the Lakia VALORANT, as he will get himself a 3-piece.
Jeez. They knew he was there. They were ready, and he just outplayed him. It's give me the slow-mo. Great start, but then that extra layer that you're not anticipating. Oh my God.
Gets the dink, then just shifts down to Yudotan, and that bullet spray takes it right up for the finisher. What does that mean? What is ding dong money?
Maybe it's some Korean
I don't know.
Game show or comedy show.
It's very funny is what it is.
It is pretty good.
Drone not able to get the dart out. Fake TP forward this time from Autumn, but still going to get caught. No, never mind. He actually had committed to it, and Zinx just has him dead. Yudotan with one before the shorty. Takes him out. Lakia again hovering nearby, and Patman up close on the half wall, able to find the shots, and Crystal cannot drop away fast enough. Dies, spike dropped, dimensional drift considered, but Zinx killed off before he can actually go into it. Suddenly, Global Esports right back into the round. Spike it back sight.
Obscuring vision.
Looks like they may be considering a pivot across, but they knew the position of Charon. This allows them to play out of the sight lines of Texture with that outlaw. So at least a check around. Nothing spotted. Will just be a pivot back into the B site, but can go for a safe plant behind the pillar.
30
down,
seconds
there you
left.
go.
Spike planted.
They can avoid these angles of Texture. It's kind of both one shot.
Would be susceptible. Goes right side clear, and no, it's not ready for it. Patman at the half wall, able to find one, shoves back Charon. Hold at bay for now.
Poison orb emitting.
We're back up, smoke to try to make this impossible for him to scale. Will swing back around, but Patman has it done. So 3-2. A good round to steady themselves here for Global Esports.
Yeah, able to take a little bit more site control. Had to throw a lot into the mix here. A couple different TPs, Yudo TPs in there as well. Then able to deal with him, but Patman up close and personal. I just wanted Crystal to get behind the wall, but all's well that ends well, I suppose. Patman, there you go. Talking about how electric he was last time.
I mean, yeah, given the investment, that is a critical win. And now look at the ultimates here. Nearly a stacked deck for Global Esports. Just one away. Yeah. Listen in.
Who's next?
Ulti
from this. I got that.
Backside.
Call on to the backside. TP comes through. Autumn going for the exit, but Zinx eventually able to find that headshot. Down to 8 HP, now finished off by Patman, but Ash still here, dancing through the nebulas. Sees the gun barrel, but Patman catches him by surprise from behind. Clear the drone. Uticon just going to be tagged low. Still alive and in the mix for this 3v3 with Texture trying to wrap around. Does have the knives, but also has the operator. Which adds a bit of apprehension for Global Esports here. Push forward though, Patman showing the gun barrel, ends up falling. Ping reveal onto Crystal. Swing in, wins the fight. Op shot goes wide. Karan now trying to scale, close the gap, finds the first. Looks for that second, he cannot. Now it's down to Lakia. Looking for the hold to half, uncertain which approach it's going to be. Does he just hold it to completion? He's gonna try to, and he's done it! Just a hair too late. Crystal make sure they carry nothing forward but a round win. And that is likely all that GenG concern themselves with.
Yeah, this is just, it's really messy here. I mean, GE is just trying to out-individual battle. You know, looking for that extra moment where they're going to catch somebody off guard or get a position. And I mean, a wide swing there from Crystal, great, but pros don't fake. And no clutch from Crystal this time. Yeah, I was going to say, probably going to want to get in here and talk a little bit. Let's get just a little too scrappy, I think, and probably want to get a little bit more consistent with some of the util. I'd like to see Autumn there throw some flashes or something, or be a little bit more creative on that backside. Players have gotten so good about being ready for those dimensional drift exits when somebody's right next to them with a shorty on how to deal with it.
I mean, 8 HP, almost, you know, borderline unlucky there for Autumn. But
sure.
Ends up being critical misstep. GenG hanging on to a 2-round lead.
Again, they're doing a good job of having that extra layer as GenG, but this time around, it just kind of comes down to some individual heroics. Lakia has been really good to start here. The other problem for GE there was just never felt comfortable in that post plant. Well, you got a Cosmic Divide, but everything in kitchen sink here except for the Hunter's Fury for GenG, plus an op for Texture. Take flight. You're going to be well aware of that after that timeout. You know he's going to want to get that in his hands as quickly as the economy feels comfortable. So big investment here for GenG. Huge round for Global Esports. They can swing the economy. They've got an op of their own with Autumn. He's pushed way up mid.
At the very least, VU wanting. As the shot goes wide, trying to get some of these ultimates out of GenG. But Lakia, just stop going to the doors, man. He's got them locked down.
There.
He is dialed in.
Sights turn to Halls.
You are divided.
Gain pressure, reposition from Zinx. Holding close to this main side, Cosmic Divide. Just sliding along this one, but they turn away from the defender spawn right as Karan just swings into the angle. Crystal now dead. And this round, I mean, he's got him lined up, doesn't even know it. Ends up being a flawless for GenG. That timeout, not meaning a damn thing, clearly.
No, I mean, they're just not reading the map well here at all. Not getting much value out of some of the utility, just losing players. That's your op too, that you invested in.
And I just,
Down B.
I'm not sure. I mean, skirting along that Cosmic Divide, using that, having to entry through it to get into the site. But then to not pay attention to that potential just wraparound through the defender spawn, clearly things just a little bit frazzled here.
Yeah.
Dart not getting the ping. Zink's able to scale forward down into mid.
Patman's trying to get up a little bit closer. Use a smoke to try to get there. They can't go any further. Backed off by some of the util, and
Drone checks, finds Javi. Dips back through shop door. Texture just going to stay dialed in on this line for now.
I think they heard footsteps. I think Zink's position wasn't accounted for.
They're starting to try to clear this one out, but they're going to be going into a crossfire. But smoke comes down, blocks it off. Ready, swinging in the corner. Locky going to be struck down, but then Zinks plays in right behind. 2 kills found, attempted the pop flash, but he lands right on Zinks' crosshair. 3 kills for the Yoru, maybe a little bit more. So he arrives on the scene. Texture dialed in, wants to take these kills away from him for sure. And he will with a collapse.
There you are.
No ace for you, but another round win for GenG.
Yeah, they're just so good at understanding space on this map. The way that they control everything, you know, GE tries to get a little tricky with a long recon dart. You know, try to get Patman up and towards that top mid area, but they fend that off with a little bit of util of their own after the smoke comes through, and then the whole time, that whole round, Zink slid in behind the cannon, the pillar, and
And we can do fast.
Okay, go trophy, go trophy.
I'm gonna smoke left and right.
Close, one,
Flash.
Oh my god. Yuta down to 8. Texture. Tree picks it. No scopes. Patman. They called it. They knew he was close. Mr. 4K online has it stolen away by Charon once more. No ace. Not in this round. As I don't care about the GE comms now, I simply want to hear Texture.
he just looks like a defeated man. He's like, I just can't get it.
This is so much pain. You would have thought he just passed a kidney stone. Charon does it once again.
It's so good.
Oh, good lord.
The best part is the whole crowd knows that they're all laughing.
Oh, yeah. He is the butt of the joke here. As Zinks gets one, gets out. Texture watching this exit at Halls. Finds another updraft dash to the side. Slow drifts back. Under fire. Gets another potential no-scope onto Autumn. Soul Crystal is Ash. Hello. And just drifting across. Will counter straight back out of the smoke. Finds Crystal. And it's a flawless as GenG get up 8-2.
Zinks and Texture, the double duelists, just taking this one over. Just forget it. Feels like anything that Global Esports tries. Oh, and that's so smooth, too. Gets the kill and knows he's in trouble, just goes right for the TP.
Wait.
Yep. I thought for sure it had to be. So fast.
Fake TP outside of B. Pit, however, locking down A main. Judge in hand for Charon.
Well, you need one bad here as GE. Hunter's Fury in Crystal's hands again. Let's see if they can get him into a good position to use it, but he's the one holding the spike right now.
I wouldn't mind seeing, drone to the pit into the Hunter's Fury to try to just pick off the Viper, but we'll just be holding it. Potentially for post plan if they can get there, but Clone is out. Zink's playing this rightly. But now needs to find his way out! And fight he shall! Autumn down to 1. Nearly finds 3 from that position. It's again just shattering these approaches. As TP behind the box and Lakia seemingly suspicious about it as he beats them back. Javi now. The drone. Don't believe, no, it had checked over. And Texture is on the line. 9-2. GenG making quick work of this breeze.
They're just so good. Every little change they make, Zink's in another great tucked in position. That
minor reposition.
Yep. Just a little bit. Even Texter looks surprised that he was ready for that. He's like, oh, hey, he was there. I didn't catch that.
I mean, every time GenG plays, I feel like I'm in like a live studio audience for a sitcom.
It's
the way
true.
That the audience just cackles together.
He would be so good on a comedy show here. Like, he is just unbelievably hilarious.
I mean, I think without a doubt, he's the most entertaining player in VALORANT.
Yep.
Both just the way that he plays, he puts up incredible performances, but then he's also just a complete goofball.
Yep.
Outside of the game.
Right. I'll take Texture over Boaster any day.
Who's next?
Oh, if Texture
No
learned
offense,
to-
Jake.
If Texture learned to dance, good God.
Oh, then it'd be over.
Yep.
Just absolutely over. Maybe we get him in a Kame to hook up a little bit.
Yeah, could do.
Okay, Drift.
Check forward. Just Fury looking for the kill. Karan does get flushed out as Lakia going to be overwhelmed. Sinks into the back, was able to find one, but Cosmic Divide keeps the plant protected. In fact, it's going to be repositioned.
You are divided.
As just kind of using that Cosmic Divide against them. Now setting up their own here. Our Global Esports looking for that 9-3 half.
Saw this counter lurk by Autumn. You can get this to go.
And yep, Shao. Oh, what? What is that flick? That is unbelievable. Should have had him dead to rights. Global Esports, however, still likely to win the round if the knives come out. Dash forward, Texture, finding the first, cannot get the second. But holy hell, I need to see Zinx's POV.
Switching sides.
Yes, please. What is going on? Karan just running in, trying to catch him off guard. Yeah, nothing
Sure.
that Crystal can do, sure.
What?
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 No!
That is illegal!
No!
Go to a lottery office, buy a ticket right now. Get on a plane, fly to Macau.
Halftime.
Put all your money on a number. That is batshit crazy.
Yeah. That's the craziest flick I've ever seen. Just period, end of story. He shot mid-flick and hit it. His crosshair never stopped, it felt like. What? That's like hit scan.
Good God.
It's like I'm playing snipers in Halo. What in the world is that? What? I don't know what to do. I mean, GenG's just locked in, man. That right there is just... It's unreal. I mean, again, this is, like I've said, we'll stand by it. The best Breeze team on the planet, I think. And
yeah,
you're seeing why. But that right there is just... What do you do? What do you do?
You die.
You die.
You simply die. There's nothing more to be done in that situation. Zinx has been blessed by a higher power.
Join me. You've got further to go, my friend.
Well, I think he had his, had long hair, got it shaved because it's the military, is my estimate.
Yeah, I know, but he could go further. Cut it all off. Yeah, just shave it all off. That's what I mean.
What the cult of paper thin and Tom is.
That's right. We're the same person, though, by the way.
That is true.
Yeah.
Sorry, cult of
Of
paper
us.
thin and sideshow.
Yeah. We're different people. He's got a mustache. That's just weird.
It is true.
Right here.
Setups here. A bit of util spread across the map. TP to the other side. 4-1 stack. Just Patman on his own as A, but saw how good he could be over on that part of the map. So him versus Karan here. Pretty important, but Karan able to get that deep toxic screen to buy some rotations. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. But it might have...
Oh, they're cheating back. And they've not gone very far. Stars now getting set up. Texture dead. Swinging around the side of the half wall. As Yudotan finding a nice shot. Lakia answering back to one of the hobby, but this is looking all global all day in this pistol. So we'll go 2-0 in that regard, barring a massive clutch from Karan.
30 seconds left.
Never know. Saw it from Crystal earlier. Maybe Karan's turn.
It's only 20 seconds.
Yeah,
and
the
he's
time is just...
swinging around through elbow. So
It's just too low.
they would all need to line up and do nothing. See if he can
10
find one.
seconds left.
Now made some noise. It's the ID there on it. Yudo, and Autumn will be able to put them down. So 5-round gap now is Global. Both pistols under their belt, but have to remind everybody that, well, they won it and then they immediately lost, and GenG went on a massive win streak.
Yep. So I like the idea there from GenG to throw the toxic screen way late to try to pull some rotations. It just, believe it or not, kind of happens too fast, actually. They start pressuring towards B, and maybe somebody caught somebody out of place a little bit too far forward coming up the choke and saw it and was able to call the rotations back. Not sure what GE was able to see from their positions. That's kind of what I suspect.
Well, reveal. Spotting out at least 2 players up close. Clone to lead the charge. The Marshall trying to draw that one in, but it's going to be Patman holding the line for 3 with the Bulldog.
Down A.
So nearby, Spike still dropped. Back inside main as Bulldog in hand won't be able to make it fire. Crystal, 2 nice kills. Weaponry, for the most part, going to be carried over by Global.
Okay, it's a start. The defensive protocols look really, really good. Attacker side was a struggle for sure. So far, seeing some good trades, some good support. Patman here to back up the Marshall, even if poor Autumn can't get that gun to go today. Having a bit of a struggle with it. Crystal showing that he still has that reliability.
Oh my god, guys. Even though we still don't know who's gonna shoot the recon, bro.
Somebody does have to shoot the recon, that is true.
Yes. Important. There you go.
Well.
Well.
Maybe we'll check back in on Pat's end of round comms again, but
I was like, somebody shot at it. Fortunately, it hasn't made a big difference yet.
Yeah, it's still slow going here, as it's just going to be a quick little exit.
Take that every day.
Dropping back.
Zinx, you love that. Give me that paranoia for a TP. Hell yeah.
Meanwhile, Yudotan. He's got...
Oh, that util.
He's got, yeah, chokehold here. Situated. Patman making some noise in mid. They cleared it, and now they know about the presence in elbow. They'll win forward, Texture swinging out, and not anticipating 2 players to be here, so now they need to try to flush them out. But it continues to cost them dearly. Autumn pushing forward. Ash widely pinned in and hauls. Autumn finds his. And now it is only Lakia left standing. Skirting across, back through. And I believe the spot was there, so Yudo just going to be rushing forward towards main to try to intercept and shut him down. Lakia maybe thinking that he had slipped the net a little bit here, but Global Esports dialed in on this, and Lakia doesn't know. So killed there from the flank. That is going to be a bonus conversion now for Global Esports. And we're starting to build up their own massive win streak to run this back. It's just 3 rounds separating.
Yeah, this is now maybe starting to get a little bit concerning here. But just great setups from Global Esports. The way that they have all of that util from the Vito there to give them that early warning system.
Guys, all good, but clear comp, please.
Timeout.
You can tell things are starting to get a little bit complicated there in the comms, and maybe even more so on the side of GenG. So first timeout call from Coach Solo.
Yeah, I'm very curious what Solo wants to talk about.
I mean, maybe for a start, if Texture goes out, swings mid, there's 2 people there. Don't face 1 by 1 after that.
Yeah.
Felt like they needed to pull the plug on that attack as soon as Texture had gotten dropped and got that info.
Probably overcommitted a bit there, yeah, for sure. Sometimes if it smells like a trap, it very well could be. Given all that free space at elbow. Gotta be a little bit more diligent here, especially with that Vito in play. A lot of ability for that agent to give you grief. It's given a lot of teams grief this year. GE has been very reliant on it. At times it's looked absolutely stellar. Speaking of, the evolution is available for Yudotan. And you have the outlaw for Autumn.
Time to jump.
Bunch of sheriffs. GenG special. Let's see if they got another thrifty.
Side opened up. Swing, shots end up going wide. Will just be a back away. GenG continuing to try to scale in this position, and they're pushing forward towards 3 players.
Trying to bait the angle.
Well, it's a rewrap actually from Yudotan, so now they don't have that nest pressure to really be concerned about. Texture really wants to swing in, but now he doesn't.
Decoy.
Thought he had it, but goes a little bit wider, and Autumn collects the kill.
Nice little maneuver by Autumn. That was exactly what GenG wanted. Just a better outplay.
With the drone checking into elbow and seeing nothing, Autumn going to begin his rotation back across to reinforce the A side of the map. There, Avi dialed in on the angle with this Vandal. Sets up the Nebula, it does get ping revealed. A little late on the clear there, but it looks like a pivot call from GenG. Maybe thinking that they've drawn enough attention towards this side of the map to try to go for the rotate, but you still have all of Yudo's kit set up on their entryways to the B site, as well as Crystal in the back.
Standing ahead.
Timing on this recon. Gonna be cleared. I thought maybe they'd wait it out. Try to play it a little bit more quietly, but bring out the shot. They grab the orb. It's 12 seconds remaining in the round as Crystal's just open it up with a spray in the main, and Zinx gets taken out. Plant committed to.
Spike planted.
Lakia hopping up onto the wall. Patman on the approach, out of window, dropping down. Swing through, Autumn, the one who collects it. And encroaching, as it's just Ash, he too shall tumble. So, flawless fashion, Global Esports getting closer and closer. Thrifty not to be found here by GenG.
Yeah, they have just tremendous protocols. And the way that GenG does get the rotation they want in terms of drawing the extra player over to the A side, but
5 of them or 50 of them.
still not able to just hit back. The time's just running so low, you're able to start spraying angles, you're down a player early. Yeah, that right there. Crystal start throwing everything he's got at the front of that choke.
One enemy remaining.
He knows they got to make a move, and they got to make it quick because of the time. Very, very clean.
Oh no.
Rip.
Well,
this is Jen's fault.
Yeah, Jen did divine this in her little psychic session at the beginning of the show.
Her fault. She did also say it was going to be 6 maps today, so.
You know,
if you're a fan of that, it's looking good.
Given the teams we have on stage and given how contentious the first series was, I am kind of leaning into that one. Looks like it's just a quick little change of the innings here. Hopefully should have everything set and ready to go. Just hot swap them out like it's a pit stop.
Yeah, it's, who knows. Usually here, it's just someone's earbuds or something are a little off.
Yeah.
And it doesn't take long.
Looks like we're just waiting for the all clear, get a quick little test on it, make sure that we're good to go. So as soon as Patman gives the signal, there we go. We're right back into it. That's how it's done.
Yeah. Get wrecked, everybody else. The other regions. I don't know if, I just think it's Pansy's fault. That's all I know.
Yeah, that's fair. Autumn with an operator. As Jiggle peek out, Patman spotting plenty and says, yep, let's back away from this one.
Both sides don't really want to commit to that fight. Felt a little too coin flippy. Walking into that situation. Just try to clear some space. Door approached by Zinx. Players right there. If they could get a collapse here, Patman could be in real trouble. Here's the footsteps.
Yeah, here's some of that noise. Dimensional drift, spotting him from behind. Autumn, however, able to find Lakia.
Spike down A.
Great kill to be found to start this off as Kel went forward, trying to just break the attention of Patman. It's working out. Pop flash going to be sent. Zinx able to find the first. It's labored, but the second one is smooth. Crystal gone. Autumn now back out into mid with a dimensional drift. Just a bailout tactic, effectively.
Here.
2v4 with an op in hand. Not sure if Global is going to be able to get themselves back into this one. Extra pushing. Dying. Yudotan with a very nice headshot. Gives him that first step. As Cosmic Divide will be forced out. Caron dancing around the box. Backs away from the angle, not falling into Autumn's trap, at least not yet. But then does so, and now suddenly it's a 2v2. Swing of the corner, Zinx just a bit faster. Finds Yudo, and Autumn, yep, gets the bad news. GL makes the call, have to back away and save the off. So GenG breaking what across the two halves ended up being a 5-round win streak. Will be able to get themselves now to double digits.
Yeah, key round, right? You've got the dimensional drift, one of those big-time win conditions on an attacker's side. You're able to get that to get you around, and maybe not the way you anticipated it. It wasn't just like off of raw info. Exactly. You lose that player, you still got A main control here, but able to break through mid. Zinx flash is nice. The second shot is nicer. He has been really, really good lately, starting to really pick up the pace for GenG since joining this roster. It's 23-9 right now.
9 kills off tying what we saw from Batman. Obviously, record not as clean. He's died a couple more times. ACS not going to be as high, but the impact has been palpable to say the least. As Yudatani Evolution going to be activated. DP into the back, reads it well. Counter swings back in to shut down Texture. Finds a third before finally being felled. And that is just all Yudo all day long, anchoring this A site. The rest of Global just now arriving. Locky at the same time. It's knocked down to 1 HP. Now with Ash at 47, pinned into the smoke.
Whoa.
It's a very nice flick. But where do you go from here? Just silent drift across the nebula through the double doors. They're going to try to maybe pivot this into B. That's the time, but Yep's going to start making some noise. Had that been heard? Seems like no. But as the drone goes through and sees nothing.
Oh, Locky.
He's got to do so much from this position. The question is, are they even going to push into this angle? The answer is no. No one approaching from Nest. Now he's smoked off. Ash, get a consideration. Pops the Nebula. Lakia going to start scaling his way through halls. The pixel angle. Saw one opens up with the spray. 7 HP. Locking out, striking in from behind. Ash unable to find anything there. Recon not finding the ping. Shock dart. Nearly gets caught with that in hand. But he can't get the weapon out fast enough and get onto the line. Hobby will find him. Global Esports fighting back, not allowing for the rest of this map to get away from them. And once again, bring it to a 2-round gap.
Yeah, really showing that they're just as good at this map as GenG. They are to the nail, and it helps when you've got Yudotan going crazy like this. When you try to TP crunch him, timing just a little bit off. He's able to maneuver behind the pillar just enough. Woo! That's nasty from Ash.
Had he been able to find a second kill, maybe, just maybe,
Nice, Yudo, good entry.
it sets up Lakia.
Yeah, this is...
Nothing.
You heard Frost?
Yeah.
Yep.
And,
Oh.
well, Lakia sprayed down. Texture now just trying to bounce his way back out. And that is a good start to the round here for Global. As Crystal taken down by a headshot. Texture put up one, but damage suffered all the way through. Great little pre-fire. So Javi similarly tagged a 40, and Texture able to fish him out through that wall. On with the swap of the weapon, spotted a 1. The pit now going to be blooming. Set up here by Karan with that stinger, but Texture trying to take some space. Ends up getting clipped, so a 3v3 with weaker weaponry. Ash able to find a phantom for himself. Paranoia hitting onto Zinx. Patman trying to watch the angle here from behind. Karan frantically spraying and praying, but dying as Ash caught out. And Zinx now has to do it all, and he cannot. Global 1 away from tying things up. Still with a multitude of ultimates to work with.
Yeah, they're just showing tremendous patience, making sure that, for the most part, there's players there to back them up when they're going to take a fight.
So now we'll reveal what Frost said. He was yelling for Crystal to buy armor, which he did not.
Oh. He pulled a boaster.
I mean, he got headshot, so in the end. Not the worst thing, I think, of the round win.
Man, all this is neck and neck. GenG needs to find some kind of response. Tough situation. A lot of this is coming down to aim duels or just, you know, the defender side. If you can have that extra layer there, make sure those trades are clean and good. Something that has impressed me all throughout this year for GE is often on their defender side. There's a really good trading protocols, really good ideas, how to back each other up, how to space to take those fights. You're seeing it pretty well on display here. Some of that util out towards the front of the site. I'll be. That's the general direction that GenG is leaning, and certainly seems to be their landing spot, but they don't know anything. Neither team really knows squat. They're both just holding.
GE are still well set up. I mean, he's got the operator here, back pillar, watching into mid. And if that exec starts to come through, it could just be, you know, Crystal, deep enough angle, opening up, sending that Hunter's Fury right into the chokehold. As all falling, Flick not connecting, but Hunter's Fury, yeah, going to be exchanged on both sides, but Batman up over the top, able to find Texture, shutting down the entry. Autumn still trying to play close, still trying to play spoiler with that shorty, but does end up getting caught. Batman dropping down, finding Karan before the wall can bloom. TP's across, but is on the other side of it, so ends up getting caught up in the crossfire. Zinx around the back, trying to get the right click kill through. Does so, but he's the last one alive, and Yudotan cleans him up. 10-10, Global Esports running it back from a 9-3 half.
Ooh, this one gets a little bit scrappy there. Using that Hunter's Fury to try to open up some space, but Patman just above it all. Never really in the
smoke.
I know. He's not accounted for either. Karan just goes drifting out there. Didn't even check the top of that pillar. It's like now the comms for GenG might be collapsing a little bit here.
Timeout.
Well, second timeout call for GenG. Finding themselves shoulder to shoulder with Global Esports on GenG's map pick. The economy once again going to be broken down. Last attempts at Thrifties have not been going their way.
Yeah, they're throwing quite a few different looks at him. The only thing that ever worked was the dimensional drift through mid. Other than that, every little maneuver they've tried has been accounted for, and I think some of that definitely comes down to the veto util at times. Other times it just comes down to sharp shooting, good trading. That's what you need on Breeze. This is a shooter's map. This is the map where a lot of it can come down to, you know, gunfire and things like that. You're not going to be afforded necessarily as many opportunities to do like what we saw with DRX on Haven and Split, where they can just kind of util you out of a round. Got to be able to get it going with the guns, and Texture maybe get it going with the blades.
Get out of my way.
That's the ult, and there he goes. Let's see what the setup's going to look like. Just waiting. That Odin there, it's a little scary to just kind of try to dash in, even off the back of a flash.
Just waiting for any kind of contact. What do they do now? Flash through, but the pulse. It's the stun, holds them back for now, and Crystal still could very well tear them to bits.
Who's next?
On the check around, dimensional drift. Going out here from Zinx. GenG pretty much all in on making this thrifty happen. The spot out. Crystal just jumping away and exited back pyramid. They found some damage, but not the kills quite yet. Shock Dart now going to be lobbed in as the spike gets planted. It's going a little bit wide. Damage not found off that util. But already, all 10 players situated here in the site. It is about to become a bloodbath. As the clone leads the way and Zinx gets taken down. Quick little updraft. Texture able to find one. Hobby taken out of the equation as it goes into that cosmic form. Karan now dead as well. They are just continuing to scale forward. The knives not connecting. Gravwell pulls them off the defuse for a brief little moment, but this one just does not go GenG's way whatsoever.
My ult's ready. Good try, idiots.
Like the way that GE approaches this scenario this time with the dimensional drift. It's kind of understanding that they're likely going to be checking the backside of A. So immediately, Patman and Zavi, I'm watching them on the map, they're there to back up Crystal, who's trying to get in towards into their crosshairs, just in case he pops out and tries to take that fight with Crystal. So they're there to trade if it's available. It's not, so they just have to wait, and then they just set up their formation, take their time, clear one by one, keep the smokes in front of them so that Texture can't just go nuclear with the blades.
You're back into a bye, but the two ultimates that you did have committed in the previous round, Dimensional Drift there for Autumn.
Taking that back.
This ends up being a hit onto the A side. Patman could very quickly just TP through. Some noise made, trying to get a catch into mid.
Yudo almost has another Evo, by the way.
Yeah, it's one charge off. Drone getting the spot on the 2, Texture. Considering an aggressive push, but Karan finding a much needed shot. He's gone. Patman with 1, Karan with a 2nd. They just try to open things up here on the site, but now Yudo finding Zinx, Ash getting Autumn, and Lakia seemingly on those jiggle peaks, not seeing Javi whatsoever.
One enemy remaining.
Karan with a 3rd, Yudo now alone, left to his own devices, silently creeping forward. Had gotten a kill earlier in the round, but this time to no avail. Karan with a 4K. Goes massive to break a 4-round win streak from Global and tie it up once again.
Yeah, just great awareness by Karan on that first one. The ping onto Texture, and he's there to cover just in case there's an attempted swing off of it. That really starts to break things open for him. And then he's just hitting shots left and right. Ash watching the cross in mid too. Beautiful stuff from GenG. Karan.
Let's go. Let's go. Nice.
He's been feeling a lot of pressure. Looked pretty bummed out at times. Whoa, hold up.
Texture with 1. Yeah, we'll just have to drop the comms from that one, but the paranoia is absolutely massive from Patman. Damage going to be exchanged on both sides as he quickly backpedals. It looks like that's going to be a stalemate. And though, just the kill on the Texture, and Zinc's down to 72, so pretty critical advantages for Global, or rather for GenG. Operator out of the fight as well.
Exactly. I mean, you've done a good job of keeping that Operator pretty well in check.
Do they read this, though? Do they even fall into it? Looks like it is just going to be a cut back across through cannons up into the B site, but some footsteps being made. Javi, does he hear them? Seems like no.
Interceptor is up at A. You have the other util over on B.
With nobody else there.
Yeah.
Interceptor not going to mean too much other than potentially some wasted utility.
It just doesn't really do you much.
But do they read this now?
30 seconds left.
Scaling the wall. Global have liked to play along that pillar in mid. They're not going to go checking for it. It would be a free kill onto Javi, but instead now starts getting the noise and relaying to the rest of the players. The exec's getting ready to come through on B. Hit for good measure.
10 seconds
GenG
left.
wanting to lock up this map point for themselves.
Planted.
They're going to be coming at him from every angle, but that pit there.
It's a full fan out. Spot on 1. Drop down off the wall from Ash. Cap attempts from Yudo. He's patting around the back. Looks like he's got the lion's share of the work to do, and he's also just got the lowest HP. Push out of the smoke. Yudo quickly will be able to trade it back, but 3v2 still with a pit here in their face. Yudo finds another. Lakia going to be taken down to Decay now, setting in as Patman!
Player standing.
Able to find Zinx. Decay down to 1.
Time.
Just swinging around, and yeah, the time is gone, but he wants the kill, and he will be able to find it. Solid efforts, making it costly. But GenG are going to be the first to reach map point.
Ooh, man. GE's giving them everything they can handle. GenG is punching right back now. Just need that one more round. Great stuff on that swing. Able to take down 2. A little bit better util. Karan just takes one, but that's okay. It's going to mention Karan pretty frustrated the other day after GenG's win. You know, so A lot of pressure on his shoulders.
Heard that call. Not sure if it was Texture or somebody else, but just said, okay, Vito and the Yoru, they both have their ultimates. What do they do to try to contend with them? It was an early death from Autumn the previous round. Needs to avoid that happening once more. Now Texture on an island.
Yeah, the Interceptor's right around the corner there on the left-hand side. So might kind of mess with some of the recon util.
Drones to be exchanged. Things to clear, you know, at least two are going to be here. Quick little jump away. Autumn not too far off. The orb gets taken. Ash has a Cosmic Divide available.
You are divided.
It's going to situate it here on this A side of the map. They're still just backpedaling, but now the spike is going to be ushered across. It's just going to be a full fake as Karan.
Oh, look at Texture, though.
I thought he was going to get caught there, but there's Hobby. Oh. Ruse now kind of being given up as Yudotan able to hold his
30
own.
seconds left.
They need to displace this Vito because already the pivots are coming through, but now no, the spike is going to be ushered back across by Ash. Karan is effectively just going to be left on an island as the Dimensional Drift will go through. Autumn will be able to let them know that this is not the finishing location. Karan dead, a player disadvantage now as the plant gets ready to come through. GenG
10 seconds left.
fighting an uphill battle. Lakia trying to be unexpected. Sliding forward, taking the fight, and catching Crystal slightly off guard, but if he drips out on the bridge, Yudotan could easily collect. He finds him. Lakia dead. Zinx and Ash now to try to hold this. Both just lingering within the smoke. Yudo. Oh! Blind through the smoke! So very aware! Has the 4K descended into overtime?
Wow! What a round from Yudotan.
Overtime.
Just send it into OT, my friend. Unbelievable. 28 and 17 to finish regulation.
I want to see how he got the kill on the Lakia. Did he ride the rope? Just get a backstab, or did Lakia push out?
Man.
Yeah. Just silently up over the top, and Lakia not giving it a cursory glance. That is disgusting, though.
Read his opponent.
Let's go. Oh my god, Udo.
High roll in the buckshot there. And that is a ton of frustration from Solo.
I think this makes a lot of sense. Go Glass Cannon for Texture. It's a real sore spot for GE. Back to the attacker's side again.
It's once again on this walk down into mid. Clone out from behind. TP to the nest, but Autumn none the wiser. Gonna get caught. Texture trying to push the issue. Does get taken down by Yudotan, so 1 for 1. Swing in, Patman spotting. Not exactly pinned in though. Cycling forward to smoke. If he flashes through this, it would be at his back, but instead it's going to be ring around the rosy through the smoke, and Zinx gets the better of him. As Ash clipped through the corner, down to 10 HP. Going to be calling for reinforcements, but the spike is once again back over towards the attacker's spawn. Crystal trying to see if he can intercept anybody. Cutting through double doors, perhaps. And this leaves Karan now to his own devices, about to be in a 1v2, potentially 1v3 on this A site.
Yudo gets one more kill. He gets the evolution again. That could be absolutely devastating. Or maybe if the orb's still here, it is.
Left.
Might feed it to him.
Toxins going up.
Get this kill on a Karan.
Wall raised the stars. Being placed by Ash, trying to peel back some of the pressure for him as Recon will get cleared. Lakia arriving as well. Putting out some shots. Shock dart on the lob in the jump through. Spike on the floor, still time to plant, and Yudotan still fragging. A 2v2, but Zinx. It's a belter of a shot, and that leaves Hobby now. Flank coming in from behind the Dimensional Drift, spotting him right out into the open. Zinx, how do you play this though? Do you just try to corral him, sandwich him in from both sides? They're trying to split the attention, and it works a treat. A 4K from Zinx. It's GenG once again up to map point.
Now what a back and forth we've got going here. Both teams have just such good defensive sides.
Switching
It's
sides.
so hard to break it.
Match point.
It's going to be a chance for GenG. Another one of those mid lurks that GE just isn't ready for. Maybe a little unlucky for Patman there, but tried to swing back into the smoke to see if he could catch him off guard. Zinx was a step ahead. He's so aggressive at times. And it works so well for this GenG team, especially here right now. The way he's been aggressive with space, challenging the opponents. Yudo's been answering back. Patman really far forward.
Is swing in, immediate shutdown. Face forward, Yudotan continuing to persevere. There's now a 2v4 to try to bring this map to its end, but it's looking like it's going to be Reset City on OT.
Great read from Javi.
Last player
Khan,
standing.
yep, not going to be able to make it happen. So unless the Lakia Valorant has something to say, it does not. 13 to 13, we keep going.
Heck and yeah, we do.
Switching sides.
GenG did just
Overtime.
play a 20 to 18 OT versus Veryl 2 days ago.
Certainly getting their reps in. Great flash out. That crunch play. Timing there. Very nice for Global Esports. Huge 3K for Autumn.
Nice shot. Nice shot.
Keeping it going. 2 players with 30 kills, Yudotan and Zinx. Lighten up the scoreboard. 2-1-2 split. Aggressive push from Patman. Trying to figure out.
Gate crash coming up Texture's way. Push out of the smoke and the shot goes wide. They just double face in and Texture. Attention tied over towards elbow. Gets caught out into the open, and Global Esports now with a very good chance to gain the lead and map point to themselves.
That was huge. And coordinated play. It's been working a treat for GE. Keep it up, and you maybe get this attacker's side to go. Karan, though, spots out Patman.
Line 1 knows that there's going to be more on the cross. And Lakia forward into the smoke. Able to dispatch 2 as Zinx finds Yudotan. Autumn dead, the round over. GenG once again into the driver's seat.
Switching
That
sides.
early kill,
Match
the only
point.
one that Global can find.
Crazy. Get that man advantage. You take the op out of the round. Feels like you've got a really good chance. He just out in the open.
Can't be doing that one.
No. They just try to jump in the smoke, and Lakia just takes them all down. Simple as that.
Timeout.
Now who is this?
I'm guessing Frost.
I think it's GenG. It is.
Ah, you're right.
They want to end it. So, solid attack strategy. Looking to be put together. Bring this map to an end so we can just focus forward onto Abyss.
Yeah, some pretty animated gestures out of Solo there, so a little bit of response there from the GE coaching staff as well, but we don't usually see Solo get quite that fired up. He really wants to take this breeze, knows how crucial this map is probably in this series. Going over to Abyss, a map that Global Esports very good on, very comfortable on, and another map where the veto really gives you fits. And a lot of this, though, is just Yudotan giving you fits. He's just feeling it today.
Yeah, he is just a force to be reckoned with. 32, 19, and 0. Zinx with a very similar performance of his own, though. His Autumn walk backs in towards elbow, but immediately taken down, and Yudotan this time cannot be their savior. 2 kills for Texture to start it off. Patman, the next closest available to Global, pushing forward, trying to fill this space just on the opposite side of the smoke. Zinx, does he read it at all? They are shoulder to shoulder, now shifting away. Drone through and somehow not getting that spot. Counter spam could be coming out, but instead it's going to be the paranoia sent through. Whoa. But Zinx just repeaks it. Takes out Patman, and now Crystal dead. Javi contained here around the back, looking to try to get the pinch onto Ash, but in fact he is the one surrounded and cannot fight his way through. 15-13, damn close, but GenG narrowly managed to persevere on their pick of Breeze in overtime.
Hell of an effort. Hell of an effort by both teams. What?
From a 3-9 deficit for Global Esports, kudos to them. And we know that they're good at this map, but this could just be them setting the stage for an absolute banger rest of the series.
Yeah, you should feel real good about this. Some things to work on the attacker side for both teams, but overall, both have really solid defensive fundamentals. You know, the way they trade, the way they understand the way this map works. You know, when to take that pressure in the mid in particular from Zinx. Really devastating. Texture with an operator, just Mr. Reliable. Got the 4K to boot. So the portents are there for GenG. I don't know if Jen predicted that in her tarot card session, though. I think she might be a little bit of a charlatan, you know?
Oh, well, we'll see.
Yeah.
But this map kind of had a bit of everything. I mean, this is just disgusting. Like, unbelievable.
I've never seen that. Anything like that.
Yeah. But we get ready to go to Abyss. Global Esports map pick. They've shown it several times. They look incredibly proficient on it. GenG, just the once. They kind of got bodied by DFM. It was a 13-8 scoreline with DFM taking the win. So need to see improvements for GenG if they want this to be a 2-0 fast affair. Otherwise, Global Esports, they're going to keep getting performances like that from Yudotan. Could be looking at a third and final map, but for now, we'll send it back up to the analyst desk.
Yep, I think our Oracle Jen Lee was correct. We may be going into a full 6-mapper today because that overtime spells out these teams really, really wanting to win this. Unfortunately for Global Esports, they lose this with 13 rounds and GenG taking 15. This was pretty intense, especially when it came down to those last few rounds.
Man, that was a crazy game. You had people frying on both sides. GE, it was always going to be tough for them starting off on that attacker side. Their defender side is really where they've looked good. That's where they truly dominated DFM. So they just had to hang on in that first half. They got 3 rounds, and you start to think, is that enough? Then they make the comeback, take it to overtime, just to fall to GenG. That's a killer for Global Esports.
A pretty good performance from GE, though we thought it was over after that first half. We thought it was over, and then they did show why this composition looks so good on the defense side. It looked really good in the defense side the previous match as well. That's where their strength was. For GenG, actually, interestingly, last time I thought that their attack side was the better half for them, and their defense needed some work. And this time, the defense, of course, with our MVP from GenG, with Zinx and Texture, putting up huge first kills, huge openers. It's just the two of them, raid bosses on the defense side. But then on the attack side, it seemed like they were not exactly sure what to do with that veto.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing, is even if their attacker side looked good in the past, it was not against this competition. It wasn't against Yudotan, who was absolutely cooking them once again on this veto. I mean, that's his signature at this point. He's looking great.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We knew that the Vetoton would come out. It's becoming the signature for Global Esports at this point, and the signature for Yudotan as well. But of course, there were a lot to, I guess, question on the side of Global Esports. I mean, we were, there is a lot of discussion on the single duelist, for example, and how Autumn performed.
Yeah, sometimes it really is hard. If you're trying to play the single duelist, you can see if they do go, they pick up the OP to see if they can get entry for themselves. They're going to default around the map. But the problem is, if your operator goes down and everyone else just starts walking in and trying to see if they can get into a site. We'll see soon. We're finding information here. We're going to pick up the A main for GenG. But the moment, if your OP does go down in Autumn, which is going to happen just here, now what do you do as GE?
You're stuck. You really are stuck, because now you don't have that burst to get through onto the sites. You're kind of missing, you don't have the flashes in the same way. And when your composition is built around Astra Omen, it's about taking slow control of the map to be able to scale up over time, but you don't have that initial burst, especially if you're trying to get into a site with a Viper who can just put that orb up, molly down, things like that. You really are going to struggle to get these rounds up. We saw that play out. Obviously, their defender side much, much stronger, but when you're only getting 3 attack rounds, that's including a pistol, by the way, you do put yourself in a massive deficit. I was kind of surprised to see them choose to start that attacker side.
Yeah, it is. Sometimes you're gonna have to. I think if they could give themselves a couple of more rounds on the attack side, right? That is the thing. That's the risk you're running if you're running the solo Yoru, right? If you can give yourself 4 or 5, right? 5, you're good enough. If you can get a pistol, even if you don't get a pistol, you can get 4.
Yeah.
Or a pistol and you can get 5, right? You're feeling so good if you're Frost.
I mean, just think back to it. They win that pistol, then lost round 2.
Yeah.
They win that round 2. It's a different game entirely. So, you know, it's a game of inches. It's, you know, those small margins, the difference between winning and losing. And we saw that play out here in map 1.
Yeah, especially with a scoreline like that.
Yeah.
It was 15-13. Can you just imagine if they managed to get those early rounds? Perhaps this wouldn't have been as close as it was. And ultimately, it came down to GenG just individual performances across the board as well. Oh my gosh, Zinx is awake. Just look at how well his stand works with texture.
This guy, since last game, look at a different person. He's shown up in an absolutely crazy way. Him and texture, especially in this first half, is what got GenG so many rounds. Ultimately, it's what got them across the line in overtime. Both teams struggling to win an attack round. Texture's the one that walks in, gets a double entry. I thought he was going to get the ace here. Crazy move from Karon to snipe this. Couldn't believe it.
Yeah. Oh, they definitely lose the game if he gets the ace.
For sure.
So Karon, the silent MVP, I think, of this one. I also really like that we see 2 very different styles of defense.
Yes.
Right? You can see the GenG with the double duelist is all about getting the OP and the Yoru in unpredictable positions.
That shot, by the way.
Crazy.
Dirty.
Crazy.
Dirty.
There's no way he meant to do that. No one could do that.
Nah, he's a lucky boy. He's an extremely lucky boy. But I do like the style differences, right? Being unpredictable, being in different spots. We saw Zinx also at the double doors. Being unpredictable of where he is and trying to catch kind of GE off guard, because you don't want to give GE pickups. Right? You want to force them to try and execute. So you are taking a risk if you're going a little bit more forward, and that's when we see Texture and Zinx how important it is. If they're taking the risk of going forward and looking for those first bloods, you can't give it away, because if you're going to give this GE team, which is what Varel did right at the start, if you give them those first bloods, they're going to have an easy time with their solo duelist, and they're just going to walk in because they're always going to be man up.
Yeah, and of course we have to also give some flowers to Yudotan, who was frying on the side of GE. I really do think that Yudotan here, he is one of those players on the side of GE that in case the other players are not performing at all, he can actually just close a round and win so many 1vXs.
Yeah, I mean, he played so well. He was obviously that key reason for the defender side, where they start crawling their way back into the game. I still think teams are having a lot of trouble dealing with this Vito. He's able to be in a lot of unexpected positions. He's across the map. He has a different set of util than you're used to scrimming against. And I think it was him that really put a stop to GenG there. So he's got to be kind of kicking himself. I mean, it's hard. You get 32 kills, lose the map. It's hard not to be like, guys, come on.
Yeah, no, he played his heart out for sure. But that's not the end of the series, of course. We are going into a map 2. We are going into Abyss. What can we expect from this?
Yeah, I mean, so on the side of GE, we've seen them play Abyss twice. They've won it twice, and they're playing exactly the same composition that we just saw from the first map. So expect more Vidatan and expect Autumn to try and get himself a little bit more active into the game. And I will say, Javi had a very difficult map 1. Not good from him, but when we've seen him play Abyss in the past, he's been very strong. They'll be starting off on that defender side, so look for Javi to be anchoring B and do exceptional there. He's really shown great proficiency on that.
Oh, GenG, if I have it correct, they did play against DFM and they lost on Abyss, right? But then they did play against the Vito in that one when they lost. So I'm thinking, because they lost against the Vito, they went into that VOD and they made sure they did the research on how to play against the Vito. Because I do think Yudotan was really good on Breeze, where he was moving around the whole time. He's being unpredictable of where he's setting up. Right, so for Abyss, I'm sure they had to do their homework if that's what they lost to against last time.
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely agree. I don't think we're going to see any changes coming out from Global Esports here, and we're not. This is exactly the composition we've come to expect from them. So watch out for Yudotan on that Vito.
And same thing for GenG. They're not going to change up anything, I believe, on their composition from last time as well. We're going to see the same thing coming through for them.
Yeah, so I think Karon on that Vito, he's looking to go toe-to-toe with Yudotan. That's going to be a high-powered matchup. This is going to be a crazy game. Global Esports are going to be upset that they're down 0-1 here. They got to fight their way back into this series.
Oh, absolutely. This is their map pick, so we should expect a better performance from them, but maybe the pressure of this elimination match is getting to them. For GenG, all they need to do is close this out and they continue their journey in the lower bracket. Once again, this could be the final map for global esports. They choose whether they make this comeback or if this belongs to GenG. We're going into Abyss. Over to our casters, Paperthin and Achilles.
Map 2 now with GenG out in front. How much preparation have they put in for this Abyss? Should have seen it coming in the map veto. Should have seen the veto coming in the hands of Yudotan. Karan is himself going to be piloting that agent. It's been rough around the edges, both in the series versus DFM as well as in the off-season. How much improvement will they be able to put on display?
Yeah, it definitely the big question here for GenG. You know, leaving it open against DFM, a map that they're pretty proficient in. GE actually banned Abyss against DFM when they played them because of how unsettling it is to go against that team on this map. So, but still, GE has a very, very good read on Abyss, I think, and it's going to be pretty tough here for GenG.
They've also had both pistols.
True.
And Thrifty in the first half of Breeze. So, a little bit of a coin toss on that one, but we're able to get it in the second half to really springboard that run back to take it into overtime to nearly be able to close out the map. That's something that GenG is going to be looking to avoid, but for now, Global very much the team to watch when it comes down to these rounds. Texture on the Yoru as well. Fewer and further in between, we get to see him picking up this agent. He's about to be out into the open, and he's going to find Yudotan. So one of the big pain points of Global on this map, dispatched fairly quickly. Javi holding close, but will get taken down. Texture finding the second. Autumn now, the one to try to challenge in. It's already Mr. 3K. How high can he count in this round?
Kind of hoping for the 4K and then the
30
steal.
seconds left.
Not gonna lie.
By Karan once again.
Yeah.
Could very well be the case, but they're going to give him the plant that puts him already halfway to the dimensional drift. The swoop in, Texture. He is on for it, and Crystal will deny him. Gets a nice second shot to take out Zinx as well. So credit where it's due. Crystal continues to be just a force to be reckoned with that Sheriff in hand, but GenG will get their first proper pistol of the series.
Just waiting for the reaction. Great timing there off the recon. Just wants to move in right as the first ping shoots out. Just catches Patman looking.
Just keep generating that.
His team is like, what a great round. It's like, I can't believe it again.
Yeah. Well, full 5-player stack here in the main. Texture with that Marshall. Will find one. Lakia spamming. Finds one. It might just be a team. Okay, I was going to say little teammates going through here, but it's going to be a flawless instead. As GenG quickly get the 2-0 start. And Texture now has the dimensional drift online going into the bonus.
Okay, let's see what the meat and potatoes here of Global Esports' defender side really looks like. A little bit of a cheeky play there, trying to all hop into a smoke to hide, but
the question we have to consider moving forward is, does Crystal regret at the end of this not giving Texture that ace? Just given the win record.
I wonder if that interceptor is there to catch a flash that might pop out of that smoke. GenG threw it above it.
It's going to be a fast hit.
Why not?
Or at least attempt at the start. Seeing the frantic backpedaling here, swing coming in, chest shot going to connect there onto Patman, and Karan has the follow-up swing. Hitting the headshot, Crystal, however, trying to hold his own. Gonna be good for one before getting taken down, and Autumn spammed away at a backside. So fast and concise here are GenG, but with the 2 casualties, it looks like Global Esports still gonna try to play this one out. And Yudotan and Javi still work their way over to this A side of the map. Drone to check, won't go deep enough to spot them. For the moment, no one watching tower. Lakia will turn his sights back there, but it's going to be Karan taking points, spotting the first, trying to drag across for the second. Can't get it. Yudotan, scary opponent to try to go up against from this position. Noise made. He knows that Lakia is above, but Lakia still is able to find the kill. So a bonus conversion, a 3-0 start for GenG.
Yeah, some shaky decision making here for Global Esports in the individual play. Okay, Patman gets caught out there trying to hold the line, trying to set up a bit of a crossfire. And Autumn gets those ping reveals and thinks he's got a chance and can't get anything to really go. Then I don't know, when you're down to just Javi and the last player there, I don't know if you should go for it, you know what I mean? I think maybe you're just better off saving those guns, but...
Autumn drops in, but it's red, but he hits the shot. Gorgeous one from him. As Zink's gonna challenge out through the smoke and eventually will get killed off, so a bit of an overstep. A 2-2 with weapons able to be recovered. This is a big boon for Global to pull off a Thrifty.
Yeah, Yudo, we're with the Sheriff. He finds one. This is gonna be a scary, scary round for GenG.
Yudotan can even get one here.
Oh.
He gets a shot on Karan, but swooping forward, Lakia right into the crosshair, gets taken down. The overwhelm eventually comes in as Karan gets himself into back sight. Kill found plant in the hands of Ash. Karan, I mean, one away from having the evolution, but wouldn't do him too many favors in this round. He's gonna push forward at Heaven. They're gonna look to just try to double crunch in, and well, it works a treat for one, but Karan does get traded. Swap of the gun, swing in the corner. Ash very much invested in this position, but takes the fight and wins it. Close to the Thrifty, but not close enough. GenG still up 4-0. And it looks like the timer's gonna continue to bleed down, so no intervention from Frost quite yet.
Yeah, really just becoming a individual battle at times in this, just who can outshoot who. Great patience there to make sure that Yudo's surrounded. At least give up another one to him. He'd already tagged somebody else on the cross. Going up 4-0.
Time to jump.
Couple ults in play. Autumn does have an operator in his. Ooh, a moment there.
Yeah, jump spot from Zinks. All the players, all the weapon.
Yeah.
Watcher expired.
See, just Karan on his own on that veto duty. Try to lock down a flank. Ash on the other side. 3 players trying to brute force their way up mid here. Maybe trying to set up a high-low to see if they can get Autumn dealt with, but he's just not having any of it. Just TP's out.
Just making his exit out the safety, not wanting to play this and take too many risks. Texture on the scale forward, able to just go ahead and re-clear that angle. Once again, going to try to get some mid control, but it's GenG backing out and getting ready. Push in towards B. Spot out onto Karan. Ooh, drum up some interest, and will take a headshot through the box. Good spam from Patman.
Yeah, this is a pretty good read, though, for GenG. Gonna find that weak side. Do have to contest. Little bit of util from Yudotan. Interceptor right around that right-hand side corner.
Doing a thing.
See what he can do.
Evolution up from Karan. Autumn arriving. The peak texture going to be taken out as he TPs forward. There's the ping reveal, and Zinks will be able to flush out the enemy veto. 1 for 1 for now, as Convergent Path's going to be given a consideration here. Be waiting for a bit more noise, a bit more presence. Actually put the ult away for the moment. Conventional drift leading the way. Convergent Path set over, but no one going to get caught by that. Zinks now taken down into their sights, though. As Karan will be able to find the one. Autumn on the exit. Barrel stuffs Lakia with that shorty, and now it's down to Ash. Setting up to grab well, stopping the defuse. The plant not really for him at all, and you've got an operator on the opposite side that he's going to have to try to break, and he cannot. Autumn will shut it down as Global Esports get online in round 5.
Yeah, even though it's a pretty good macro read here from GenG, now Global Esports able to get their guns going. Yudo finds a big first. Turns that flash beautifully. The TP right next to him. He gets pinged out by Lakia's util. Crystal, what a shot. Zavi there to get the quick trade. Autumn trying to get the info, able to get the shorty in play. Locking down the only angle that can really be taken there to try to prevent that defuse. It's okay. You got a whole bunch of alts here as Global Esports. You got a lot of options on how you want to play this round, and they want to play aggressive.
You also got a weak economy for GenG, so it's going to be... Oh my god, so costly as Autumn. This man cannot catch a damn break. Patman just baiting him into death. It's a shot whiffs on the Omen, and it hits the operator. Man.
It's just one of those days.
That just sucks.
That does suck. He's just one of the unluckiest days I've ever seen. I don't like to use that word much. I don't think there's much luck involved often, but...
Yeah. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Ow, ow, ow. Just getting pummeled. Face forward into mid.
The timing.
Yeah.
Horrible.
Units on the top mid does manage to peel back a kill, so 3-2.
Patman just body blocked there. I actually like that our observers caught that. Just saw how horrible that was for GE.
Oh.
Hello.
Double take
Whoa.
and Texture. Ooh, maybe feeling a bit too spicy. Goes for the fight. And while Javi has had some quieter performances in the last 2 series from GE, still a player that absolutely deserves and demands respect. Recon forward. Tucks away from that one. Should tell Lakia all he needs to know. And the jiggle will go ahead and confirm it. And he's got it done. This is what I'm talking about. You cannot underestimate this guy. Rings out with a 4K to get the clutch. Get Global Esports a second round win.
Man, the confidence there of Avi to go for Lakia as he's trying to make his escape. Just has that timing and the crosshair placement right where it needs to be. The 4K clutch for the IGL. A play.
And after this moment, that little overheat from Texture should be playing things a lot more slowly.
Javi, put my closer in front.
Didn't quite catch that.
He said, put my clothes on you?
I mean, maybe. Sounded something like that. Either way. Autumn once again, making the jump across, around the back. Smoke falling.
Beautiful.
Gets out, not quite scot-free, but still able to find the kill. The Hunter Sphere from Crystal. Doing wonders as this crunch into A lobby absolutely destroys GenG. And it feels like that early momentum, that seemed that they had, is very much being taken away from them. Oh, we're about to be 1 round away from tying it up.
Yeah, the saturate comes in a bit late there, so Patman's able to find one on the follow-up. A lot of times teams might play that one and done for a Yoru to just literally be that, just to TP out and they take their prize, but GE sends a lot into it. Hunter's Fury, Patman works an absolute treat. Ash just with the stinger. Probably just gonna die.
Yeah. I hear if Ash clutches this with his stinger, Sliggy's gonna donate $1,000 to charity.
Okay.
30 seconds
That's
left.
so cool of him.
What a nice guy.
Yeah.
You know, I was hearing all those donations coming in. I think he's got it. Yeah.
Avoids the opening shot. Crystal's there. Ah. Well. Unfortunate. Flawless to be found. 1 round away from tying it up. Global Esports starting to find that momentum and footing.
Yeah, this is so well set up. Smoke there as well. Nova Pulse hits the player behind the box, so he's running out like, oh god, what have I gotten myself into? But an eco for GenG, so not the end of the world at all. Let's see if Global Esports can get a snowball rolling. Couple ults across the board. My eyes go towards Lakia's and Ash's. A lot there to set up these hits. It's a 4-1 split, and this time they're leaving Javi on his own over on the A side. You know, with all that pressure they've been putting at A, maybe they're just figuring that GenG's going to test the waters on the other side of the map. A hard read from the IGL of GE, but I don't know. Right now, GenG feels like we can do a little bit of gathering of info in mid. Just cross our T's, dot our I's, and not going to see much.
No, not at all. ping down as well. There's that window position, so anticipating a player there at least. But as they get corralled together and get ready to go through, pressure starts mounting on Javi's shoulders.
Now they know mid's clear.
I mean, the fastest reinforcement you're going to get is a gate crash available from Autumn to jump back across, but nope, never mind, just expired.
You are divided.
The Cosmic Divide now going to be set up. Swing in, and Javi able to find the first. Great shutdown. As Patman
ulted over.
Quickly, yep, ults over to join in. Here's the plant going down. Zink's just going to be dropping down off the top of the box. Ash at the same time, trying to go walkabouts on this flank. Hovering, waiting, hearing these rotations coming through. Cosmic Divide going to be used, trying to lock out Lock-In. It's a very early Hunter's Fury, but he has found one. Javi going to be taken down. Zink's now flushed out of backside. TP forward from Patman, quickly dispatched, but Karan cannot hold his own as Yuratan continues to push up.
Pulling them in.
Fuse now getting started. And the grab, well, yeah, don't have to worry about it. The Fuse can come in, and Global Esports, they will tie it up 4-4. Just consecutive streaks from both of these squads to get to this point.
Yeah, love the way Javi plays this. On his own, gets the kill and just dips. And then, you know, that Cosmic Divide, they're able to wait it out. Oh my God, just a blind shot. Then you can just go for this Flood retake. Yudo pops the ult. He doesn't have to worry about that Hunter's Fury as much. Can start pushing angles. They use the clone to clear the info gathering utility of the veto.
If anybody else goes for the half hold, they don't get it and GE lose the round, but they have the evolution.
Right.
Don't have to worry about that grab well. It's just so well drilled into the heads here of Global Esports.
Yeah, they just took a round away from GenG where they invested 2 big ults into it. Couldn't get anything out of it. Coaches getting involved a little bit. Some discussion being had between the IGL and the coach for Global Esports as they want to continue this momentum, and Solo is hoping that he can give some of these fans of GenG a win, keep their Santiago hopes alive. Of course, whoever loses here they're done.
Kaput on kickoff.
So it's been almost every match that's been elimination has been incredible here in Pacific. Everybody's just giving it their damnedest.
I wonder what that almost is about, but it has been just, you know, tooth and nail fighting from all the teams not wanting to be eliminated early, but them's the breaks as Autumn. So forward checking towards window, no one playing up towards that position.
Yeah, the gate crash over at connector. So are they gonna see that gun barrel?
If he swings out a little bit more to the left, he would. Drone coming through. Too risky for Autumn. As what the drone doing there? Drone just went down into the abyss.
You know, it heard the call of the void.
Yeah.
It's been reading Nietzsche.
Ran out of battery, I guess. As Crystals similarly not going to be spotting out too much.
Again, Javi all alone on A site. Felt like he could do pretty well. They even hit him with a flash last time, and he still took one. His position. This time, they're going to throw an ult at it and try to buy a little bit of time.
Crystal is close. They're at tower to try to peel back some of the pressure. The jump out. Quick little refract back, though. And it is damage suffered by Zink, down to 45. Spam taking Lakia so very low. And this is allowing for Global Esports to get everybody in position and try to go for a Flood retake. All of them now clustered together. Karan, Texture, the only two with the real weaponry here.
It's on Patman. Smokes in a paranoia.
Right here. Except they're clearing out the recon. Karan able to find one, but Lockett going to be taken down. Bucky able to find a kill on the Crystal, but now a 2v3. Scale forward. Quick little spot there would seem on to Karan, who now needs to drop back. Smoke set up. Javi scaling forward. Ash able to find one. The Fuse not yet held to half. Just continuing to try to flush them off of this one. As they're going to try to run him down. The push forward.
Oh,
using the evolution for the heal, and Karan will be able to get the round win. GenG Off the timeout, breaking the win streak of Global and reestablishing a lead by 1.
Yeah, on a weak buy there too. Shotgun getting some value, stick it right under ropes, right under their noses.
He was like 10 HP.
Yeah, that's true. Ooh, Ash, Belter. It's all on the Karan. Out on the veto. And denying. Another round there for Global Esports, denying them 5 in a row.
Ultimately, I mean, the evolution not needed, but I love just the...
Might as well, it's
I
better
love the
safe
forward
than
thinking
sorry.
of, okay, let me use this to get the heal. It's, I think, a little side effect of the ultimate that a lot of people sometimes forget about.
I mean, you don't want to have that one bullet trade. It totally makes sense to me, especially with how close the score lines are. Zink's one away from a divide.
Oh, he's going to find Lakia. Yeah, I mean, that's the spike down. If he can get Ash, and he does, then this starts becoming a catastrophe for GenG. One fight back across the opposite side of the map. The A site open for the taking, but the spike's still down on the floor.
Yeah, if Javi had won that, it'd be really curtains you'd feel.
I mean, Texture really needs to try to draw some attention away from this position so that Zinx can go on the peak, which right now doesn't really even still have a timing. As Yuratan, 4K for him. Dominance in this round. And just like that, tied up once again, 5-5.
It's just so scrappy. Both these teams have so much firepower, just going back and forth, but this one's just a timing play. Just right as that Sova util's getting released, Ash isn't in a position to back him up, so Yudo can ice. Woo-hoo-hoo. That is crispy. Yeah, Yudo can isolate those first 2 fights. Goes for the wide swing even. It's coming down to a lot of just individual big plays. Some of these rounds, this time, quick to help over.
The round where, okay, I was gonna say, they're not just leaving Javi alone on this side of the map. GenG pile forward, but it's a nice early kill found with that bucket. He's dashing up into tower. Hot flash from Autumn, looking for a timing, and will be able to find and set up for 2 kills. Now the 3rd, as Karan gets taken down as well. And Ash, well, he's in mid. He doesn't have much of a hope here.
A beautiful flash there from Autumn to set himself up. It's a couple different players and can make a real meal GenG there. But this round, there's a key difference here for Global Esports. Get to it maybe after Ashes.
Without concealment.
Done trying to do something, at least get one closer to the Cosmic Divide. He's gonna peel back and see what he can do. Pretty decent on the cash, our Global Esports.
30 seconds left.
Gotta be careful with it. Don't want to give too much away.
Now you've got 2 players that are fairly low on HP alongside Patman. Weapon scooped up here for Ash, so could just tuck away and hold on to it. Looks like that is going to be the call.
10 seconds
Couple
left.
shots out. We'll just ultimately cover this Vandal and carry it forward into the next round. So Global Esports, 6-5, finding themselves in the lead for the first time on Abyss.
Yeah, so a little bit of a macro change for Global Esports in terms of
round in the half.
how they're starting out the round into how quickly they're making the rotations, how quickly they're bailing Javi out. This time around, they once again don't show any presence at A main, and GenG's been trying to take advantage of that. But they're really quick this time to get to him. They've already got 2 players leaning that direction by the time the hit is coming through. Again, weaker weapon, sure, but being in position to make sure that there isn't any hope for GenG. We know how good they are at Thrifties. Smart stuff from the IGL Global Esports.
Hey, they trap window, guys. Maybe I got tagged. They might go B.
Okay.
There's a pop drop here. There's OT. I'm gonna OT this, okay?
There you go. Can we follow it? Careful, okay?
Autumn leading the charge. The drone still there from Lakia. Will now start working his way forward onto the site, but for a second looked like he was going to be susceptible to getting caught.
They're looking for Ash.
Virgin's paths once again sent over to the side, but Crystal, just that tiny little angle, able to find the headshot onto Zinx, and things are quickly falling apart for GenG. Texture fighting back for 1.
Last
1v4, and now Texture dead. Global Esports, 7-5 here in the opening half from this defender side. Looking damn clean. Yes, remember the GenG, this was their side selection coming into this map.
And they ran 4 rounds in a row to start this half.
Switching sides.
Since then, it's been
I'll pick them apart.
very heavily in favor of Global Esports, to say the least. Love the way they approach this round. They get the early info, they get the early read, and they're able to spread the map, come from all the different angles. Just make it a nightmare for GenG to try to defend this post plant.
Oh, hello.
Hello, friend.
Halftime.
A little bit of a jump scare there, but with the halftime now coming through, a lot to talk about. 2-1. GenG able to find their first pistol at the start of this map. And they can find it again now from this second half. Maybe this neck and neck, back and forth, round wins. I say back and forth. It's been streaky for both sides.
Back and forth streaks.
Yes. Maybe that'll continue. Otherwise, maybe Global just fully find their footing and run away with the map win here. That is a nice replica.
That is. That is clean.
Yeah.
How much? It's going to be really interesting. Part of the map where GenG for sure struggled when they played this against DFM was on their defender side. So how much are they going to have that cleaned up? You know, same comp, same ideas. You know, are they going to be able to find a little bit more value here? Try to close this out in 2. Or are we going to be getting Haven? That's the big question.
This is in fact a green light week for them, or day, I suppose.
Oh, that's true. I didn't even take that into account when I made my pred today. I should have.
I did, and I said, well, Pattern's probably bound to break at some point.
Man, this is so deep here, but already underneath.
Yep.
They're going to expect that extra layer.
I think they saw Karan, but they're still not looking to try to play into that angle either, so it's just going to be a full rewrap from Global across to the A site, where it's just Texture and Lakia to try to hold this line. Lone Sheriff for Lakia. Bit of damage into the follow-up headshot. Once again, Autumn's not catching these strays and nearly finds a second, but doesn't manage to confirm the kill on the Yudotan. Full fan out into back sight. Karan on the approach, coming in from main. Are they going to try to fight forward and maybe even take this across to B? No, just, okay, multi-face, peek towards that spawn side.
They're looking to catch GenG a little off guard if they could. GenG was a little bit slower to get there.
Oh, Drone getting the spot. Karan swinging a little bit too soon there. Flank now, the jig is up on that. It's smoke getting ready to fall. And Ash, oh, the timing is so damn poor. Straight into the cosmic form. There's Karan able to find the 1. 3 more to go. Stars set up. Setting up the interceptor, but nothing to do about a grab well. Or the concussive. Just dancing around that one. Finds the headshot. Now going in for it. Patton will swing. Have the kill. And it's going to be a 3rd pistol win for Global Esports. Now up by 3 rounds.
Yeah, I like the ideas here from Global Esports. I was a little bit worried there that them being that aggressive towards their opponent's spawn might cost them a bit, but they actually just double down on it again, just wait it out and find the perfect moment to strike right as the Astra's trying to lay down some util. Stars do not align for Ash. And that's really nice for Global Esports. Clean pistols.
Look at how much weight Karan is carrying right now compared to anybody else. GenG very much been on struggle street in the fragging department here. After such a fantastic start to the map. Ash, just that classic in hand, lingering within the smoke. He's coming down, just looking to play this one out patiently, but eventually will be found. Tavi down to 47, as Patman will fall, but in the end, not too bad, and Lakia just gonna go jumping off the side of the map.
Okay, did some damage. Not too bad, but Now we get to see what is in store for GenG on this defender side, really and truly. Couple half armors in there. Ooh, Javi, so quick.
Woo! 3K for the Astra. Start off that half pretty good. These attackers, Cosmic Divides can be ruthless to deal with.
Putting a lot of their util heavy agents over on the A side right now with Lakia and Karan. They're gonna lock that down. A deep place of a trip for GE. I have a little bit of info. There is that lurk behind them, especially if it's a quick one. They make their hit, but this could be a little tricky. Could potentially have a lot of ability to stall this up a little bit.
Taken, Interceptor, blocking. Top of the clone. There they are. Look at the recon, gets the reveal. It's just going to be a bit of damage across it. No, Crystal does get caught. Caroline able to find one. Quick cross cut back. His Yutan up over the top, winning out the fight versus Lakia. Karan still fighting, but will only be able to find some damage, minor at that, onto Patman before getting taken down. Hinder is there, Zinx to the push, able to find the kill. Him into a player advantage, but GenG can't really afford any more losses. It's right to the rope, and Zinx seemingly just asleep at the wheel. Regen armor working its magic here for Javi. Getting him as healthy as can be, and now they're just basically gonna have to 1-2 drop out of this one to their demise in all likelihood, but no. Ash able to find the final shot. Stop the bonus conversion, stop Global from getting up to double digits, but at the cost of 4 players.
Yeah. Economy not going to be great for GenG. Let's see what they can scrape together here. Just comes down to some weird timings. I mean, Karan is absolutely frying, but he's still fighting when a couple players from GenG aren't even close to being able to help out. So he's just trying to do what he can. And Lakia just collapsed a little too quickly there. You're hoping that with all that util at the front of the site from the veto that you're going to be able to slow that up a little bit more, but no fear from Global Esports there.
Yeah, now it's a brutal buy. 2 Buckies. The Phantom from Ash passed over to Texture.
Karan did push pretty far forward though. Maybe sitting in a smoke. Looking for a player to maybe try to get there without checking it. Texture.
I mean, he'd love to make his way over to rope, but he just can't.
Right. He does. Javi's watching it, so.
Just jump peeking here for Ash. Watching into mid. Yutan, can he get a flick here? Oh,
there.
Saw him now. See each other, and you can be damn sure Ash not going to be going for that one again.
Yeah, Javi seems wise to being a trap around that area somewhere. So they're going to try the other side of the map.
Thrown out into A, spotting nothing. There's the walk down from Zinx, right into the sightlines of Yutan. Paranoia avoided by Lakia, but now alone just with this Bucky.
30 seconds
Smoke's
left.
blooming on the site, waiting, and just getting outdone by Autumn. It's right in on top of him, and that can't even pull the trigger on that shotgun.
Spike planted.
Crazy. I mean, unless Texture can go absolutely bonkers here.
Trying to play off of each other, but still only going to be minor damage found to the Patman. And Autumn, watching from the opposite side of this exit. Should just be the cleanup coming through as Ash tagged low. Hits a concuss. It is likely just going to get spammed down. Draws back around the corner, once again trying to peek off of the box.
Last player standing.
And yep, will just get picked apart. Karan, nothing more to do. No one's going to go exiting this way, methinks. Oh, maybe Crystal does. Nope. Runs right past, so we'll just get taken down by the spike. Global Esports taking this one up to 10. GenG in a deficit of 4 rounds as Haven, our deciding map, looking more and more likely.
Yeah, absolutely. They're so well coordinated. Yutan gets so deep, and then he can watch for flanks or lurks from that position too. Just kind of really breaks things open in this round, and then Maki is just all alone. Was hoping to maybe barrel stuff a player on the way in, but Autumn actually was the one to do that to him.
Time to jump.
And just kind of piece by piece, the round falls apart. Got a little bait and switch from Patman and Autumn. Everything looking nice. Lakia has to back up. A flash and a clear the recon. Autumn continues. Just drift a little bit further forward. Spike still in spawn, so this one looks like it's going to be very patient for Global Esports. They're trying to figure out where the pressure might come from. Scoop up some orbs. TP out though. Zinx is going to try to use that to take a little bit of space here. Trip still down below him. But he'll get past it if he keeps on going in that direction.
Yeah, if he swings all the way through.
Yeah, if he doesn't try to go through window.
Drone the check out and clear his one side. Now can carry on to try to get onto this flank. This Texture going to be spotted. Dimensional Drift opened up. Autumn sprinting forward, looking to try to clear the side. Hunter's Fury called in. Texture and Ash able to find one apiece. Zinx now striking in from behind. Finds Crystal mid ulti. Autumn, last one standing. Gets the second. Still is concerned about this flank.
30 seconds left.
Uncertain if it was Zinx by himself. Losing track where the players are at. Swap of the weapon. Will have been heard, but 20 seconds remaining. The spike still down in front. Autumn setting up an exit path here. Now going for the plant.
10 seconds left.
No util. Try to flush him out of here. Makes his exit. Back up into window.
Oh.
Narrowly avoiding the damage is Lakia. Might just have to play body block on this one. Going to try to lead it, gets out onto the railing, and Lakia will be able to find the headshot. Another very close round, another one that hurts GenG, but they still find the win.
Don't forget that.
Yeah, it's a good read here from GenG, finding the weakness in the way that Global Esports might be playing. Global's looking for main pushes, GenG is looking for mid. Because they're able to get that, because they're able to then clear a main with the Sova util, they can make a pretty quick reaction to get over here. Still fought for it, but this one's won in the beginning of the round. The chess match for Lakia. Zinx far forward. He's going to see it.
Crack popped and finds Yudotan. Saturate over towards main to try to slow, but not going to be getting the catch. Jump up out of the smoke. Patman going to be struck down as Ash, the judge, ringing out. Autumn, however, once again fighting back, finding two. The duelist of GenG dispatched in his hand. The judge goes up and over the top once again. Crystal's able to find it, but not before he loses out on Ash. So now finds himself in a 1v2, but we have seen this already in this series. Crystal, so feared in the clutch. The jiggle out eats a bit of damage. On the reposition, now Lakia on the flank. Spike still not yet in hand. Avoids the first shock, and Lakia's got it covered from behind. GenG. First consecutive round wins since their 4-0 streak at the start of the map.
Yeah, and this is one of those rounds where they can get a Whaley into position where they can do some damage early, push it forward across the jump. You have that refract to get out of dodge. This is a great flash from Autumn. Right up through the top of the smoke and finds two with it.
It is, but it just feels like it's a little bit too late. Why is Patman scaling out of the smoke?
Don't know.
Without that flash, if you do that, a round is likely yours.
Just felt like a reaction instead of proaction, right? From GE.
Interceptor now getting popped. Karan using the nebulas, getting himself situated up over the top of the site. Interceptor clearing out some of the util, but Patman pushing forward, able to get on top of Ash. Some damage going to be suffered in Autumn, able to find Texture. Karan now work cut out for him. Finds a second, Zinx gets another. Still collecting the weapon. Just backpedaling out with that and the spike. Hunter's Fury not going to be finding a tag. Waits it out now. Has that Phantom in hand.
Spike planted.
Marshall for Yudotan. Be a headshot for the instant kill. A barrel, however, spotted. Lakia slowly drifting into it. Yudotan gets the shot.
Wow.
Quick TP for the reposition, and Zinx cannot find the first. Global Esports shrugging off the run back. Once again, separating by 3 over GenG.
I was a little bit surprised VALORANT didn't pop his ult in this round. Not that it made too huge of a difference. This is just so quick. Still finds a couple on site. This is exactly what the doctor ordered. Yudotan, man. But he's on.
He's been on this entire set.
Yep.
Flashing.
Recon.
Up. B2B link. They low by, just pause. I'm gonna check the B main first, guys. Yeah, I'll pick with you. They flash out. Maybe pick, help us. More. One more. B-link.
Oh, immediately, Global Esports finding themselves advantages in the round as they look to take this up the map point. Player advantage in hand, Lockett just with a stinger as Zinx getting spammed out from behind the box, forced into the open, and forced 6 feet under. So cognizant of this is now Karan having to do it all. Cross cut over to backside. The base forward looking for a timing, but it's only a tiny bit of damage. They continue to push. Lakia deals off some of that pressure through the wall. Karan trying to just contain Javi here into the corner, takes him low, can't take him down. They nearly line up. Lakia at 46 HP. Walks right into Autumn's crosshair. Global Esports, they get themselves up to map point. GenG need 4 in a row just to get this into overtime.
Yeah, it's just pretty simple stuff here from Global Esports. Just push together down mid. Got a bunch of different angles covered. We could hear it in their comms, right? They were thinking about turning back, but right as they started to consider that is when GenG kind of tried to spring into action. There were just more guns bearing down on that position. So it's a good guess by Global Esports.
It's Global Esports' timeout as well. So
why are timeouts like this today?
I think it's just coaches really want to try to just get the round win, get the map over with.
What happened recently in the coaching meta that this is now how we time out?
A lack of trust.
Losing?
Yeah.
It is the lower bracket.
Getting to this point and then choking, I think is what's kind of causing it here.
I mean, I'm just curious. Maybe they just have a set play that they want to call. I mean, that could just be it. Why not?
Sure.
You've got 2 timeouts. So you've got a couple rounds here where you've got some of those, plays that you've been practicing, that you've been drilling. Maybe now's a chance to go for a big A execute. Maybe try to put a player up towards the vents. I think that'd be a good attempt. Use some of that Sova util to maybe bully your way. Use a smoke. That's what it's looking like, but it's actually all just a full A hit. They fake a little bit towards mid here.
Dimensional drift. Guiding forward, spot on the Lakia. Calling that he's forward into the smoke, trying to lead that Hunter's Fury. As, Autumn's going to be struck down. A returning fire, looking great as Zinc scoops up a weapon. And suddenly it's now just Crystal. Finds the first. Weakened weaponry in the hands of the GenG players, but it looks like this crunch call, this fast hit, does get counteracted, but Crystal still looking to get them over the finish line. Stop GenG in their tracks. Shock dart bounce over towards backside. Lakia not to get clipped by that, and the spike still out into the open. What does Crystal want to do? He's wary about a potential flank, or he wants to go on a walk himself. And yeah,
save.
No, I think he's going to try to play this one out. Then again,
Well, 30 seconds left.
I saw the pings, and I thought he was going to go through the connector.
I mean, he probably was wanting to do that. Probably wanted to put the hero play out there, but I think the right play here is a save.
Well, that is going to be the call here at the end, so the time will just bleed out. GenG hold on by a thread. Still need 3 more to go. Get this into overtime, and Crystal's still maybe going to be playing for some exits. His cash, not great, but the rest of the team,
yeah,
steady enough to make a play for it. Peeking, come on, Prius.
Why has he done that to
one.
us? Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Can't believe he flew all the way over here just for that.
Yeah, just to hit the one button.
Yeah.
Just to cut away at the worst possible time.
I can't believe Lakia dodges that Hunter's
I
Fury.
thought he was so screwed.
I did too. Don't know what happened there. All right, Judge, Bulldog, 3 rifles. So, trying to get away with something a little bit cheeky here. It's GenG, kind of have to because of the money. There's a Guardian in there for Crystal as he couldn't afford to buy. So, I mean, if GenG can win this.
Make a real go of it.
Yeah.
Should be able to get at least one away from that OT. TP across, going to be heard. The drone now coming through. Ambiguity starts to bleed away. It's a gate crash forward, set up and ready. You're just frantically spamming, but Zink's in position, finds the punish. Swing in, Patman's off the side of the map. What just happened there? Well, that could be everything depending on how the rest of this goes.
He missed the TP back.
Texture silently sliding in behind them. You can have the rest of the team make some noise around backside for him. Keep their attention drawn in that direction. Texture could absolutely have it all. He's swinging the corner. He finds the first, gets the transfer onto the second. This is now Javi, but the judge rings out. And oh boy, this could have dire, dire consequences.
Yes, to say the least. It's going to be an eco here now for Global Esports. Oh.
That one makes sense.
Yep, he missed it. He didn't jump.
Oh my god, guys.
Just not out wide enough.
Yeah.
And if that leads to GenG pushing this into an overtime.
Well.
Thrifty attempt here for Global Esports.
I mean, Patman's been so good for Global so far, but that's a painful one. No other way to put it. Let's see what they want to do. It's just a 5-man stack up mid, TP deep.
Lakia swinging the drone around, gets the spot. Here's some of the weapons. Should know that it's going to be the Sheriffs in behind it, as they are just tearing them to shreds here in mid. Crystal, however, able to find 3. This man with a Sheriff. Absolutely disgusting! As he is on for an ace thrifty clutch. The plan will give him a Hunter's Fury, and Ash is still a ways away.
Spike planted.
Unreal.
I think he's got it. No! Oh. So damn close, Crystal! Nearly! What an effort! What a player! But what a deflating round. GenG taking the time to discuss what the hell they want to do in this next one.
It's a free timeout here.
Yep. Chat amongst yourselves. Get the defuse.
And I think a bit to let Global Esports stew on that one.
Salt into the wound, perhaps. Man, Crystal. You can never count him out. You can never really bet against him. Woo! Right into the thigh.
Body blocked a little bit there. Crazy, absolutely crazy stuff we're seeing in this match. I mean, just everything you could want.
Well, speaking of crazy,
here we go.
Final attempt for GenG, 3 ultimates apiece. Hunter's Furies on both sides. Dimensional Drift available for Texture.
You have to be so worried about that convergent paths into a Hunter's Fury combo.
Evolution pop for Yudotan.
Crystal.
Enemy tag.
And all 2. They do get a spot. I didn't catch which player exactly that was. Not that it makes too big of a difference here.
It might have been Pat.
Yeah. Global Esports is now just resetting back into their spawn to try to redo this round. Clear some flanks, clear some angles. Crystal gonna try to sell. what he can. I don't think we've seen this from Global Esports in this match, where just the Sova out on his own.
Still some considerations here, trying to make up their mind. Push forward, dimensional drift from Texture.
Oh, this just ruins it. Great timing from Texture.
Spotting out so
he sees
many.
everything.
Absolutely everybody but he's going to be spotted. The Hunter's Fury now trying to guide this one forward, but he's running out of time. He's going to have to make his exit. Nearly loses his life for this one, and the Hunter's Fury doesn't connect.
Deploying drone.
So in the end, as the pendulum swings, this is back into Global's court. Cosmic Divide invested, Interceptor denying the drone forward into the site. And Patman scaling forward up through mid. Concussed from Ash, but pressure now mounting. Karan dead, Texture gone, Ash has fallen. And just like that,
10 seconds left.
it's looking like a close but no cigar scenario. As Lakia
Planted.
seeing Patman but not finding him. At least I thought he saw him. Maybe it was just a sense. But his senses may have just betrayed him. As here comes Pat, cleans up the last two, making up for the failed teleport. A flawless finish after a scrappy run to the end. Global Esports, they will be taking us the distance.
Buckle up. This is an absolute banger. Neither team giving up without a fight. Both maps oh so close. 2 rounds separate them again. The last one OT, this one 13-11. Haven on the horizon. I have no idea. I don't even know. Just give me whatever it's got, because this is just insanity.
Both teams have played this, but for Global Esports, it's only been the one time. A close map versus Zeta Division. Making that a 13-11 to start off that series. And for GenG, I mean, we just saw it from them 2 days ago versus Varel. And we're able to find a 13-8 win, leaning into that Yoru Jet setup. As far as who's going to be able to come out on top, I surely do not know. Global Esports, after the start that they had on this map, still able to rally it back. Take it in the end to force this all the way to a third and final. Haven will decide it all.
I think it's just going to be another outrageously close one. Just these two teams very evenly matched right now. Some of those little things, some of those little mistakes can't be afforded anymore.
No, they cannot. Well, Haven will decide who stays, who goes, but for now, let's pass it back over to the analyst desk to break down Abyss.
I think our casters are absolutely right. This is going the distance. We have map 1 going into overtime, and now we have this score for Abyss, 13-11 in favor of GE this time, and we're going to map 3.
Oh, madness. I thought GenG had that on that last round. Couldn't believe Global Esports got that one across the line. They avoided the overtime, and now they've taken it all the way to map 3. GenG gonna be kicking themselves right now. Absolutely insane series from both of these teams. This is exactly what we wanted. So close, so back and forth, and it all ends here on Haven.
It's a pretty annoying round to end if you're GenG right now, because right now I think they're walking off the stage and you're talking, wait, someone said they were going A and then we went over towards A, but they were going B and there was no time left. Who peaked, you know?
Yeah.
I think that's happening right now. So if you're solo, you need to be calming everyone down and make sure, okay, let's forget about now all of that, because you can't be going frantic into Haven, even though GE do have something interesting if they're gonna play that same comp. I'm not a believer right now.
I don't think they'd be running that again.
We gotta wait and see.
We'll bring that up later. That's something to discuss altogether. But before that, of course, looking back at this map, we saw Karen performing very, very well on the veto, and my mayor Javi showing up here on the Astra, but there were a lot of moments from each individual players, like that 4K from Crystal, which he almost won.
He almost had it.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. So you could really see how much each of these players are really coming online and really being pushed in the series.
Yeah, I mean, Javi loves this map. You can just tell the way he plays. He's so comfortable here. Really not surprised to see him have a massive performance. Karen on the other side, showing that Yudatan isn't the only guy out here who can play veto, really putting in his own work there. So very, very impressive. I love how back and for this series. I really feel like all 10 players in the server have the capability to just take over, turn the game on its head, and flip it for their side. It's going to be a crazy, crazy map 3, realistically. But I think even in this map, there was some kind of wild moments. There's so much really...
So wild. So wild. I actually, like, you know, it's those moments that stand out to me in those maps, and we were like, oh, okay, this round is over. And then wait, hold on, somebody turns it around. And on the side of GE, there were so many rounds like that. But I think this also goes to show how this team is maturing as the tournament goes on as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think if there's a team that's supposed to be comfortable to play against this GenG comp, it has to be GE. GE has been playing this, and they've been playing to their strength as well. GE understand that sometimes they can be on the side, and Yurutan was that guy to play on the side, and then other times it was the retake, like how we see here. They really understood there's times where they have to get off the side, respect that double duelist going in, and then we just play to our win condition and we play to retake.
Yeah, this is GE on attack. It's hard for them to attack with their composition, but we see Pat do the double TP, gets through on the side. It's the Stingers that get the job done. On the attacker side, with this composition, you kind of have to steal those rounds.
Yeah.
And they stole this round. They stole that last round. Like, that's what you need. You need players who can make those moments happen, and they had that come alive here on Abyss.
Yeah, and not to mention that there are also some moments that, you know, you could tell that the players were pretty frazzled because that last round, at least Pat made up for that missed TP that he had, right? It's definitely, but it definitely shows the nerves that are in play here because those are mistakes that do come out, and those are the little holes that GenG can actually poke. But GenG also have those tiny little mistakes that they're making too.
Yeah, I mean, from up where we are on the balcony, we can hear both pairs of these coaching staff. They are shouting so loud. It's crazy.
We hear one from that corner, and then the other corner, we actually do hear them. It does get really loud in here, and we have the players on stage as well. But of course, with amazing performances, just like what Yuta thought. I mean, like, he's such a good player.
Yeah.
We have so many highlights from him over here. It's why this kind of energy exists in this series.
I mean, he's the guy for me so far. I think he's really stepping up the most on this global esports roster. You see, it's these individual rounds where he's getting the one, I can't even say it. He is the one getting the win across the line. He's by far doing the most individually, if you ask me, even if he isn't at the top of that scoreboard.
Yeah, he had so many very important frags for the team, and as I mentioned earlier, I think he's been doing so well. It doesn't matter which map he's playing the Veto on. He's really unpredictable in terms of when he's on the side, when they're playing offside, and it makes it really hard for GenG and for other teams to kind of figure out where's this Veto playing. Are they playing for retake? Is he playing on site? Because he's really good at the moment at taking care of the Yoru.
Yes.
The Yoru tries to TP in, but then his interceptor takes the flash or something. Some of the utils just missing. The recons may be missing because of the interceptor, and Yuditan's right there waiting for Zinx or waiting for Texture.
Yeah.
Right. So killing one of those entries is so huge, and sometimes you can get out, or he just gets as many as he can.
Like, it's so hard to play into this Veto because you script up these executes. Everything's planned so that all areas are covered. Then all of a sudden, this interceptor is sniping out key pieces of util, and it creates gaps. And I think Yuditan is understanding that so well.
Look at the headshot rate, though.
Oh my goodness! I didn't even see
21
that.
kills.
Oh, that's
wow.
That is disgusting.
Oh, he's definitely showing the Korean teams, hey, this is what you missed out on.
Yeah.
Hey, you could have had me as Veto on your team, but he is definitely leading the way with global esports. Now, moving on to our final map of the night. It is going to be Haven. We have a lot of question marks here for the side of GE.
I mean, I think the composition is obviously a massive
Ewok is like he's about to stand up and give a sermon here.
For GenG, they're going back to Jet Yoru, which I think suits them incredibly well. But obviously GE, last time we saw them play this, it was a Sky Sova composition. It was kind of incredibly off meta, and it felt like there's no other way to describe it than it doesn't feel like the best fit for the map.
Yeah, Sky Silva chamber, and then with the Jet, I just don't see the stopping power, and they had a hard time stopping Zeta. Unfortunately, I really didn't enjoy watching that one, just because I can't see myself ever playing that comp or convincing myself that we can win with that comp.
I mean, even when we saw it, they had Chamber, right, as the Sentinel. And that's good in some ways. You have that operator potential, but you lose the ability to kind of hard hold onto these sites like you do with the more kind of traditional Sentinels. So
you do have double drone, though, which is kind of nice for your defense side in terms of information. So if the attackers are leaving some empty spaces, or they're not doing well with defaulting, and your default also gets punished if you don't leave anyone inserted. So let's say, for example, if you default onto the A side and you don't leave anyone inserted, a Skydog or a Sova drone could re-clear that area really fast, right? But the issue is, what I have, okay, so you re-clear the area with one of your drones, either the Skydog or the Sova drone, right? For you to move efficiently, a lot of times on Haven, you either need a Neon that can fast rotate, or you have a Yoru that can really fast rotate, right? They don't have that.
Yeah.
The Chamber can decently fast rotate. Sometimes he can TP and get off the line and move faster, but the Jet is a little bit harder for him to kind of do that fast rotate. So sometimes you're going to have to end up using that drone to get your up onto the line, which is another way to use it, right? You can fast re-clear information and then make sure that the Jet can get through a smoke or something like that, Sky Flash. So there's way to play the defense side. The issue I have, if the other team is just hitting it down C or hitting it straight at A, how are you stopping anything? If your Chamber's not fragging, or if your Jet's not getting frags with the operator, I think you have an issue.
I mean, I think it puts so much pressure on the initiators to find this perfect information. Otherwise, you just can't move in the same way.
Oh,
Let's
no,
take a look at it. It is that Sky Silver.
No chamber, though.
No chamber.
No chamber. Okay.
They're
They have the
swapping it
veto.
out for the veto, which I like a little bit more. It, you know, I think it gives you a bit more potential to hold these sides, but really the crux of it is still the same.
Yeah. For the attack side, okay. So I'm trying to give it some. I definitely think you can win. It's not something I personally I feel like I would play. But for the attack side, I think there's a lot of ways how you can play it. You can be very versatile and on the side hits with the Astro Util and then the Jet dashing in with the Recon. And comboing the Recon with the Flash is something I think they did really well last time.
Yeah, Zeta could never break that Recon dart. So I think GenG have to be on top of that. Otherwise, they definitely might struggle.
Well, you can't see it, but Ewok is trying to be diplomatic with his words. That's actually mauling right now. So GE, maybe they have to make this work to show him what is up with this comp. Or will this go over to GenG? This is it for elimination and for that continuation into the lower bracket. Over to your casters, Paper Thin and Achilles.
It's now all down to this, a best of one on Haven to determine which team moves forward. Square off against DRX and which one. He sat back at home watching the rest of the action here in Pacific, watching the action in Santiago at a distance. See here, Global Esports on the cusp of starting to break some records. Something that we knew was going to happen with this roster, with this coach. Don't necessarily have a playoffs in this one, so they haven't technically made playoffs yet. Gonna wait till stage one for that to come through, but
they'd like to get a win against GenG. Haven't done so since their very first meeting in Pacific back in 2023, so this would be huge. Going for that
research.
Spam. Yep, we remember.
Saw that wall bang just 2 days ago versus Varel. Able to avoid it. Cloudburst down, up and over. Lock in would have been one hell of a shot, but it's going to be Autumn instead, pushing forward over to that C connector, catching Zinx. Plays off that Sky Flash, and Autumn is able to find a second. The Frenzy bringing true here for him. Bit of damage dealt by Ash, but there's the heals coming through from Patman. Team player. Azuda will fall, and Khan can't find much more than that. Autumn on for an ace here in the pistol. Chemtech should be the one to deny it away from him. Swap of the weapons, the heal's now gone, but Autumn pretty much right as rain, back up to 84, and Texture wondering where the hell have they gone?
Yeah, this is such a pivotal pistol. Getting this attacker side, getting the ball rolling here, going to be so important for Global Esports. This is definitely going to be the side of the map that both teams really want to do their damage on. So this is very crucial, and Autumn plays it so well with that Frenzy. Passes it over to Pat. Want to see if they can just give him this ace.
If there's ever a time for Mr. 4K to appear, it would be now, but it's going to be the ace from Autumn. Apex Predator here in the opening round as Global Esports continue to be dominant in pistols, something that they've done going all the way back to 2023 despite all of the changes in the roster. Pistols have been their forte, and it feels like right now the Korean teams overall have just widely sucked at pistols. Outside of Nongshim.
Yeah, kind of weird how that works sometimes. A lot of people will tell you they feel like pistols can be a little coin flippy. I've never really bought into that. I think there's something to it, and great flash setup too from Patman for that first one, and after that just some really good individual decision making from Autumn. What a start. You know, with just a ghost holding tight.
Can he get more than one is my question. Should fold under the pressure, but if he can go ahead and fight them back, well, there you go. Jump peek from Lakia. Avoids the damage, upgrades to the Ghost. Push through the smoke and Texture, well, just going to crumble under the pressure here as Autumn finds another 2 kills. It's on the lone casualty thus far, as it'll be down to Ash and Lakia to see if they can make any more damage be found. Being said, Autumn's right back up to 100 health once again.
Yeah, all's well that ends well. Got a little bit whiffy in there on both sides, but should be both these players dying to the spike. I would assume if they can get into the garage here, but they're holding on the outside, looking.
Revealing area.
See if anybody from Global Esports was going to try to go for the punish. Just the Marshall, you don't mind.
Yeah, might as well get out there.
Smoke baited him.
Checking towards garage, and won't be able to clear that fast enough, so not quite going to have the blades online, but still plenty of cash ready to go here for Autumn.
This is a extremely important round right now for GenG. If they can prevent the bonus, prevent the snowball, maybe they can put up a pretty respectable defender side here. It's really tough. Tedesco was talking about with this double initiator comp, with all that ability to gather information, to scale into sites. It'd be rather tricky as a defender, unless you're hitting some crazy good shots, so.
Lakia gonna try his luck at this one again with the Odin this time. G holding back, reading this well. Looking to get caught up, lose a player early.
Anybody got a shock dart lineup for that?
Well, no. We got 2 people on a line staring out from window. So Sinks head off the rip, just really feeling like he needs to make a play at something, and Javi just wall banging, putting Lakia down on his rear. Odin out of the equation. The spot now onto Ash. They'll eventually reposition, but it's just going to be the rewrap in through garage. Couple trips to maybe try to slow things up here. Paranoia does connect. So reveal onto 1. Ash just trying to play this quietly from this position. Has the Vandal, the Tracers will give it away as Autumn continues to dominate. He's looking for a little bit more, will finally be sat down, but good God. A 9-1 and 3-0 for Global.
Yeah, it's kind of Global giving a taste of their own medicine back to Lakia there, getting the wall bangs. First one just out in the open peak from Zinx, tries to escape in the hobby, just goes for the corner, collects. Woo! Nice little transfer there.
And look, I predicted for GenG in this game, and obviously it's not over yet, but love seeing Odin abuse get curbed. Love seeing that shutdown. More of that, please.
I'm about it now after watching RRQ abuse the heck out of it.
Mm-hmm.
And back to some Sheriffs. Lakia with a stinger, so the wallbang shenanigans not really going to be in play there. See what Texture can do.
Here.
He gets pressured. It's a great round to try to show some A presence as Global Esports start establishing that conditioning.
Ooh, he got a hit. Autumn's down to 3, but here comes the healing. Hatman, just the mobile medic.
I feel like he should get build diff points for people for that. I'm saying that because he's on my team.
Right. Yes, of course.
Yeah. But it's so valuable. I mean, in pistol rounds, you know, you talk about agents like Sky and Chamber and what they can give you there. That's just the anti-eco too. Very, very valuable. Protects your body from another shot.
Well, open sight. Plan to come in.
30
GenG.
seconds left.
Realistically, what are they meant to do here? Now you've got the interceptor set up on the site. Yudaton cross-cutting up on top of the box. Going to be an unorthodox angle. As Trailblazer going forward, looking for the stun. Flash out, Autumn free peeks, 2 quick shots. Caron and Texture able to get 1 apiece. That was second. Great shot from Texture. But not going to be putting too much of a dent in the economy here. Global Esports, they are snowballing out of control now, 4-0. And it looks like that timer going to continue to tick down, so Solo not calling a timeout.
Yeah, this is another issue here in this GenG composition, is that the C side is very, very weak. It was an adaptation that Zeta ended up making against GenG. It was a little late maybe, but they ended up making it and still ended up getting a lot of rounds out of it. So this is the hard part about this GenG competition, to find these early advantages.
Well, this time they actually do end up strafing into that a bit. Navi going to be taken down, auto-tagged by the Odin to 51. Karan going to be investing that neural depth. The cage popped as well. Yudotan trying to anticipate a swing. Said Lakia says, get me on that line. A bit of damage just to try to get the shock out. For now, GenG in control. He's just a hair off on these sprays. Texture with the operator up at heaven, finds Crystal, puts the spike on the floor. At the same time, Zink's trying to get the wraparound approach, will get held back by that chokehold. Oh, swing out, Batman just challenges onto that op line. Comes away with the kill.
Well, they know because of the position of Zinx. They can just hold the line here.
They also know that they don't have much of a course other than to push forward into the A side. But with Patman falling and Yudotan whirled away from that spike. It's looking like maybe just an attempt to save, or, well, should try to get some damage in. And if he can take this weapon out of Zinx's hands, that's exactly what he will find. So slow creep in, but Zinx dialed in, has the headshot. It's GenG find their first round win.
Yeah, and this time, you know, it's a little bit of an attempt by Global Esports to disrespect the Odin spam. A dash ahead, a push around the corner, shut down. Cypher trip there to catch Autumn off guard. That basically spells doom in the round. Well, again, it's all about those early advantages for GenG. If they can create those, it gets that much harder. Global Esports to get those executes, to get the things to go the way they want. Let's listen in.
Maybe there's up. Wait, let me pick him. I take back, let me pick him. Pick him.
Carry walk down mid, carry window.
I get window, I get window. That's good, just leave kill now, guys.
Look at how far Autumn gets.
Pushed up pretty aggressively as Yudotan, maybe a challenge into garage, swing through and finds the headshot immediately. Revenge of the previous round. Things on the floor, now C-Site completely opened up for the taking. So rotation has to come in for Karan, but GenG not over-shuffling their players here.
Trying to sell some fake info that they might be going C, clear the trip.
Paranoia, denying vision. Texture about to go on the peak, and will have Autumn out into the open by himself, but now the counter swing back across through sewers. Texture, drop down out of heaven, potentially at risk here. Has the backup from the Odin. Swing in, one found, knives immediately pop. Spotted the crystal, drops down into the cloud burst as Ash will fall. Jumps the corner, the knives going wide. Tries to get the up back out, but he cannot. Crystal finds Lakia, and suddenly this round is out of hand for GenG. Karan needing the 1v2, finds the first. Yudotan on the other side has it. 3K for the veto, and 5 rounds racked up for Global.
Oh, that's gonna not sit well with GenG. They read this round pretty darn well, most things considered. That little counterplay from Yudotan, and there was a flash out through those garage doors, and he just pressed his advantage because he didn't get caught by it. But a great flash from Patman, by the way, stalls Texture out with that Blade Storm, gives them time to get onto the site, get their feet planted. And he gets a kill to boot. Patman really saved that round for Global Esports.
That feels like GenG trying to get antsy. This is actually a Global Esports timeout.
You betcha.
it continues. But
it's got my Wisconsin accent coming out. That's how it's
how puzzled you are?
Yeah.
Well, I am sure that Solo will be very happy about this, but not happy about how things are going. And it just feels like the players are getting a little too antsy. Texture could have just backed away, get that shot, sees the spike on the ground, fade back towards connector, play for a retake, get everybody clustered up. But instead, these players feeling like they need to make the play.
Yep.
Be the hero. And that has cost them dearly.
I think for Global, this is actually not a bad timeout because I saw some things I didn't like, some decision making in the macro game that I wasn't really thrilled with. Like, you create so much space at the front of B and Garage, and then, you know, okay, you lose your lurking jet over at A. Like, that's a great opportunity to go away from that op. Don't give Texture a chance to take the round.
Well,
what in the world?
They just strafe out. Bobby plants his feet. Ash bites the dust.
They have every ult too. Hey, please use them so we don't tilt Sliggy.
And drone over, trying to
got your trail.
go ahead and scout out Texture. All the Seekers going to be cleared, but I mean, Texture's just out into the open. Would have been one hell of a flick, but cannot find it. Now is going to be at risk as the pitch comes in. Able to find Patman before getting dropped, but Hobby finds the second. Zig's going to be taken down. The Hunter's Fury going to be called in as Crystal looks to just go ahead and kill them all off. Won't be able to find it with the ultimate, but it won't matter much. Timeout call translates into a round win. GenG now down by 5.
Yep, keep challenging C. I'll show some stuff on other parts of the map, win that fight early, but make GenG prove that they can defend this site. It's just so hard to hold it with this comp. Yeah, it's tough.
Just getting the crap kicked out of him. It feels like more and more GenG have been losing the ability to fight back. Shots that they're normally going to be good for, rounds that they should be winning, thrifties that they should be pulling off. Oh, what? Okay. Sure. I mean, forces an evolution.
Yeah.
And he does get a follow-up, so that looked like a fat finger, but he ended up making it okay. But unfortunately, there's a Sky.
Kind of going from bad to worse for GenG. All the answers are there for Global Esports. The spot and the Texture able to slide back just in time. This position, TP is in the back. One and done.
Gonna have to be, nope. Autumn's just too fast. He's absolutely on it now. Up and over the top, dropping down. Doesn't have vision of a damn thing here. As Ash is able to find one. Yudo dead. Karan holding the line here on the site. And as mentioned, the thrifties that have been eluding them, it rears its head here in round 8. GenG will find a second, but it is still a very long road to get back into this map properly.
For sure, but this is huge for GenG, not just because it's a thrifty, but because you're able to defend the C site. It's Karan and Ash. Oh, the frenzy spray. Try to TP forward, a little ambitious. Karan makes him pay, having that early warning system of Zinx. Yes, he dies, he doesn't get the one and done, but gives you that little extra time and preparation to be ready for the hit. Karan jumps up to 8-6-2 off of that.
GenG need to be able to string something together. They need consecutive round wins. Still a chance to make this, 6-6 at the best. 7-5, you'd still feel pretty good swapping over onto that attacker side, but they need to have some back-to-back round wins, especially now that they have the ult economy where it is.
Yep. Anti-jet trips there. Stop the dash in its tracks. Tries to go up onto the box. So that's a nice little setup. Clear, get a little bit info on the Sky, but that's important info. That's generally going to be where you want to lean.
Texture whipping on that challenge. I mean, not even a lick of damage on the Yudotan. Quickly cross-cuts back out into mid. Dimensional Drift now in play. Zinx scouting out around in towards mid. Yudotan getting the jump onto Ash. Karan dead, and Lakia only able to find one. Yudo tears them all apart off screen as Global Esports do not allow for those consecutive round wins. They lock up a lead at the half, and it could still yet be an absolutely massive one.
Great patience by Autumn there. Gets right next to the bottom trip, clears it, dashes underneath the top one. And Yudo's just an absolute monster. Ash trying to TP, and he's right there watching. That dash in from Autumn to clear space on the site is beautiful. Yudo just winning battles out in the open. Just making the rounds nice and comfy and secure for Global Esports. Thinking about B. Trip up front. Zinx tucked in the back. Weakish. He's just got a sheriff. Everybody else is okay. He's gone.
He's got a bullet between his eyes.
Yeah.
Yudotan has just been so damn crisp. Jump spot already. Damage going to be suffered here. Is well trying to get the push out. Laxia's found too. Suddenly, we start getting another puzzling round as Neural Theft is going to be invested. Grab well to try to delay. Lob it on the shock darts as the smoke will fall. Push forward. Javi able to find Karan. Looks for a little bit more. Multi-face out in the mid. It's all now down to Crystal. The defuse coming. Tries to get the drop out of window and make a go of it, but Lakia with 3 kills that I don't really know how he got. Will help GenG get their 3rd round of victory.
I'm just not sure what was going on there.
I think he just pushed the wall and just had him lined up.
Oh, I think so. I'm a little curious about the thought process here for Global Esports behind this Cosmic Divide, trying to push through like that. Yudo does it fine. And you got 2 players up close. Yeah.
One hell of a timing. I mean, if nothing else, Lakia has been known to make bold plays since the beginning of his career. We all remember that first Masters, the Lakia moment on Ascent.
He's top fragging. He's 1 away from a Hunter's Fury. This could be a difference maker. Could get GenG to 4, which would be really important for them.
Trailblazer here in the garage. Paranoia at the ready. Now sent. Tailwind back. A little bit of body blocking, but Ash a bit off there. Lakia with that Hunter's Fury is able to find 1, and Zinx is going to get caught. Up shot delayed. Far too late for Texture. 4 players strong still yet. Peek in towards long. It's again. Ends up having the shot go wide. Smoke out from Crystal, just dissipating that, allowing him to drift back across towards safety, joining with the rest of the team. Oh, he's going to be heard in mid, the spot just on the 1. Lakia himself forward into the side, and Karan going to be able to find the first kill, the push out. Autumn still somehow locking on to that. Karan needing to do so much, and he does. Steadies it for 3.
Last round before the switch.
GenG 1 away from making this a 7-5, which, if you asked me a couple rounds ago, felt like it would have been nigh impossible.
Difference maker again, Karan. A nice little find for Autumn.
Must have made a bit of noise there, dropping out.
There was plenty of time on the clock here. I was kind of hoping Global Esports might make a go towards long A. But they tried to go for the quick pivot, tried to catch GenG sleeping, and they were not.
Get out of my way.
What's that op?
Knives popped, up shot wide. Autumn chasing forward aggressively, wanting blood, but finds himself splattered in it. Same time, the pivot comes in over towards the B site. Yudotan pushing forward so aggressively, playing off the flash, and he's only able to find 1. Crystal spraying and praying. Rewarded with 1, but now blinded up, taken down, 7-5. Somehow, some way, ends up in GenG's hands.
That's huge.
Switching sides.
I think that gives GenG a pretty darn good shot here.
If they can find a pistol.
Yes. Oh, he just saw him. I was going to say, I think he saw Autumn right before that smoke bloomed. Great timing from Texture. A nice try with the flash and go, but GenG just starting to get their rhythm, starting to get their shooting underneath them. Their decision-making, too, really, really good. They're really able to find answers for some of that C-site hits. Able to come up the works at Garage in particular to make things at least challenging enough that Global Esports had to rethink some of that. Still, Autumn had a blinding half.
Oh, yeah. Nearly 400 ACS thus far, 18-9, obviously. I mean, 1 point was 9-1. So, slowed down a bit, but still Very much a force to be reckoned with on this jet here on Haven. It's been 4-1 across this series. Global Esports dominated in the pistols. Maybe you could kind of call it a 3-2 given the thrifty back on Breeze from GenG. But if they're going to be able to find another one, it might just be curtains for this map and for GenG at kickoff.
Asking, please win,
Yeah,
please
begging
win.
for this victory to come in.
Definitely giving themselves a shot.
Now it comes down to this attacker side.
This is quite an important pistol round. What does GenG have? What is their strategy here? It looks like some kind of look at B, or at least garage. Let's see if
they're just using the tech.
My
They're
God.
stealing your tech, and you are slipping into the trap.
No.
What a brutal way to start it off.
No.
You can tell Frost just, he saw them do that, and he goes, yeah, let's just do that. Why not? It costs us nothing. GenG thinking, oh, they'll never do this. Egg on their faces. Lakia still able to find one. Javi taken down a back plat. Patman swinging around the site as Yudotan is able to find two. Lakia not going to be able to get this one over the line. GenG 5-1 in pistols. Now, once again, up by 3.
The Pat just barely able to hold on. Stays patient behind the box and finds the perfect moment to swing right as Yudotan's coming in. Oh, he got spotted. Lakia sees him through his util.
Just poked his head up there.
Yeah.
But, I mean, Yudo being able to get 2 there.
Huge.
Just seals the deal on the round.
That's just phenomenal game sense from Pat. Really like the way he's been piloting this guy.
They're just trying everything to get these early kills.
Everybody's just like, ah, no. I've got the wallbang lineup.
Flash out in the mid. Pinged out by the camera. Not going to get a look in from Karan. Peek in, texture. Does well to find the shot. Yudotan going to be put down. Weapon not going to be recoverable, though. Now you've got 3 players from Global Esports stacking up towards the B side. Just Autumn alone at Sewers. Smoke on the angle. A pixel to watch in. Looks like Autumn not going to be sending out any shots here. Just waiting, and here comes the push. A bit of a 3-2-1, but now has already gotten the spot. And it's just Lambs to the slaughter. Not an ace in this follow-up, but still so damn clean. There's not much going to be lost here. Global Esports 1 away from double digits.
Somebody peeked out of that smoke and gave it away for GenG. Yeah, Karan. Just a little too early.
Yeah, the rest of the team not flooding fast enough.
What is that?
Yeah, what is that? 1 by 1. Now, very scary. A bonus attempt here for Global Esports. As Autumn very quickly storming forward, clears out the cam. Gets himself right up into lobby. She at the same time, triple face out into mid. Knocked out to try to clear out some of the utility, but nothing there to be taken down.
Yeah, Interceptor's up in the top left corner of B. There's nobody, there's just Javi there. Looks like though GenG reconsidering his A hit.
Patman jiggling back, able to avoid that drone, as is Autumn. Little 1-for-1 trade out there. As Crystal still dialed in on the angle. Finds a bit of damage on the Karan, sends out the shock. Ends up going a bit wide. Trailblazer now to check. Spot on Lakia. GenG scratching their heads a bit. You've got this insert though from Zinx forward outside of B. I'll be watching for the moment. Backs away, reinforcing this garage position where Yudotan looks like he might want to go on a push. Does so to his demise. We're not expecting the double face, but either way, GenG established a player advantage as Karan once again going walkabouts. Get some lurked forward in towards A, but Crystal at Heaven could be their undoing.
Right here.
Cage is popped. Crystal well aware of his position, quickly dispatches. Drone now out, and the time is starting to get away from them. Patman now reinforcing here on the site, ready to counter swing around the box. Zinx finding one, finding two. The drop down as Zinx will collect all three. GenG, fairly clean anti-bonus. Did not allow for Global to reach 10.
Just taking their time. Map a little bit. Karan eventually able to find that little bit of extra space. Even though he pays the price for it. Get Zinx into position. Didn't even get the flash, didn't need it. Just better.
Pretty sure just doubled his kill count. It's been a really rough go of it for him on this Euro, considering how things were all the way back on Breeze. So yeah, now it's up to 6 kills.
Blade Storm, save the money.
Gotta think about how much pressure is on Zinx's shoulders.
Oh, what a flash.
Flash out, Zinx. Continuing to deliver. Finds another 3K. Patman doing well to clean up 2 though. As Crystal scales aggressively out of A lobby, but look at Yotano's position. He's so low on health. It looks like they're going to, yeah, they're going to pump back over to this one, but Crystal, can he isolate? No.
Read.
Standing ahead.
Instant punish from Karan. Now just Yutatan. See if he can find some more damage. Slow down the bubbling of this economy. If not, pull off a monstrous clutch.
Fantastic awareness from GenG. Yudotan, I don't know, man. Even him. 17 HP.
And it is until it isn't. The clone leading the way. The gate crash potentially to set up for the death. The turn away. The patient play. Now striking! As oh boy, does he make a go of it! Making sure that they get nothing for free.
Oh, this is good God.
He's just a menace today.
He is. He absolutely is. Oh, I love that. He clears the interceptor too.
Yeah, he's treating it like he's
playing aim lab.
Playing ISO.
Yeah, dude. He's playing
That's
ISO.
his double tap.
This is filthy. Oh, it's so close.
And that would have been it.
Yeah.
Feels like that would have been the mental break, the straw that breaks the camel's back.
Yep.
Everything gone for GenG as
Done it
Yotatan
again.
still finding damage there. Ash tagged to 71. GenG just seemingly forgetting that they're the ones who have put this wall bang on display. Continue to get chipped away at.
They have some big ults here. Draw those out as Global Esports. Just what util do you have left to check on this? Still have the dog, still have the drone, so being very patient, very close to the vest at the beginning of this round are Global Esports. Kind of sensing that GenG is playing a little bit slow, a little bit patient. Can save some of that info util for the reclears a bit later, but this is an aggressive push up.
Zinx is going to try to sell something here, but he needs to not die. There's the dimensional drift. Autumn dropping down off back plat, still spotting out Lakia, and that has the tides now shifting.
They know that's the biggest gun in the round.
He's made his exit.
Portal closed.
Here at Hell. Already, players shifting over. Clone spotted, just Blair Witching in the corner.
30 seconds left.
Zinx able to find maybe the deadliest player with a Sheriff in hand. Crystal taken down as the smoke goes up the block off Heaven. Avi, Yudo here, just around the corner, swinging in, able to find one. They're starting to try to overwhelm them. And in the end, it's just going to be the 2 kills. Looks like maybe Global found some wiggle room to get back in there. The Thrifty not to be. GenG, 1 round away from tying things up on Haven.
Timer's ticking. Frost gonna trust in the players. It's 3 in a row there. Cheeky little TP attempt, shut down, have that extra layer there for GenG. Cover the backside, really nicely thought out, nicely set up.
Why is he not ult? I am so sick, bro. I am just so
Up in hand.
Oh boy.
Cage getting ready to fall, tucks into the corner.
You see him?
I don't believe so. Toggle of it. He's only certainly seen him now. They have just forced on him out. Gate crash going to be cleared. Crystal tagged up, slowed down. Hunter's Fury let loose. Lakia hunting Texture. Forward onto the side, able to find two, but Patman trades it back. Looks for the third. Caron finding the kill as he gets dragged across. Just dropping back, trying to get the wall bang shots to finish off the enemy Cypher, but instead it's going to be Yudo just storming forward, finding the kill. 2v2, shock dart lobbed in. Evolution now popped, getting the heal. Right back up to full. The Nebula placed, Lakia playing forward. Smoke now falling, Ash dead. Lakia to try to tie it up in a 1v2. Looking for the first, finds it, but cannot get the second and final. Javi will survive. It's GE. Break a 3-round streak. Maintain a lead. Up carried over. Double digits obtained.
By the thinnest of margins. Absolutely bonkers. I was sitting there thinking, I'm like, did you know pop his ult or not? Turns out he hadn't yet. Oh, nice play off the Seekers, Patman.
He's moonwalking into that.
Just wait for it to center you up. Then your aim stabilizes, and then you can shoot back. Easy peasy. There you go. That's right. Timeout.
Is it Globals?
I have no idea.
It's GenG's.
Okay.
We'll be left with one apiece after this. GenG doing well to make it this close. Maybe starting to feel like this map is once again slipping out of their grasp. It's defender side. It's where Global struggled so heavily versus Zeta Division. Started letting them back in. They want to make sure that they are not suffering that same fate, making those same mistakes once more.
For sure. You're, I think, reacting pretty well right now as Global Esports. You're starting to get a feel for the tempo of the game in terms of not letting loose with some of your info gathering util early. Very impressed with Patman Sky. He's done a really nice job, 13 assists. Javi as well. I mean, his gravity well was exactly where it needed to be. Karan just made a hell of a play in that previous round. A lot of good things going. Some ults available as well. Judge in hand for Patman. He's actually in short. He's tucked into that corner. They're trying to play against that camera. Trying to use that false information of, hey, there's definitely no one in sewers.
Well, Yudotan with the operator. Top B. Checking in towards mid, a window peek, getting ready to come through from Zinx. And Yudotan just a little bit behind on that one. Well, they know up in play and where it's at.
And you got Autumn scaling forward. He's going to get a ton of info. There's the trip, but timing here if he tries to reposition the camera.
Almost certainly be dead here. Take Patman rotating out, getting caught from behind, you would think. But looks like he will back away. Suspicious enough as drone checking into mid, not going to identify anything. And now once again, Karan forward into the corner, toggling this camera. He's completely alone and left to his own devices on this Cypher. Maybe just waiting for the team to push forward. No, will just swing into his demise. Hunter's Fury at the same time, able to find a tag. Texture, Lakia, both going to be taken low. And coming through, Zinx forward here at the connect with the Cosmic Divide. Going to be called in as the approach from behind comes in. Gun barrel spotted, up shot wide. Now down into the Nebula. Ash asleep at the wheel. Autumn able to find the shot. Javi now finding Texture. The knives not meeting Jack. Zinx. Last one standing. The push out of the smoke. He's narrowly able to find it, but he's given the angle to Autumn. The defuse is in. And Global Esports are 2 rounds away from eliminating GenG.
Just some really nice micro adjustments. In particular, sticking Patman in that spot with that judge and telling him not to move a muscle until you know that they're committing to this A site. Autumn winning that battle against Ash, absolutely massive. Javi with another nice gravity well with the kill to boot.
Last player stand.
filthy. Great decision there from Autumn to pull off to back up his IGL. Securing that round.
But you go with them.
Nothing, I just walk down. Take the... I get ready on it. There's a camera on short always, Udo.
Yo guys, I stay garage all around, okay?
I
I
take
come back
info
here.
for you now. Nothing outside mid.
Yep. He's got the right read.
Crystal just with this Bucky. Could spell their doom here. How much do they suspect something like this is the question. Recon, clear him out. He could just rescale forward. They're not fast to get into garage, so Bucky is right back on the line. Noise being made. So far, he's completely unscathed. Drone now forward and towards the B site. On watching from window. Avi going to be flashed. No one forward. TP up as well. Plant now coming through for GenG. 5v5 for the post plant, but Texture tag down to 14 as Zinx is just swinging out there so aggressively. Makes it a 1-for-1. Still trying to go walkabouts, but will be felled. Smoke now cycled forward. GenG. Numbers advantage, but Texture. Stiff breeze would take him down. Push to the corner. Udaton flushing out one. Karan finding another. Shot into the corner. The headshot connecting. Autumn now needing to do it all, but Karan stands tall for GenG once again. A 4K to keep them in this and deny that match point from Global Esports' hands. The economy once again rattled.
Just loving the way GenG handles this round. The recon dart there, and then from then on, it's like Lakia tells Kara, you do not stop watching those garage doors until you kill somebody coming out of it. I was watching him on the minimap. He was dialed in just constantly like a laser.
I mean, same objective as Patman had in the previous rounds. Like, look, you either die to a flank or you stare at that garage door and you kill anything that comes out of it.
Yep.
Single Guardian, the knives. Global have to try to make this final push up to match point. As GenG will be one round away from tying it up. You can tell how cautious they have to be, how much respect they are putting on Global right now with this slow approach. They try to suss out the read. Khan at the same time backing away. Still potentially at risk as there are multiple players encroaching on his position. Could be a weapon passed over, and it will be. Autumn slicing and dicing. Minimal damage suffered. Savannah will go into the hands of Patman. Now 4v4 for the retake.
You gotta get a move on.
Drone clears garage. Texture, a spot out. No opportunity for the shot. Paranoia from Ash at the ready towards backside. Tuck away from the recon. Swing coming in, Texture finding one. The push out of the smoke. And the transfer connected. Zinx, another 3K from the rookie. As GenG continue to fight back. One from tying it up. It's Global Esports back onto a bye. Another operator into the hands of Autumn.
Great work here from GenG in terms of their post-plant positioning and their setups. And that spot by Texture gives them the extra ability to make sure that the alleys from the back of the site are going to be completely smothered out of that round. See what we can do. Ops in mid.
Avoided for now.
Yeah. That's what I was just thinking, but try to brute force your way through here. This is a 5-man push for GenG.
Flash out, but already the numbers from Global Esports starting to shift over towards this A side of the map.
Cutting through.
As Trailblazer goes out, Crystal gonna be spotted. Should have seen Javi as well over at short. An exit into hell for Zinx. Autumn, the shot onto one. Crystal, the repeat. A bloodbath ensuing here on the A site. Plant attempt at a 2v3, the neural depth revealing player locations. As I think he just misfired that one. Global Esports now approaching closer and closer. The cage gonna be popped. Karen just dancing around the site. The one tap on the Udotan. Patman around the corner, finds the kill. Now all down to Lakia. The Seeker leading, Autumn swinging. A 3K for the Jet. He's broken 30 kills as Global Esports break their way into match point.
Just absolutely wild scenes. A great gravity well in short to stall out this hit. Love, love, love Javi's Astra.
What a shot from Autumn. Oh my goodness. And then Ash is kind of offering that one up.
Unbelievable. I was a little worried there. Udotan swung by himself, challenged that position post plant, but Patman on point to shut down the counter swing. Surprised me. Ah, okay.
2 rounds to go. We'll be able to get a bye together. Need 2 consecutive to take this into yet another overtime.
It ain't over yet, that's for sure. A lot of good things from both teams on all these maps, and that's why the scores have been so darn close. Very evenly matched in a lot of regards, and so much of it, again, comes down to just individual decisions, little moments here and there. You know, who knows if Karan's able to claim another, or if he's a little more patient behind the box, doesn't challenge Patman's angle. That gives over the Seekers, and then Lakia's in trouble, and these little cascading events. You know, you invested the drift in that round too as GenG, losing one of the most potent ultimates that you have at your disposal on the attacker side.
You now have a Hunter's Fury. To the front of the shadows. Up against the Cosmic Divide from Javi. Looking like, once again, GenG trying their hands at this A side of the map. Crystal up in heaven with that Guardian. Be absolutely deadly, but now they know about it. Cloud burst through. Smoke is bloomed. Shock darts at the ready. Trying to find some early damage on the plant. Sends it out, and we'll be able to get a smattering across. Karan taking that second one. Ooh, absolutely is taking the brunt of this. Lakia now rotating out, getting into a disconnected position to utilize that Hunter's Fury as Cosmic Divide ready to be set up. This is coming out early. Sending it up towards heaven, but the tags just aren't there. Texture able to find 1, finding 2, can't get the transition up over the top as Javi.
Stealing sight.
Once him down, Paranoia now going to be sent. Ash trying to go for the TP, just checking out around the spike. Shock Dart needs to be sent. They're diffusing this one. It's already held up to half. The second shot connecting.
Last player standing.
Recon out. Javi would have to get on it, but Lakia, the lone survivor, the IGL, he will get them over the line and get them 1 away from an overtime.
Oh my God. I think if Pat just sticks it, it's over. I think if Pat just holds, I think it might just be done there. I think he got a little antsy. Maybe he knew the timing of the wall dropping, but it would have been oh so close. Unbelievable stuff from Lakia. Here we go.
And now it comes down to this. I mean, GenG, they're 1 away from that OT on Abyss. Is it going to be the same story?
Look at the buy. It's not great for GE.
It isn't, but Autumn with that Marshall can make that sing, and Crystal with the Sheriff, deadly at every twist and turn. This is far from over for GenG, far from a guarantee. Udo, couple shots out. Orb picked up, Texture. Knives drawn, looking for the headshot. Just a quick little tuck back, Udo. Avoiding getting picked off, and Javi finds Texture through the smoke.
Portal closed.
Or maybe just it had fallen either way. That is a critical misfire.
That is unbelievable.
Drone to mid finds nothing. Patman set up in sewer with that stinger.
Looks like a B hit, but Javi's right on the case. Just holding the angle, none of his stars there. Now finally gonna go up at the front of sight.
Given where Crystal's at, Hunter's Fury. Bit of a no-brainer here for him.
Yeah, they just pinged it out. They want to line it up. He's drifting.
Vision.
Cage going through.
30 seconds left.
Does he wait for the tap or does he send it off the rip and try to catch them in the choke?
My eyes are down.
Cam finding one, and now they have to have their heads on a swivel. Plant ready to come through. A cancel. The spike. Where are you trying to go here? Lakia, there's only 14 seconds remaining. He's got to sprint his way back into this one. Yudotan nearly caught, does end up falling. Zinx finding one on the extremity, but they're going to look to try to flood their way back through. Ash dead. Lakia spam down. It is all now on Zinx. The young gun, the rookie, to try to make it happen, and he cannot! Holly with a 4K, 13-11. Once again, close, but no cigar. The overtime not to come through. As Global Esports silences the home crowd and eliminates GenG from Kickoff.
Utter disbelief from GenG. Either team was going to come out of this feeling that they could have won if they had lost, but it's going to be GenG in the end. Absolutely, truly a great series, a beautiful series. Both teams showing us some incredible moments, some incredible plays. The back and forth just absolutely insane. But it is GE who just barely had a little extra in the tank. Look at that. Look, I mean, even Crystal looks like he can't believe it. He's got to be exhausted too.
A game decided and built on so many critical moments, whether it was hero plays or mistakes from both sides. But neck and neck the whole way throughout. Global Esports, however, they hold on at least a little bit longer. And I suppose we should have seen it coming, because this sets the stage for a fated final showdown between DRX and Global Esports.
Why not? We needed something like that, I guess. Some kind of one of those meetings that just was destined to happen. We didn't get the GenG RRQ one, so this is our backup plan.
That is true. And you know what? Maybe Weber doesn't have a reason to, but this should give a lot of fans out there a reason in their life to smile. But we'll go ahead and get ready to send it down to the stage where Jen is going to be standing by for our winner's interview. I don't know who the hell she's going to pick, but I think anybody, they're going to be seeming pretty damn elated. So let's go ahead and hear from Global Esports.
GE with a well-deserved victory now for today's interview. There was 6 Koreans, and I'm going to talk to one of them, which is Yudotan. 네, 오늘 경기 승리를 거둔 GE의 비토탄이라고도 불리죠. 유도탄 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. Well, congratulations, Yudotan. Now, I cannot believe that you guys actually managed to close it out, because for us watching, we were holding our breath and we almost threw up. So, what was it like for you playing that match? 일단 승리 너무너무 축하드리고요. 지금 되게 왜 이렇게 덤덤한지 모르겠어요. 왜냐면은 보는 저희는 진짜 숨 쉬는 것도 까먹고 거의 너무 떨려서 토할 뻔했거든요. 오늘 경기 어떠셨나요?
일단 젠지는 예전부터 상대했을 때 되게 어려운 상대였어서 오늘도 되게 쉽지 않은 경기겠구나 생각해서 준비를 좀 저희가 잘해온 것도 있고, 그래서 저희가 준비한 것대로 열심히 하면서 좋은 결과 냈어서 네, 좋은 것 같아요.
알겠습니다. GenG, they've always been a tough opponent for us, so we came in well prepared, and I think it really showed in today's match, you know, the hard work and the hours that we crunched in. So I'm really happy with today's results. Now, no doubt, Yudotan, that this is the strongest iteration of Global Esports. What are some differences, and what are your thoughts on your new team this year? 이제 보면은 확실히 GE의 리빌딩은 성공적이다라고 말할 수 있을 것 같아요. 작년부터 GE에서 자리를 지켜온 유도탄 선수인데 올해 GE는 좀 어떤 차별점이 있을까요?
일단 이번에 들어온 프로스트 감독님이 되게 게임 방향성에 대해서 잘 제시해 주신 것 같아서 그냥 믿고 따르면 좋은 결과 있겠구나 싶어서 그냥 그렇게 했던 것 같아요.
I think Frost is a great coach. So honestly, just he really has great ideas and great leadership. So I have full trust in him, and following his guides, I think that leads us to victory. Actually, now I wanted to ask you about Frost and Vito, because Frost told me that when he first asked you to play the Vito, you thought it sucked, and you were like, just let me play the chamber. But now you are Pacific certified Vito specialist, one of the world's greatest Vito player. So how has your thoughts on Vito changed? What are your thoughts on this agent now? Also, what makes a good Vito? And are you kind of concerned that the Vito might get countered as we go deeper into the tournament? 그리고 이제 프로스트 감독님 얘기가 나왔으니까 또 비토 얘기를 안 물어볼 수 없어요. 감독님께서 예전에 저한테 처음에 유도탄한테 비토 하라고 했을 때 도탄이가 비토 너무 별로다, 체인버 하게 해주세요 라고 얘기를 했는데 결과도 나오고 너무 좋은 모습을 보여주다 보니까 유도탄 선수의 비토에 대한 평가가 좀 달라지지 않았을까라는 생각도 들거든요. 어떻게 좀 비토에 대한 평가가 달라졌는지, 어느 식으로 비토를 플레이해야지 좋을지, 그리고 뭔가 카운터에 대한 걱정은 없으신지도 궁금합니다.
일단 아직까지는 비토가 그렇게 안 좋다고 생각하지 않고, 사실 사람들이 아직 비토에 대한 연구가 잘 아직 안 된 것 같아서 지금까지는 되게 유용하게 쓰고 있는데, 나중 가면은 좀 카운터를 좀 많이 당할 것 같아서 그거에 대한 새로운 해결 방법도 저희끼리 좀 논의를 해봐야 될 것 같습니다.
개인적으로는 비토 하는 거 좋으신가요? 약간 비토 감옥에 갇혀 있는 느낌이긴 한데.
사실 전에는 체인버가 더 좋다고 생각했는데, 대회에서 체인버로 결과값을 내려면은 결국 그날 컨디션에 따라서 약간 오락가락 할 수 있어서, 최근 들어서는 체인버보다 비토가 그래도 안정적으로 플레이할 수 있기에는 더 좋지 않나 생각하면서 긍정적으로 생각하고 있습니다.
Well, I still think Vito is not too shabby, kind of viable. But at first, I really preferred the chamber. But honestly, when it comes to agents like chamber, it really depends on how you're feeling it on the day of the match. So as for Vito, I think it's an agent that you can be more consistent on with the aim. And I feel like the teams haven't quite figured out the Vito yet. So I'm not too concerned about being countered now. But I think as we go deeper into the season, I think people will figure it out, and we might need to deal with how they will counter the Vito too. Now lastly, next up will be Paper Rex for you. Last time it was a very close match. Could have gone either way. So how confident are you in taking them down in that next rematch? 다음 상대 페이퍼렉스거든요. 지난번에 만났을 때 정말 팽팽한 경기를 펼치기도 했었고, 지희가 이겨도 이상하지 않았다는 매치였다라는 프로스트 감독님의 평가도 있었습니다. 다시 만나면 이길 자신 얼마나 있으신가요?
일단 페이퍼렉스와 다시 붙게 되면은, 저번에 붙었을 때는 되게 첫 경기를 이기고 나서 두 번째 경기를 페이퍼렉스와 만나갖고 되게 자신감 있게 플레이했는데, 약간 그러면서 저희끼리 실수가 좀 많이 나왔어서 이번에는 좀 냉철하게 판단하면서 신중하게 게임하면은 페이퍼렉스 상대로 좋은 결과 낼 수 있을 것 같습니다.
Well, I think the last time we faced Paper Rex, we were coming up of a victory from our first win, and I think we were too overly confident. So this time we need to prep well, but of course, but also have ice in the vein. Be more cool, calm, collected, have more composure. Don't overlook a lot of aspects. So I think this time around, we can have that win against Paper Rex. Well, thank you, Yudo, and best of luck against Paper Rex. 네, 이렇게 해서 유도탄 선수 만나봤고요. 저희는 내일 다시 돌아오도록 하겠습니다.
That is right, Paper Rex coming up next for Global Esports because they just took down GenG 2-1 in favor of GE. And that was such a close match. I almost couldn't believe that GE managed to take this, especially because there were so many rounds that had us holding our breath.
I mean, it literally, Valorant can't get any closer than this. This series was insane, incredibly back and forth, but such a well-deserved win for Global Esports. I mean, in map 3, how can you not mention Autumn? This guy was absolutely electric. He single-handedly won them probably 4 or 5 rounds, and that's what gets them across the line here. GenG fought all the way to the end, but it's not enough. We're sending them home. It's goodbye.
Yeah, Karen tried his best. They tried to hang on in there. Unfortunately, the two duelist texture things, they weren't really doing it on the last two maps. They were really hot on that first map, but then unfortunately from there it cooled down and then they couldn't do it. It was too much firepower from Autumn in this one.
Yeah, ran out of steam a little bit there, and it was heartbreaking for GenG as you saw them bow out of the tournament. You saw Texture, oh my gosh, his head in his hands, and you know he was disappointed. So disappointed in this because he really wanted to be back on that global stage. But I would say for GE, this was well-deserved because there were a lot of rounds that were very scrappy on their side also, and you know that they just, because you have so many ideas, you have so much creativity on this team, they were able to really pull it together. I mean, coaching staff alone can get really creative, and then you have, you know, so many players that have so many ideas. You have numerous IGLs as well on this team too.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. This is a team that is not afraid to take risks, try something different. You know, they came out with an agent comp that, you know, we weren't quite sure on up here on the desert.
Ewok loves this comp. Ewok loves this comp now. This is Ewok's favorite Haven comp. Yeah, like I saw him like, you know, skipping around. It's like, oh, Sky and Sova on Haven.
I'm still
He's
not
so
convinced, to be honest. I think, to give my honest opinion, I think GenG played poorly. I think they did not play to the win condition of the comp and understanding of what the comp does. Giving full credit to GE, understanding that if they feel like they cannot hold it, they're just going to get off the side. Crystal was playing the Heaven a lot, and they were just letting them into the side. So then them retaking well, comboing the flashes and the recon, and then also getting some good shock dart damage, and then also the Astra stuns are always there as well. So the retakes, they're playing to the win condition of their comp. So credit goes to GE, right? They know how to win with their comp, and that's exactly what you need to do, right? Is any comp you can win with it, of course, but I'm disappointed in a team that has as much experience as GenG that cannot find the solution on how to play against this comp. You had the timeouts, you are not hitting straight, and I don't think you're playing the afterplants the right way either. That C-side was open for business. They were handing out free drinks, and they were just
and
not,
it wasn't
they were
new.
just not thirsty, apparently.
It wasn't new, right? They knew what to expect at this point, and unfortunately, that is it for GenG here. And I know a lot of fans must be very disappointed, but Global Esports are also raking up their own fans as well.
Absolutely.
You know, you have so many players here that are actually just so hungry for that win. Up against Paper X next, oh, that rematch is going to be very spicy indeed.
They want this so badly. You know how much it will have hurt them to lose to Paper X in that previous match, when really that was also a game they should have won, in my mind, for sure. So they're going to be running that back with fire in their hearts. And I mean, when we just take a look at this leaderboard, you have to talk about Autumn. This guy was unbelievable in this map 3. Starts off with an ace and just continues to snowball from there. I mean, true credit to him. I feel like putting him on the Jet, even Jet on this map is a little bit strange these days, right? But that's pure comfort for the guy, and he really made it work.
Yeah, if he's going to drop 32, it doesn't matter, right?
Yeah.
But why play maybe an agent that is a little bit better suited to the composition or something if 32 is going to be next to your name at the end of the scoreboard,
He
right?
can shoot 32 every time. You can play it every single map.
Oh yeah.
True.
Absolutely. And of course, we would be remiss not to talk about Yudatan here, who just basically cemented himself as the veto here in Pacific.
Yeah,
49 again.
49% headshot percent.
Crazy.
In a series?
That's crazy.
That is.
That's nuts.
Living up to his name. Yudatan finding all of those heads.
Yeah, I mean, I think across all 3 maps, he was the most valuable player. Even when they were losing, he put in an insane amount of kills. Even map 2, where they do end up dropping the map, he's the one that's finding that impact. He's the one that's really trying to dig back. And then in this map 3, he plays the veto so well. He makes life very difficult for GenG. I mean, a much deserved MVP credit going to Yudatan.
Yeah, he mentioned about the chamber, and then he said also you need to be really feeling it on the chamber, and he's feeling comfortable on the veto right now. And a really big reason why he is winning, I do think, is because GenG don't really know how to play against the veto, and they're second-guessing themselves. They're not hitting as straight as they maybe could. Maybe they got burnt a couple of times when hitting straight. It feels like their exits are not as strong. So now they're not hitting as straight, and they're going in defaulting against the comp that has 2 drones. So there's a lot to unpack there, but we'll take a look at the bracket. I'm going to crash out and lose my mind if I talk about this.
A lot to unpack there.
Oh yeah.
There's
I
a
think
good VOD review in there.
Ewok's probably gonna have like a stream or a podcast after this where he can actually just crash out. But looking at our bracket right now, unfortunately that means goodbye to Zeta Division and to GenG today. But moving forward, we see DRX taking on Full Sense again and PaperX facing GE again. Rematches all around tomorrow.
I mean, massive, massive games. All 4 of these teams in the lower bracket in itself doesn't make sense.
This does not look like a lower bracket, actually.
2 of those teams have to go tomorrow. 2 of those teams will not make it to Masters Santiago, which seems crazy to say on paper. So those are games you absolutely do not want to miss. We still have DFM against T1 in that middle bracket. That's going to be a banger as well. And then, of course, next week we'll get towards those qualification games. Get to see your boys at RRQ play again. Get to see Danby, Nongshim run it down at them. So that's going to be an absolute banger.
It's crazy to think that there is a world, there is a possibility that PaperX might be out of the tournament. GE moves forward.
Yeah.
And, you know, maybe Full Sense drop out. And as the casters mentioned, we get a rematch that seems really exciting. If we don't get RRQ and GenG, hey, maybe this is a new era of Pacific.
I want that game so bad.
Yeah.
You are not the only one who wants that game so bad. But I do want to see our Build Diff scores really, really badly this time around. I'm actually not that confident with what...
Yo, Clinton, I think we might have done it. Clinton, we might have done it.
Let's see. Yeah,
I don't know,
think you guys are actually pretty good.
I mean, Komodo had Autumn was big in that last map.
Yeah.
Texture had some good ones. You know, Crystal not quite there for you today.
I think.
I'm looking like GenG on the top
I think
side.
I'm cooked. I think I'm cooked today.
I'm cooked as well. I'm at the bottom, I think. Oh my goodness. This is harder than building coaches.
We don't have a penalty today. I was
not
informed of any
no
penalty.
penalties today.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Vic had good choices as well. I mean,
Yeah,
so did
that's true.
Pilsky. It's about how well Mako did, I think, compared to Patman, and Pat didn't miss that. This is very close today. Very close.
I went for a gamble and the gamble didn't pay off.
You know,
I'm not
sometimes
going
it
to
works.
the conceders. Yeah, sometimes.
I just went for my
Are we
2
gonna-
Pinoy boys, as usual.
Yo, it's
At
Quack.
least I'm not like Mika.
Yo, I didn't
Well-
even see Quack. He beat us like handedly.
Yo, Quack 96?
This is a.
What do we
I
have?
think this is the wrong graphic. It's actually backwards.
It's definitely
it's
backwards.
It's backwards
Because Achilles.
that's how.
Yeah, and
you
join
know,
us at the bottom.
If you look at
Pilsky,
the
join us.
If you look at the history of Build Diff, you know the reverse actually seems more likely. So I'm just gonna say that this is the wrong graphic. I'm really sorry about that. It's our mistake, I guess.
Up at the top there, no surprises. He's really getting a lead now. He's really getting, he's moving away from the pack.
Know stuff.
He does. He did predict Zeta today, but you know.
This is But
Yeah.
he's on to something. He's on to something.
I'm just looking. It's not looking good, man.
Oh, where are you? Where are you?
Right.
I'm not sure I can see it. Oh wow.
Yeah. Well,
Can we enhance? Can
we
zoom
have
in?
also our Komodo and Quack looking.
Yeah, I mean they're struggling. They're
Yeah,
struggling.
they are.
I mean,
we need some help.
Yeah.
We need some help.
over there. Well, we don't.
RNG game.
We don't. I think you guys.
Build better rosters, man. What would you know about that?
I'm so salty.
I think you guys have a bit of a penalty, but you'll have to stay tuned for that. We have, of course, tomorrow's matches, which, as we mentioned, this is going to be so good
Huge
tomorrow.
games. I mean, this first game especially, DRX against Full Sense. If you would have told me either one of these teams qualifies through the upper bracket, I wouldn't have been that surprised at the start of the year. So to see them down here, fighting it out in the lowers is crazy. And then, of course, Global Esports playing again tomorrow and against a tough team. Like always, it's PaperX.
I just really like that Pacific is this competitive and that we can't guess these games. This is the lower bracket, and that's the best part. And the other thing I really like about Kickoff is that there's so many narratives here, and we see so many IGL changes. There's new IGLs on both of those teams in DRX and Full Sense. New IGL, of course, for Global as well. A whole new roster for Global.
New
and
coach
PaperX,
as well.
New coach as well, and PaperX are going through a transition period as well, right? So that's why I love Pacific, because it's competitive, right? It's so hard to guess, as we see, right? Predictions all over the place. Build Diff is hard as well.
Yeah,
right?
It's
just
so
a hard
competitive
game overall.
all
For
around.
some people,
For some people.
Here on the desk too. Yeah, absolutely. It's gonna be very exciting. I think I'm fully on the GE train now. I never thought that there would be a time
I'm with you.
where I would vote against PaperX because I love PaperX, but I don't know. GE looking pretty exciting here. Yeah,
They
but
got some speed. They got some momentum in this
They
lower
do,
bracket.
they do. I think I'm not the only one there, but of course we'll have to, you'll have to stick around and check out the matches tomorrow for that. In the meantime, that's it from us here on the desk, and we'll see you tomorrow for more VCT Pacific action. Bye!
This is VCT Pacific 2026.
Axel, Marshall, gotta hit some headies.
Chest shot. Gunman. 2-1 on the Cypher. Here's the footsteps continuing forward into the smoke. Opens up, but it's a good distract from Eco. That's immediately put down on the floor. Gunman finds the shot. It's on for an ace, but freeing. We'll just go ahead and quickly to clean it up. Flawless final round. DRX.
Players here getting good trades.
Fight out. Transit of the damage going to be taken there, and Hermes playing close with that Vandal. Eventually he's hit the Dragon across the line. The one, the fadeaway shot, turns back over towards short. Slaps on for the headshot, takes out Bring, and now it is down to Bane. 15 seconds remaining. He's going to go scaling forward, and XDL gets the Red Bull clutch. Angle that has to be cleared out, and it is. Hyunmin, 3 players, however, nearby enough. Absol. Someone beat crash forward into the site, but they're losing numbers now. XTL is going to be struck down. Eco fighting back for 1. Quickly dies as Absol. Signed, seal delivered. First class mail directly to Bane's doorstep.
It's just unbelievably hilarious.
I mean, I think without a doubt. Gonna cut down to 8. Texture. Tree pinks it. No scopes. Batman. They called it. They knew he was close. Mr. 4K online has it stolen away by Caron. Once more. No ace. Not in this round. Also got a weak economy. GenG. It's getting the big. Oh my God. So costly as Autumn. Takes forward into mid.
Timing. Horrible that was for GE.
Oh. Hello. Double take. And Texture. Ooh, maybe feeling a bit too spicy. Still a player that absolutely deserves and demands respect. And the Jiggle will go ahead and confirm it. And he's got it done. This is what I'm talking about. Cannot underestimate this guy. Cloudburst down, up and over. Locked in would have been a hell of a shot, but it's going to be Autumn instead, pushing forward over to that C connector. There's the heals coming from Patman, team player. Zeta will fall, and Khan can't find much more than that. Autumn on for an ace. Never a time for Mr. 4K to appear. It would be now, but it's going to be the ace from Autumn. Going all the way back to 2023, despite all of the changes in the roster.
We've got 2 esports endemic brands coming together to create a series of products for esports, for the biggest stages.
퍼포먼스랑 컴페티션이 주요 키워드다 보니까 레이싱이라는 테마를 잡고 거기서 이제 영감받은 그래픽 요소들이나 다이내믹하고 날렵한 그런 실루엣 같은 것들을 저희 FS1 마우스에 적용을 해봤고요.
我们希望可以协助 POSA 成为电竞圈的顶尖品牌，而 Voxy 是其中一个助力。
Red Bull gives you wings.
Top one, push, push, push.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
This is VCT Pacific 2026.